Martin Chuzzlewit, Chapter 35. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. Martin Chuzzlewit by Charles Dickens, Chapter 35. Arriving in England, Martin witnesses a ceremony from which he derives the cheering information that he has not been forgotten in his absence. It was midday, and high water in the English port for which the Screw was bound, when, borne in gallantly upon the fullness of the tide, she let go her anchor in the river. Bright as the scene was, fresh and full of motion, airy, free, and sparkling, it was nothing to the life and exultation in the breasts of the two travellers, at the sight of the old churches, roofs, and darkened chimney-stacks of home. The distant roar that swelled up hoarsely from the busy streets, with music in their ears, the lines of people gazing from the wharves, were friends held dear. The canopy of smoke that overhung the town was brighter and more beautiful to them than if the richest silks of Persia had been waving in the air. And though the water going on its glistening track turned ever and again aside to dance and sparkle round great ships, and heave them up, and leaped from off the blades of oars, a shower of diving diamonds, and wantoned with the idle boats, and swiftly passed, in many a sportive chase, through obdurate old iron rings, set deep into the stonework of the quays, not even if it was half so buoyant and so restless as their fluttering hearts, when yearning to set foot once more on native ground. A year had passed since these same spires and roofs had faded from their eyes. It seemed to them a dozen years. Some trifling changes here and there they called to mind, and wondered that they were so few and slight. In health and fortune, prospect and resource, they came back poorer men than they had gone away, but it was home, and though home is a name, a word, it is a strong one, stronger than magician ever spoke, or spirit answered to in strongest conjuration. Being set ashore with very little money in their pockets, and no definite plan of operation in their heads, they sought out a cheap tavern, where they regaled upon a smoking steak and certain flowing mugs of beer, as only men just landed from the sea can revel in the generous dainties of the earth. When they had feasted, as two grateful-tempered giants might have done, they stirred the fire, drew back the glowing curtain from the window, and making each a sofa for himself by union of the great unwieldy chairs, gazed blissfully into the street. Even the street was made a fairy street by being half hidden in an atmosphere of steak and strong, stout, stand-up English beer. For on the window-glass hung such a mist that Mr. Tapley was obliged to rise and wipe it with his handkerchief before the passengers appeared like common mortals, and even then a spiral little cloud went curling up from their 2 glasses of hot grog, which nearly hid them from each other. It was one of those unaccountable little rooms which are never seen anywhere but in a tavern, and are supposed to have got into taverns by reason of the facilities afforded to the architect for getting drunk while engaged in their construction. It had more corners in it than the brain of an obstinate man, was full of mad closets into which nothing could be put that was not specially invented and made for that purpose, had mysterious shelvings and bulkheads, and indications of staircases on the ceiling, and was elaborately provided with a bell that rung in the room itself about 2 feet from the handle, and had no connection whatever with any other part of the establishment. It was a little below the pavement, and abutted close upon it, so that passengers grated against the window-panes with their buttons, and scraped it with their baskets, and fearful boys, suddenly coming between a thoughtful guest and the light, derided him, or put out their tongues as if he were a physician, or made white knobs on the ends of their noses by flattening the same against the glass, and vanishing awfully like spectres. Martin and Mark sat looking at the people as they passed, debating every now and then what their first step should be. "We want to see Miss Mary, of course," said Mark. "Of course," said Martin, "but I don't know where she is. Not having had the heart to write in our distress, you yourself thought silence most advisable, and consequently never having heard from her since we left New York the first time, I don't know where she is, my good fellow." "My opinion is, sir," returned Mark, "that what we've got to do is to travel straight to the Dragon. There's no need for you to go there when you're known, unless you like. You may stop 10 miles short of it. I'll go on. Mrs. Lupin will tell me all the news. Mr. Pinch will give me every information that we want, and right glad Mr. Pinch will be to do it. My proposal is, to set off walking this afternoon, to stop when we are tired, to get a lift when we can, to walk when we can't, to do it at once and do it cheap." "Unless we do it cheap, we shall have some difficulty in doing it at all," said Martin, pulling out the bank and telling it over his hand. "The greater reason for losing no time, sir," replied Mark. "Whereas, when you've seen the young lady and know what state of mind the old gentleman's in, and all about it, then you'll know what to do next." "No doubt," said Martin. "You are quite right." They were raising their glasses to their lips, when their hands stopped midway, and their gaze was arrested by a figure which slowly, very slowly and reflectively, passed the window at that moment. Mr. Pecksniff, placid, calm, but proud, honestly proud, dressed with peculiar care, smiling with even more than usual blandness, pondering on the beauties of his art, with a mild abstraction from all sordid thoughts, and gently travelling across the disk, as if he were a figure in a magic lantern. As Mr. Pecksniff passed, a person coming in the opposite direction stopped to look at him with great interest and respect, almost with veneration; and the landlord, bouncing out of the house, as if he had seen him too, joined this person, and spoke to him, and shook his head gravely, and looked after Mr. Pecksniff likewise. Martin and Mark sat staring at each other as if they could not believe it, but there stood the landlord, and the other man still. In spite of the indignation with which this glimpse of Mr. Pecksniff had inspired him, Martin could not help laughing heartily, neither could Mark. "We must inquire into this," said Martin. "Ask the landlord in, Mark." Mr. Tapley retired for that purpose, and immediately returned with their large-headed host in safe convoy. "Pray, landlord," said Martin, "who is that gentleman who passed just now, and whom you were looking after?" The landlord poked the fire, as if in his desire to make the most of his answer he had become indifferent even to the price of coals, and putting his hands in his pockets, said, after inflating himself to give still further effect to his reply, "That gentleman, sir, is the great Mr. Pecksniff, the celebrated architect gentleman." He looked from one to the other while he said it, as if he were ready to assist the first man who might be overcome by the intelligence. "The great Mr. Pecksniff, the celebrated architect gentleman," said the landlord, "has come down here to help lay the first stone of a new and splendid public building." "Is it to be built from his designs?" asked Martin. "The great Mr. Pecksniff, the celebrated architect gentleman," returned the landlord, who seemed to have an unspeakable delight in the repetition of these words, "carried off the first premium, and will erect the building." "Who lays the stone?" asked Martin. "Our member has come down express," returned the landlord. "No scrubs would do for no such a purpose. Nothing less would satisfy our directors than our member in the House of Commons, who is returned upon the gentlemanly interest." "Which interest is that?" asked Martin. "Why, don't you know?" returned the landlord. It was quite clear the landlord didn't. They always told him at election time. It was quite clear the landlord didn't. They always told him at election time that it was the gentlemanly side, and he immediately put on his top boots and voted for it. "When does the ceremony take place?" asked Martin. "This day," replied the landlord. Then, pulling out his watch, he added impressively, "almost this minute." Martin hastily inquired whether there was any possibility of getting in to witness it, and finding that there would be no objection to the admittance of any decent person, unless indeed the ground was full, hurried off with Mark as hard as they could go. They were fortunate enough to squeeze themselves into a famous corner on the ground, where they could see all that passed, without much dread of being beheld by Mr. Pecksniff in return. They were not a minute too soon, for as they were in the act of congratulating each other, a great noise was heard at some distance, and everybody looked towards the gate. Several ladies prepared their pocket-handkerchiefs for waving, and a stray teacher belonging to the charity school, being much cheered by mistake, was immensely groaned at when detected. "Perhaps he has Tom Pinch with him," Martin whispered Mr. Tapley. "It would be rather too much of a treat for him, wouldn't it, sir?" whispered Mr. Tapley in return. There was no time to discuss the probabilities either way, for the charity school, in clean linen, came filing in 2 and 2, so much to the self-approval of all the people present who didn't subscribe to it, that many of them shed tears. A band of music followed, led by a conscientious drummer who never left off. Then came a great many gentlemen with wands in their hands and bows on their breasts, whose share in the proceedings did not appear to be distinctly laid down, and who trod upon each other, and blocked up the entry for a considerable period. These were followed by the mayor and corporation, all clustering round the member for the gentlemanly interest, who had the great Mr. Pecksniff, the celebrated architect, on his right hand, and conversed with him familiarly as they came along. Then the ladies waved their handkerchiefs, and the gentlemen their hats, and the charity children shrieked, and the member for the gentlemanly interest bowed. Silence being restored, the member for the gentlemanly interest rubbed his hands, and wagged his head, and looked about him pleasantly, and there was nothing this member did at which some lady or other did not burst into an ecstatic waving of her pocket-handkerchief. When he looked up at the stone, they said how graceful. When he peeped into the hole, they said how condescending. When he chatted with the mayor, they said how easy. When he folded his arms, they cried with one accord, how statesmanlike. Mr. Pecksniff was observed too, closely. When he talked to the mayor, they said, oh, really what a courtly man he was. When he laid his hand upon the mason's shoulder, giving him directions, how pleasant his demeanour to the working classes, just the sort of man who made their toil a pleasure to them, poor dear souls. But now a silver trowel was brought, and when the member for the gentlemanly interest, tucking up his coat-sleeve, did a little sleight of hand with the mortar, the air was rent, so loud was the applause. The workmanlike manner in which he did it was amazing. No one could conceive where such a gentlemanly creature could have picked the knowledge up. When he had made a kind of dirt pie under the direction of the mason, they brought a little vase containing coins, the which the member of the gentlemanly interest jingled as if he were going to conjure. Whereat they said how droll, how cheerful, what a flow of spirits. This put into its place, an ancient scholar read the inscription, which was in Latin, not in English, that would never do. It gave great satisfaction, especially every time there was a good long substantive in the third declension ablative case, with an adjective to match, at which periods the assembly became very tender, and were much affected. And now the stone was lowered down into its place, amidst the shouting of the concourse. When it was firmly fixed, the member of the gentlemanly interest struck upon it thrice with the handle of the trowel, as if inquiring with a touch of humour whether anybody was at home. Mr. Pecksniff thus unrolled his plans, prodigious plans they were, and people gathered round to look at and admire them. Martin, who had been fretting himself, quite unnecessarily as Mark thought, during the whole of these proceedings, could no longer restrain his impatience, but stepping forward among several others, looked straight over the shoulder of the unconscious Mr. Pecksniff at the designs and plans he had unrolled. He returned to Mark, boiling with rage. "Why, what's the matter, sir?" cried Mark. "Matter? That is my building." "Your building, sir," said Mark. "My grammar school. I invented it. I did it all. He has only put 4 windows in, the villain, and spoilt it." Mark could hardly believe it at first, but being assured that it was really so, actually held him to prevent his interference foolishly, until his temporary heat was past. In the meantime, the member addressed the company on the gratifying deed which he had just performed. He said that since he had sat in Parliament to represent the gentlemanly interest of that town, and he might add the lady interest he hoped, besides pocket-handkerchiefs, it had been his pleasant duty to come among them, and to raise his voice on their behalf in another place, pocket-handkerchiefs and laughter, often, but he had never come among them, and had never raised his voice with half such pure, such deep, such unalloyed delight as now. "The present occasion," he said, "will ever be memorable to me, not only for the reasons I have assigned, but because it has afforded me an opportunity of becoming personally known to a gentleman," here he pointed the trowel at Mr. Pecksniff, who was greeted with vociferous cheering, and laid his hand upon his heart, "to a gentleman who, I am happy to believe, will reap both distinction and profit from this field, whose fame had previously penetrated to me, as to whose ears has it not, but whose intellectual countenance I never had the distinguished honour to behold until this day, and whose intellectual conversation I had never before the improving pleasure to enjoy." Everybody seemed very glad of this, and applauded more than ever. "But I hope, my honourable friend," said the gentlemanly member, "of course," he added, "if he will allow me to call him so," and of course Mr. Pecksniff bowed, "will give me many opportunities of cultivating the knowledge of him, and that I may have the extraordinary gratification of reflecting in after time that I laid on this day 2 first stones, both belonging to structures which shall last my life." Great cheering again. All this time Martin was cursing Mr. Pecksniff up hill and down dale. "My friends," said Mr. Pecksniff in reply, "my duty is to build, not speak; to act, not talk; to deal with marble, stone, and brick, not language. I am very much affected. God bless you." This address, pumped out apparently from Mr. Pecksniff's very heart, brought the enthusiasm to its highest pitch. The pocket-handkerchiefs were waved again. The charity children were admonished to grow up Pecksniffs, every boy among them. The corporation, gentlemen with wands, member for the gentlemanly interest, all cheered for Mr. Pecksniff. 3 cheers for Mr. Pecksniff, 3 more for Mr. Pecksniff, 3 more for Mr. Pecksniff, gentlemen, if you please, 1 more, gentlemen, for Mr. Pecksniff, and let it be a good one to finish with. In short, Mr. Pecksniff was supposed to have done a great work, and was very kindly, courteously, and generously rewarded. When the procession moved away, and Martin and Mark were left almost alone upon the ground, his merits, and a desire to acknowledge them, formed the common topic. He was only second to the gentlemanly member. "Compare the fellow's situation to-day with ours," said Martin bitterly. "Lord bless you, sir," cried Mark, "what's the use? Some architects are clever at making foundations, and some architects are clever at building on 'em when they're made. But it'll all come right in the end, sir. It'll all come right." "And in the meantime," began Martin. "In the meantime, as you say, sir, we have a deal to do, and far to go, so sharp's the word, and jolly." "You are the best master in the world, Mark," said Martin, "and I will not be a bad scholar if I can help it, I am resolved. So come. Best foot foremost, old fellow." End of chapter 35. Martin Chuzzlewit, Chapter 36. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. Martin Chuzzlewit, by Charles Dickens, Chapter 36. Tom Pinch departs to seek his fortune. What he finds at starting. Oh, what a different town Salisbury was in Tom Pinch's eyes, to be sure, when the substantial Pecksniff of his heart melted away into an idle dream. He possessed the same faith in the wonderful shops, the same intensified appreciation of the mystery and wickedness of the place, made the same exalted estimate of its wealth, population, and resources, and yet it was not the old city, nor anything like it. He walked into the market while they were getting breakfast ready for him at the inn, and though it was the same market as of old, crowded by the same buyers and sellers, brisk with the same business, noisy with the same confusion of tongues and cluttering of fowls in coops, fair with the same display of rolls of butter, newly made, set forth in linen cloths of dazzling whiteness, green with the same fresh show of dewy vegetables, dainty with the same array of higgler's baskets of small shaving-glasses, laces, braces, trouser-straps, and hardware, savoury with the same unstinted show of delicate pig's feet, and pies made precious by the pork that once had walked upon them, still it was strangely changed to Tom, for in the centre of the market-place he missed a statue he had set up there as in all other places of his personal resort, and it looked cold and bare without that ornament. The change lay no deeper than this, for Tom was far from being sage enough to know that, having been disappointed in one man, it would have been strictly rational and eminently wise proceeding to have revenged himself upon mankind in general by mistrusting them one and all. Indeed, this piece of justice, though it is upheld by the authority of divers profound poets and honourable men, bears a nearer resemblance to the justice of that good vizier in the 1001 Nights, who issues orders for the destruction of all the porters in Bagdad, because one of that unfortunate fraternity is supposed to have misconducted himself, than to any logic, not to say Christian, system of conduct known to the world in later times. Tom had so long been used to steep the Pecksniff of his fancy in his tea, and spread him out upon his toast, and take him as a relish with his beer, that he made but a poor breakfast on the first morning after his expulsion. Nor did he much improve his appetite for dinner by seriously considering his own affairs, and taking counsel thereon with his friend the organist's assistant. The organist's assistant gave it as his decided opinion that whatever Tom did he must go to London, for there was no place like it, which may be true in the main, though hardly perhaps in itself a sufficient reason for Tom's going there. But Tom had thought of London before, and had coupled with it thoughts of his sister, and of his old friend John Westlock, whose advice he naturally felt disposed to seek in this important crisis of his fortunes. To London, therefore, he resolved to go, and he went away to the coach office at once to secure his place. The coach being already full, he was obliged to postpone his departure until the next night, but even this circumstance had its bright side as well as its dark one, for though it threatened to reduce his poor purse with unexpected country charges, it afforded him an opportunity of writing to Mrs. Lupin, and appointing his box to be brought to the old finger-post at the old time, which would enable him to take that treasure with him to the metropolis, and save the expense of its carriage. "So," said Tom, comforting himself, "it's very nearly as broad as it's long." And it cannot be denied that, when he had made up his mind even to this extent, he felt an unaccustomed sense of freedom, a vague and indistinct impression of holiday-making, which was very luxurious. He had his moments of depression and anxiety, and they were, with good reason, pretty numerous, but still it was wonderfully pleasant to reflect that he was his own master, and could plan and scheme for himself. It was startling, thrilling, vast, difficult to understand. It was a stupendous truth, teeming with responsibility and self-distrust. But in spite of all his cares, it gave a curious relish to the viands at the inn, and interposed a dreamy haze between him and his prospects, in which they sometimes showed to magical advantage. In this unsettled state of mind, Tom went once more to bed in the low four-poster, to the same immovable surprise of the effigies of the former landlord and the fat ox, and in this condition passed the whole of the succeeding day. When the coach came round at last, with London blazoned in letters of gold upon the boot, it gave Tom such a turn that he was half disposed to run away. But he didn't do it, for he took his seat upon the box instead, and looking down upon the 4 Greys, felt as if he were another Grey himself, or at all events a part of the turnout, and was quite confused by the novelty and splendour of his situation. And really it might have confused a less modest man than Tom to find himself sitting next that coachman, for of all the swells that ever flourished a whip professionally, he might have been elected emperor. He didn't handle his gloves like another man, but put them on, even when he was standing on the pavement quite detached from the coach, as if the 4 Greys were somehow or other at the ends of the fingers. It was the same with his hat. He did things with his hat, which nothing but an unlimited knowledge of horses and the wildest freedom of the road could ever have made him perfect in. Valuable little parcels were brought to him with particular instructions, and he pitched them into this hat and stuck it on again, as if the laws of gravity did not admit of such an event as its being knocked off or blown off, and nothing like an accident could befall it. The guard, too. 70 breezy miles a day were written in his very whiskers. His manners were a canter, his conversation a round trot. He was a fast coach upon a downhill turnpike road. He was all pace. A wagon couldn't have moved slowly with that guard and his key bugle on the top of it. These were all foreshadowings of London, Tom thought, as he sat upon the box and looked about him. Such a coachman and such a guard never could have existed between Salisbury and any other place. The coach was none of your steady-going yokel coaches, but a swaggering, rakish, dissipated London coach, up all night and lying by all day, and leading a devil of a life. It cared no more for Salisbury than if it had been a Hamlet. It rattled noisily through the best streets, defied the cathedral, took the worst corners sharpest, went cutting in everywhere, making everything get out of its way, and spun along the open country road, blowing a lively defiance out of its key bugle as its last glad parted legacy. It was a charming evening, mild and bright, and even with the weight upon his mind which arose out of the immensity and uncertainty of London, Tom could not resist the captivating sense of rapid motion through the pleasant air. The four greys skimmed along as if they liked it quite as well as Tom did. The bugle was in as high spirits as the greys. The coachman chimed in sometimes with his voice. The wheels hummed cheerfully in unison. The brasswork on the harness was an orchestra of little bells, and thus as they went clinking, jingling, rattling smoothly on, the whole concern, from the buckles of the leader's coupling reins to the handle of the hind boots, was one great instrument of music. Yo-ho, past hedges, gates and trees, past cottages and barns, and people going home from work. Yo-ho, past donkey chaises, drawn aside in the ditch, and empty carts with rampant horses, whipped up at a bound upon the little watercourse, and held by struggling carters close to the 5-barred gate, until the coach had passed the narrow turning in the road. Yo-ho, by churches dropped down by themselves in quiet nooks, with rustic burial-grounds about them, where the graves are green and daisies sleep, for it is evening, on the bosom of the dead. Yo-ho, past streams in which the cattle cool their feet, and where the rushes grow, past paddock fences, farms and rick-yards, past last year's stacks cut slice by slice away and showing in the waning light, like ruined gables, old and brown. Yo-ho, down the pebbly dip, and through the merry water-splash, and up at a canter to the level road again. Yo-ho, yo-ho! Was the box there when they came up to the old finger-post? The box. Was Mrs. Lupin herself? Had she turned out magnificently as a hostess should in her own chaise cart, and was she sitting in a mahogany chair, driving her own horse Dragon, who ought to have been called Dumpling, and looking lovely? Did the stage-coach pull up beside her, shaving her very wheel, and even while the guard helped her man up with the trunk, did he send the glad echoes of his bugle careering down the chimneys of the distant Pecksniff, as if the coach expressed its exultation in the rescue of Tom Pinch? "This is kind indeed," said Tom, bending down to shake hands with her. "I didn't mean to give you this trouble." "Trouble, Mr. Pinch!" cried the hostess of the Dragon. "Well, it's a pleasure to you, I know," said Tom, squeezing her hand heartily. "Is there any news?" The hostess shook her head. "Say you saw me," said Tom, "and that I was very bold and cheerful, and not a bit down-hearted, and that I entreated her to be the same, for all is certain to come right at last. Good-bye." "You'll write when you get settled, Mr. Pinch," said Mrs. Lupin. "When I get settled!" cried Tom, with an involuntary opening of his eyes. "Oh yes, I'll write when I get settled. Perhaps I had better write before, because I may find that it takes a little time to settle myself, not having too much money, and having only one friend, I shall give your love to the friend, by the way. You were always great with Mr. Westlock, you know. Good-bye." "Good-bye," said Mrs. Lupin, hastily producing a basket with a long bottle sticking out of it. "Take this. Good-bye." "Do you want me to carry it to London for you?" cried Tom. She was already turning the chaise cart round. "No, no," said Mrs. Lupin. "It's only a little something for refreshment on the road. Sit fast, Jack. Drive on, sir. All right. Good-bye." She was a quarter of a mile off before Tom collected himself, and then he was waving his hand lustily, and so was she. "And that's the last of the old finger-post," thought Tom, straining his eyes, "where I have so often stood to see this very coach go by, and where I have parted with so many companions. I used to compare this coach to some great monster that appeared at certain times to bear my friends away into the world, and now it's bearing me away to seek my fortune, heaven knows where and how." It made Tom melancholy to picture himself walking up the lane and back to Pecksniff's as of old, and being melancholy he looked downward at the basket on his knee, which he had for the moment forgotten. "She is the kindest and most considerate creature in the world," thought Tom. "Now I know that she particularly told that man of hers not to look at me, on purpose to prevent my throwing him a shilling. I had it ready for him all the time, and he never once looked towards me, whereas that man naturally, for I know him very well, would have done nothing but grin and stare. Upon my word, the kindness of people perfectly melts me." Here he caught the coachman's eye. The coachman winked. "Remarkable fine woman for her time of life," said the coachman. "I quite agree with you," returned Tom. "So she is. Finer than many a young un, I mean to say," observed the coachman. "Eh?" "Than many a young one," Tom assented. "I don't care for 'em myself when they're too young," remarked the coachman. This was a matter of taste, which Tom did not feel himself called upon to discuss. "You'll seldom find 'em possessing correct opinions about refreshment, for instance, when they're too young, you know," said the coachman. "A woman must have arrived at maturity before her mind's equal to coming provided with a basket like that." "Perhaps you would like to know what it contains," said Tom, smiling. As the coachman only laughed, and as Tom was curious himself, he unpacked it, and put the articles one by one upon the footboard. A cold roast fowl, a packet of ham and slices, a crusty loaf, a piece of cheese, a paper of biscuits, half a dozen apples, a knife, some butter, a screw of salt, and a bottle of old sherry. There was a letter besides, which Tom put in his pocket. The coachman was so earnest in his approval of Mrs. Lupin's provident habits, and congratulated Tom so warmly on his good fortune, that Tom felt it necessary for the lady's sake to explain that the basket was a strictly platonic basket, and had merely been presented to him in the way of friendship. When he had made the statement with perfect gravity, for he felt it incumbent on him to disabuse the mind of this lax rover of any incorrect impressions on the subject, he signified that he would be happy to share the gifts with him, and proposed that they should attack the basket in a spirit of good fellowship at any time in the course of the night which the coachman's experience and knowledge of the road might suggest, and being best adapted to the purpose. From this time they chatted so pleasantly together that although Tom knew infinitely more of unicorns than horses, the coachman informed his friend, the guard at the end of the next stage, that rum as the box seat looked, he was as good a one to go, in pint of conversation, as ever he'd wish to sit by. Yo-ho among the gathering shades, making of no account the deep reflection of the trees, but scampering on through light and darkness all the same, as if the light of London 50 miles away were quite enough to travel by in some despair. Yo-ho beside the village green, where cricket players linger yet, and every little indentation made in the fresh grass by bat or wicket, ball or player's foot, sheds out its perfume on the night. away with 4 fresh horses for the bald-faced stag, where topers congregate about the door admiring, and the last team, with traces hanging loose, go roaming off towards the pond, until observed and shouted after by a dozen throats, while volunteering boys pursue them. Now with a clattering of hoofs and striking out of fiery sparks across the old stone bridge, and down again into the shadowy road, and through the open gate, and far away, away into the world. Yo-ho! Yo-ho, behind there! Stop that bugle for a moment! Come creeping over to the front along the coach roof, guard, and make one at this basket. Not that we slacken in our pace the while, not we. We rather put the bits of blood upon the metal, for the greater good of the snack. Ah, it is long since this bottle of old wine was brought into contact with the mellow breath of night, you may depend, and rare good stuff it is to wet a bugler's whistle with. Only try it. Don't be afraid of turning up your finger, Bill. Another pull. Now take your breath and try the bugle, Bill. There's music, there's a tone, over the hills and far away. Indeed, yo-ho! The skittish mare is all alive tonight. Yo-ho, yo-ho! See the bright moon, high up before we know it, making the earth reflect the objects on its breast like water. Hedges, trees, low cottages, church steeples, blighted stumps, and flourishing young slips, have all grown vain upon the sudden, and mean to contemplate their own fair images till morning. The poplars yonder rustle, that their quivering leaves may see themselves upon the ground. Not so the oak. Trembling does not become him, as he watches himself in his stout old burly steadfastness, without the motion of a twig. The moss-grown gate, ill poised upon its creaking hinges, crippled and decaying, swings to and fro before its glass, like some fantastic dowager, while our own ghostly likeness travels on, yo-ho, yo-ho, through ditch and brake, upon the ploughed land and the smooth, along the steep hillside and steeper wall, as if it were a phantom hunter. Clouds, too, and a mist upon the hollow. Not a dull fog that hides it, but a light, airy, gauze-like mist, which, in our eyes of modest aberration, gives a new charm to the beauties as it spreads before. As real gauze has done ere now, and would again, so please you, though we were the Pope. Yo-ho! Why, now we travel like the moon herself, hiding this minute in a grove of trees, next minute in a pitch of vapour, emerging now upon our broad clear course, withdrawing now but always dashing on. Our journey is a counterpart of hers. Yo-ho! A match against the moon. The beauty of the night is hardly felt when day comes rushing up. Yo-ho! 2 stages of the country roads are almost changed to a continuous street. Yo-ho! Past market gardens, rows of houses, villas, crescents, terraces, and squares, past waggons, coaches, carts, past early workmen, late stragglers, drunken men, and sober carriers of loads, past brick and mortar in its every shape, and in among the rattling pavements, where a jaunty seat upon a coach is not so easy to preserve. Yo-ho! Down countless turnings, and through countless mazy ways, until an old inn-yard is gained, and Tom Pinch, getting down quite stunned and giddy, is in London. 5 minutes before the time, too, said the driver, as he received his fare of Tom. Upon my word, said Tom, I should not have minded very much if we had been 5 hours after it, for at this early hour I don't know where to go, or what to do with myself. Don't they expect you, then? Inquired the driver. Who? Said Tom. Why, them, returned the driver. His mind was so clearly running on the assumption of Tom's having come to town to see an extensive circle of anxious relations and friends, that it would have been pretty hard work to undeceive him. Tom did not try. He cheerfully evaded the subject, and going into the inn fell fast asleep before a fire in one of the public rooms opening from the yard. When he awoke, the people in the house were all astir, so he washed and dressed himself, to his great refreshment after the journey, and it being by that time 8 o'clock, went forth at once to see his old friend John. John Westlock lived in Furnival's Inn, High Holborn, which was within a quarter of an hour's walk of Tom's starting point, but seemed a long way off by reason of his going 2 or 3 miles out to the straight road to make a short cut. When at last he arrived outside John's door, 2 stories up, he stood faltering with his hand upon the knocker, and trembled from head to foot. for he was rendered very nervous by the thought of having to relate what had fallen out between himself and Pecksniff, and he had a misgiving that John would exult fearfully in the disclosure. "But it must be made," thought Tom, "sooner or later, and I had better get it over." Rat-tat. "I am afraid that's not a London knock," thought Tom. "It didn't sound bold. Perhaps that's the reason why nobody answers the door." It is quite certain that nobody came, and that Tom stood looking at the knocker, wondering whereabouts in the neighbourhood a certain gentleman resided, who was roaring out to somebody, "Come in," with all his might. "Bless my soul," thought Tom at last, "perhaps he lives here, and is calling to me. I never thought of that. Can I open the door for the outside, I wonder? Yes, to be sure I can." To be sure he could, by turning the handle, and to be sure when he did turn it, the same voice came rushing out, crying, "Why don't you come in? Come in, do you hear? What are you standing there for?" quite violently. Tom stopped from the little passage into the room from which these sounds proceeded, and had barely caught a glimpse of a gentleman in a dressing-gown and slippers, with his boots beside him ready to put on, sitting at his breakfast with a newspaper in his hand, when the said gentleman, at the imminent hazard of oversetting his tea-table, made a plunge at Tom and hugged him. "Why, Tom, my boy," said the gentleman, "Tom!" "How glad I am to see you, Mr. Westlock," said Tom Pinch, shaking both his hands and trembling more than ever. "How kind you are!" "Mr. Westlock," repeated John. "What do you mean by that, Pinch? You have not forgotten my Christian name, I suppose?" "No, John, no, I have not forgotten," said Thomas Pinch. "Good gracious me, how kind you are!" "I never saw such a fellow in all my life," cried John. "What do you mean by saying that over and over again? What do you expect me to be, I wonder? Here, sit down, Tom, and be a reasonable creature. How are you, my boy? I am delighted to see you." "And I am delighted to see you," said Tom. "It's mutual, of course," returned John. "It always was, I hope. If I had known you had been coming, Tom, I would have had something for breakfast. I would rather have such a surprise than the best breakfast in the world myself, but yours is another case, and I have no doubt you are as hungry as a hunter. You must make out as well as you can, Tom, and we'll recompense ourselves at dinner time. You take sugar, I know. I recollect the sugar at Pecksniff's. Ha, ha, ha! How is Pecksniff? When did you come to town? Do begin at something or other, Tom. There are only scraps here, but they are not at all bad. Boar's head potted. Try it, Tom. Make a beginning whatever you do. What an old blade you are! I am delighted to see you." While he delivered himself of these words in a state of great commotion, John was constantly running backwards and forwards to and from the closet, bringing out all sorts of things in pots, scooping extraordinary quantities of tea out of the caddy, dropping French rolls into his boots, pouring hot water over the butter, and making a variety of similar mistakes without disconcerting himself in the least. "There!" said John, sitting down for the 50th time, and instantly starting up again to make some other addition to the breakfast. "Now we are as well off as we are likely to be till dinner. And now let us have the news, Tom. Imprimis, how's Pecksniff?" "I don't know how he is," was Tom's grave answer. John Westlock put the teapot down and looked at him in astonishment. "I don't know how he is," said Thomas Pinch, "and saving that I wish him no ill, I don't care. I have left him, John. I have left him for ever." "Voluntarily?" "Why, no, for he dismissed me. But I had first found out that I was mistaken in him, and I could not have remained with him under any circumstances. I grieve to say that you were right in your estimate of his character. It may be a ridiculous weakness, John, but it has been very painful and bitter to me to find this out, I do assure you." Tom had no need to direct that appealing look towards his friend, in mild and gentle deprecation of his answering with a laugh. John Westlock would as soon have thought of striking him down upon the floor. "It was all a dream of mine," said Tom, "and it is over. I'll tell you how it happened at some other time. Bear with my folly, John. I do not, just now, like to think or speak about it. I swear to you, Tom, returned his friend, with great earnestness of manner after remaining silent for a few moments, that when I see, as I do now, how deeply you feel this, I don't know whether to be glad or sorry that you have made the discovery at last. I reproach myself with the thought that I ever jested on the subject. I ought to have known better. My dear friend, said Tom, extending his hand, it is very generous and gallant in you to receive me and my disclosure in this spirit. It makes me blush to think that I should have felt a moment's uneasiness as I came along. You can't think what a weight is lifted off my mind, said Tom, taking up his knife and fork again and looking very cheerfully. I shall punish the boar's head dreadfully. The host, thus reminded of his duties, instantly betook himself to piling up all kinds of irreconcilable and contradictory viands in Tom's plate, and a very capital breakfast Tom made, and very much the better for it, Tom felt. That's all right, said John, after contemplating his visitor's proceedings with infinite satisfaction. Now about our plans. You are going to stay with me, of course. Where's your box? It's at the inn, said Tom. I didn't intend— Never mind what you didn't intend, John Westlock interposed. What you did intend is more to the purpose. You intended in coming here to ask my advice, did you not, Tom? Certainly. And to take it when I gave it to you? Yes, rejoined Tom, smiling, if it were good advice, which, being yours, I have no doubt it will be. Very well. Then don't be an obstinate old humbug in the outset, Tom, or I shall shut up shop and dispense none of that invaluable commodity. You are on a visit to me. I wish I had an organ for you, Tom. So do the gentlemen downstairs and the gentlemen overhead, I have no doubt, was Tom's reply. Let me see. In the first place, you will wish to see your sister this morning, pursued his friend, and of course you will like to go there alone. I'll walk part of the way with you and see about a little business of my own, and meet you here again in the afternoon. Put that in your pocket, Tom. It's only the key of the door. If you come home first, you'll want it. Really, said Tom, quartering oneself upon a friend in this way. Why, there are 2 keys, interposed John Westlock. I can't open the door with them both at once, can I? What a ridiculous fellow you are, Tom. Nothing particular you'd like for dinner, is there? Oh dear, no, said Tom. Very well, then, you may as well leave it to me. Have a glass of cherry brandy, Tom. Not a drop. What remarkable chambers these are, said Pinch. There's everything in 'em. Bless your soul, Tom, nothing but a few little bachelor contrivances, the sort of impromptu arrangements that might have suggested themselves to Philip Quarle or Robinson Crusoe, that's all. What do you say? Shall we walk? By all means, cried Tom, as soon as you like. Accordingly, John Westlock took the French rolls out of his boots and put his boots on, and dressed himself, giving Tom the paper to read in the meanwhile. When he returned, equipped for walking, he found Tom in a brown study, with the paper in his hand. Dreaming, Tom? No, said Mr. Pinch. No, I have been looking over the advertising sheet, thinking that there might be something in it which would be likely to suit me. But as I often think, the strange thing seems to be that nobody is suited. Here are all kinds of employers wanting all sorts of servants, and all sorts of servants wanting all kinds of employers, but they never seem to come together. Here is a gentleman in a public office in a position of temporary difficulty who wants to borrow £500, and in the very next advertisement here is another gentleman who has got exactly that sum to lend, but he'll never lend it to him, John, you'll find. Here is a lady possessing a moderate independence who wants to board and lodge with a quiet, cheerful family, and here is a family describing themselves in those very words, a quiet, cheerful family, who want exactly such a lady to come and live with them. But she'll never go, John. Neither do any of these single gentlemen who want an airy bedroom with the occasional use of a parlour, ever appear to come to terms with these other people who live in a rural situation remarkable for its bracing atmosphere within 5 minutes' walk of the Royal Exchange. Even those letters of the alphabet who are always running away from their friends, and being entreated at the tops of columns to come back, never do come back, if we may judge from the number of times they are asked to do it, and don't. It really seems," said Tom, relinquishing the paper with a thoughtful sigh, "as if people had the same gratification in printing their complaints as in making them known by word of mouth, as if they found it a comfort and consolation to proclaim, 'I want such and such a thing, and I can't get it, and I don't expect I ever shall.'" John Westlock laughed at the idea, and they went out together. So many years had passed since Tom was last in London, and he had known so little of it then, that his interest in all he saw was very great. He was particularly anxious, among other notorious localities, to have those streets pointed out to him which were appropriated to the slaughter of countrymen, and was quite disappointed to find, after half an hour's walking, that he hadn't had his pocket picked. But on John Westlock's inventing a pickpocket for his gratification, and pointing out a highly respectable stranger as one of that fraternity, he was much delighted. His friend accompanied him to within a short distance of Camberwell, and having put him beyond the possibility of mistaking the wealthy brass and copper founders, left him to make his visit. Arriving before the great bell-handle, Tom gave it a gentle pull. The porter appeared. "Pray, does Miss Pinch live here?" said Tom. "Miss Pinch is governess here," replied the porter. At the same time he looked at Tom from head to foot, as if he would have said, "You are a nice man, you are. Where did you come from?" "It's the same young lady," said Tom. "It's quite right. Is she at home?" "I don't know, I'm sure," rejoined the porter. "Do you think you could have the goodness to ascertain?" said Tom. He had quite a delicacy in offering the suggestion, for the possibility of such a step did not appear to present itself to the porter's mind at all. The fact was that the porter, in answering the great bell, had, according to usage, rung the house bell, for it is as well to do these things in the baronial style while you are about it, and that there the functions of his office had ceased. Being hired to open and shut the gate, and not to explain himself to strangers, he left this little incident to be developed by the footman with the tags, who at this juncture called out from the doorsteps, "Hullo there! What are you up to? This way, young man." "Oh," said Tom, hurrying towards him, "I didn't observe that there was anybody else. Pray, is Miss Pinch at home?" "She's in," replied the footman, as much as to say to Tom, "But if you think she has anything to do with the proprietorship of this place, you had better abandon the idea." "I wish to see her, if you please," said Tom. The footman, being a lively young man, happened to have his attention caught at that moment by the flight of a pigeon, in which he took so warm an interest that his gaze was riveted on the bird until it was quite out of sight. He then invited Tom to come in, and showed him into a parlour. "Henny Neame," said the young man, pausing languidly at the door. It was a good thought, because without providing the stranger, in case he should happen to be of a warm temper, with sufficient excuse for knocking him down, it implied this young man's estimate of his quality, and relieved his breast of the oppressive burden of rating him in a secret as a nameless and obscure individual. "Say her brother, if you please," said Tom. "Mother," drawled the footman. "Brother," repeated Tom, slightly raising his voice. "And if you will say, in the first instance, a gentleman, and then say her brother, I shall be obliged to you, as she does not expect me, or know I am in London, and I do not wish to startle her." The young man's interest in Tom's observations had ceased long before this time, but he kindly waited until now, when, shutting the door, he withdrew. "Dear me," said Tom, "this is a very disrespectful and uncivil behaviour. I hope these are new servants here, and that Ruth is very differently treated." His cogitations were interrupted by the sound of voices in the adjoining room. They seemed to be engaged in high dispute, or in indignant reprimand of some offender, and gathering strength occasionally broke out into a perfect whirlwind. It was in one of these gusts, as it appeared to Tom, that the footman announced him, for an abrupt and unnatural calm took place, and then a dead silence. He was standing before the window, wondering what domestic quarrel might have caused these sounds, and hoping Ruth had nothing to do with it, when the door opened, and his sister ran into his arms. "Why, bless my soul," said Tom, looking at her with great pride when they had tenderly embraced each other, "how altered you are, Ruth! I should scarcely have known you, my love, if I had seen you anywhere else, I declare. You are so improved," said Tom, with inexpressible delight. "You are so womanly, you are so positively, you know, you are so handsome." "If you think so, Tom—" "Oh, but everybody must think so, you know," said Tom, gently smoothing down her hair. "It's matter of fact, not opinion. But what's the matter?" said Tom, looking at her more intently. "How flushed you are! And you have been crying." "No, I have not, Tom." "Nonsense," said her brother stoutly. "That's a story. Don't tell me. I know better. What is it, dear?" "I'm not with Mr. Pecksniff now. I'm going to try to settle myself in London, and if you are not happy here, as I very much fear you are not, for I begin to think you have been deceiving me with the kindest and most affectionate intention, you shall not remain here." Oh, Tom's blood was rising, mind that. Perhaps the boar's head had something to do with it, but certainly the footman had. So had the sight of his pretty sister a great deal to do with it. Tom could bear a good deal himself, but he was proud of her, and pride is a sensitive thing. He began to think, there are more Pecksniffs than one, perhaps, and by all the pins and needles that run up and down in angry veins, Tom was in a most unusual tingle all at once. "We will talk about it, Tom," said Ruth, giving him another kiss to pacify him. "I'm afraid I cannot stay here." "Cannot?" replied Tom. "Why, then you shall not, my love. Heyday, you are not an object of charity, upon my word." Tom was stopped in these exclamations by the footman, who brought a message from his master importing that he wished to speak with him before he went, and with Miss Pinch also. "Show the way," said Tom. "I'll wait upon him at once." Accordingly they entered the adjoining room from which the noise of altercation had proceeded, and there they found a middle-aged gentleman with a pompous voice and manner, and a middle-aged lady with what may be termed an excisable face, or one in which starch and vinegar were decidedly employed. There was likewise present the eldest pupil of Miss Pinch, whom Mrs. Todgers on a previous occasion had called a syrup, and who was now weeping and sobbing spitefully. "My brother, sir," said Ruth Pinch, timidly presenting Tom. "Oh!" cried the gentleman, surveying Tom attentively. "You really are Miss Pinch's brother, I presume? You will excuse my asking. I don't observe any resemblance." "Miss Pinch has a brother, I know," observed the lady. "Miss Pinch is always talking about her brother when she ought to be engaged upon my education," sobbed the pupil. "Sophia, hold your tongue," observed the gentleman. "Sit down, if you please," addressing Tom. Tom sat down, looking from one face to another in mute surprise. "Remain here, if you please, Miss Pinch," pursued the gentleman, looking slightly over his shoulder. Tom interrupted him here by rising to place a chair for his sister, having done which he sat down again. "I am glad you chanced to have called to see your sister to-day, sir," resumed the brass and copper founder, "for although I do not approve as a principle of any young person engaged in my family in the capacity of a governess receiving visitors, it happens in this case to be well timed. I am sorry to inform you that we are not at all satisfied with your sister." "We are very much dissatisfied with her," observed the lady. "I'd never say another lesson to Miss Pinch if I was to be beat to death for it," sobbed the pupil. "Sophia," cried her father, "hold your tongue." "Will you allow me to inquire what your ground of dissatisfaction is?" asked Tom. "Yes," said the gentleman, "I will. I don't recognize it as a right, but I will. Your sister has not the slightest innate power of commanding respect. It has been a constant source of difference between us. Although she has been in this family for some time, and although the young lady who is now present has almost, as it were, grown up under her tuition, that young lady has no respect for her. Miss Pinch has been perfectly unable to command my daughter's respect or to win my daughter's confidence. Now," said the gentleman, allowing the palm of his hand to fall gravely down upon the table, "I maintain that there is something radically wrong in that. You, as her brother, may be disposed to deny it." "I beg your pardon, sir," said Tom. "I am not at all disposed to deny it. I am sure that there is something radically wrong, radically monstrous in that." "Good heavens!" cried the gentleman, looking round the room with dignity. "What do I find to be the case? What results obtrude themselves upon me as flowing from this weakness of character on the part of Miss Pinch? What are my feelings as a father, when, after my desire, repeatedly expressed to Miss Pinch, as I think she will not venture to deny, that my daughter should be choice in her expressions, genteel in her deportment, as becomes her station in life, and politely distant to her inferiors in society, I find her only this very morning addressing Miss Pinch herself as a beggar." "A beggarly thing," observed the lady, in correction. "Which is worse," said the gentleman triumphantly, "which is worse, a beggarly thing, a low, coarse, despicable expression." "Most despicable!" cried Tom. "I am glad to find that there is a just appreciation of it here." "So just, sir," said the gentleman, lowering his voice to be the more impressive, "so just, that but for my knowing Miss Pinch to be an unprotected young person, an orphan, and without friends, I would, as I assured Miss Pinch upon my veracity and personal character a few minutes ago, I would have severed the connection between us at that moment, and from that time." "Bless my soul, sir!" cried Tom, rising from his seat, for he was now unable to contain himself any longer. "Don't allow such considerations as those to influence you, pray. They don't exist, sir. She is not unprotected. She is ready to depart this instant. Ruth, my dear, get your bonnet on." "Oh, a pretty family!" cried the lady. "Oh, he's her brother, there's no doubt of that." "As little doubt, madam," said Tom, "as the young lady yonder is the child of your teaching, and not my sister's. Ruth, my dear, get your bonnet on." "When you say, young man," interposed the brass and copper founder haughtily, with that impertinence which is natural to you and which I therefore do not condescend to notice further, "that the young lady, my eldest daughter, has been educated by any one but Miss Pinch, I needn't proceed. You comprehend me fully? I have no doubt you are used to it." "Sir," cried Tom, after regarding him in silence for some little time, "if you do not understand what I mean, I will tell you. If you do understand what I mean, I beg you not to repeat that mode of expressing yourself in answer to it. My meaning is, that no man can expect his children to respect what he degrades." "Ha, ha, ha!" laughed the gentleman. "Can't, the common can't." "The common story, sir," said Tom, "the story of a common mind. Your governess cannot win the confidence and respect of your children, forsooth. Let her begin by winning yours, and see what happens then." "Miss Pinch is getting her bonnet on, I trust, my dear?" said the gentleman. "I trust she is," said Tom, forestalling the reply. "I have no doubt she is. In the meantime I address myself to you, sir. You made your statement to me, sir. You required to see me for that purpose, and I have a right to answer it. I am not loud or turbulent," said Tom, which was quite true, "though I can scarcely say as much for you in your manner of addressing yourself to me, and I wish, on my sister's behalf, to state the simple truth." "You may state anything you like, young man," returned the gentleman, affecting to yawn. "My dear, Miss Pinch's money—" "When you tell me," resumed Tom, who was not the less indignant for keeping himself quiet, "that my sister has no innate power of commanding the respect of your children, I must tell you it is not so, and that she has. She is as well bred, as well taught, as well qualified by nature to command respect, as any hirer of a governess you know. But when you place her at a disadvantage in reference to every servant in your house, How can you suppose, if you have the gift of common sense, that she is not in a tenfold worse position in reference to your daughters?" "Pretty well, upon my word!" exclaimed the gentleman. "This is pretty well." "It is very ill, sir," said Tom. "It is very bad, and mean, and wrong, and cruel. Respect! I believe young people are quick enough to observe and imitate, and why or how should they respect whom no one else respects and everybody slights? And very partial they must grow, oh, very partial, to their studies, when they see to what a pass proficiency in those same tasks has brought their governess. Respect! Put anything the most deserving of respect before your daughters in the light in which you place her, and you will bring it down as low, no matter what it is." "You speak with extreme impertinence, young man," observed the gentleman. "I speak without passion, but with extreme indignation and contempt for such a course of treatment, and for all who practise it," said Tom. "Why, how can you, as an honest gentleman, profess displeasure or surprise at your daughter telling my sister she is something beggarly and humble, when you are for ever telling her the same thing yourself in 50 plain, outspeaking ways, though not in words, and when your very porter and footman make the same delicate announcement to all comers, as to your suspicion and distrust of her, even of her word, if she is not above their reach? You have no right to employ her." "No right!" cried the brass and copper founder. "Distinctly not," Tom answered. "If you imagine that the payment of an annual sum of money gives it to you, you immensely exaggerate its power and value. Your money is the least part of your bargain in such a case. You may be punctual in that to half a second on the clock, and yet be bankrupt. I have nothing more to say," said Tom, much flushed and flustered, now that it was over, "except to crave permission to stand in your garden until my sister is ready." Not waiting to obtain it, Tom walked out. Before he had well begun to cool, his sister joined him. She was crying, and Tom could not bear that any one about the house should see her doing that. "They will think you are sorry to go," said Tom. "You are not sorry to go." "No, Tom, no. I have been anxious to go for a very long time." "Very well, then, don't cry," said Tom. "I'm so sorry for you, dear," sobbed Tom's sister. "But you ought to be glad on my account," said Tom. "I shall be twice as happy with you for a companion. Hold up your head. There! Now we go out as we ought, not blustering, you know, but firm and confident in ourselves." The idea of Tom and his sister blustering under any circumstances was a splendid absurdity. But Tom was very far from feeling it to be so, in his excitement, and passed out at the gate with such severe determination written in his face that the porter hardly knew him again. It was not until they had walked some short distance, and Tom found himself getting cooler and more collected, that he was quite restored to himself by an inquiry from his sister, who said in her pleasant little voice, "Where are we going, Tom?" "Dear me," said Tom, stopping, "I don't know." "Don't you live anywhere, dear?" asked Tom's sister, looking wistfully at his face. "No," said Tom, "not at present. Not exactly. I only arrived this morning. We must have some lodgings." He didn't tell her that he had been going to stay with his friend John, and could on no account think of billeting 2 inmates upon him, of whom one was a young lady, for he knew that would make her uncomfortable and would cause her to regard himself as being an inconvenience to him. Neither did he like to leave her anywhere while he called on John, and told him of this change in his arrangements, for he was delicate of seeming to encroach upon the generous and hospitable nature of his friend. Therefore he said again, "We must have some lodgings, of course," and said it as stoutly as if he had been a perfect directory and guide book to all the lodgings in London. "Where shall we go and look for him? What do you think?" Tom's sister was not much wiser on such a topic as he was, so she squeezed her little purse into his coat pocket, and folding the little hand with which she did so on the other little hand with which she clasped his arm, said nothing. "It ought to be a cheap neighbourhood," said Tom, "and not too far from London. Let me see. Should you think Islington a good place?" "I should think it was an excellent place, Tom." "It used to be called Merry Islington once upon a time," said Tom. "Perhaps it's merry now. If so, it's all the better, eh?" "If it's not too dear," said Tom's sister. "Of course it's not too dear," assented Tom. "Well, where is Islington? We can't do better than go there, I should think. Let's go." Tom's sister would have gone anywhere with him, so they walked off arm in arm as comfortably as possible. Finding presently that Islington was not in that neighbourhood, Tom made inquiries respecting a public conveyance thither, which they soon obtained. As they rode along, they were very full of conversation indeed, Tom relating what had happened to him, and Tom's sister relating what had happened to her, and both finding a great deal more to say than time to say it in, for they had only just begun to talk in comparison with what they had to tell each other when they reached their journey's end. "Now," said Tom, "we must first look out for some very unpretending streets, and then look for bills in the windows." So they walked off again, quite as happily as if they had just stepped out of a snug little house of their own, to look for lodging on account of somebody else. Tom's simplicity was unabated, heaven knows. But now that he had somebody to rely upon him, he was stimulated to rely a little more upon himself, and was, in his own opinion, quite a desperate fellow. After roaming up and down for hours, looking at some scores of lodgings, they began to find it rather fatiguing, especially as they saw none which were at all adapted to their purpose. At length, however, in a singular little old-fashioned house up a blind street, they discovered 2 small bedrooms and a triangular parlour, which promised to suit them well enough. Their desiring to take possession immediately was a suspicious circumstance, but even this was surmounted by the payment of their first week's rent in reference to John Westlock, Esquire, Furnival's Inn, High Holborn. Ah, it was a goodly sight, when this important point was settled, to behold Tom and his sister trotting round to the baker's and the butcher's and the grocer's, with a kind of dreadful delight in the unaccustomed cares of housekeeping, taking secret counsel together as they gave their small orders, and distracted by the least suggestion on the part of the shopkeeper. When they got to the triangular parlour, and Tom's sister, bustling to and fro, busy about 1,000 pleasant nothings, stopped every now and then to give old Tom a kiss or smile upon him, Tom rubbed his hands as if all Islington were his. It was late in the afternoon now, though, and high time for Tom to keep his appointment. So after agreeing with his sister that in consideration of not having dined, they would venture on the extravagance of chops for supper at 9, he walked out again to narrate these marvellous occurrences to John. "I am quite a family man all at once," thought Tom. "If I can only get something to do, how comfortable Ruth and I may be. Ah, that if! But it's of no use to despond. I can but do that when I have tried everything and failed, and even then it won't serve me much. Upon my word," thought Tom, quickening his pace, "I don't know what John will think has become of me. He'll begin to be afraid that I have strayed into one of those streets where the countrymen are murdered, and that I have been made meat pies of, or some such horrible thing." End of chapter 36. Martin Chuzzlewit, Chapter 37. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. Martin Chuzzlewit, by Charles Dickens, Chapter 37. Tom Pinch, going astray, finds that he is not the only person in that predicament. He retaliates upon a fallen foe. Tom's evil genius did not lead him into the dens of any of those preparers of cannibalistic pastry, who are represented in many standard country legends as doing a lively retail business in the metropolis, nor did it mark him out as the prey of ring-droppers, pea and thimble riggers, duffers, touters, or any of the bloodless sharpers, who are perhaps a little better known to the police. He fell into conversation with no gentleman who took him into a public-house where there happened to be another gentleman who swore he had more money than any gentleman, and very soon proved he had more money than one gentleman by taking him away from him. Neither did he fall into any other of the numerous man-traps which are set up without notice in the public grounds of this city. But he lost his way. He very soon did that, and in trying to find it again, he lost it more and more. Now Tom, in his guileless distrust of London, thought himself very knowing in coming to the determination that he would not ask to be directed to Furnival's Inn, if he could help it, unless, indeed, he should happen to find himself near the Mint, or the Bank of England, in which case he would step in and ask a civil question or two, confiding in the perfect respectability of the concern. So on he went, looking up all the streets he came near, and going up half of them, and thus by dint of not being true to Goswell Street, and filing out onto Aldermanbury, and bewildering himself on Barbican, and being constant to the wrong point of the compass in London Wall, and then getting himself crosswise into Thames Street by an instinct that would have been marvellous if he had had the least desire or reason to go there, he found himself at last hard by the Monument. The man in the Monument was quite as mysterious as being to Tom as the man in the moon. It immediately occurred to him that the lonely creature who held himself aloof from all mankind in that pillar like some old hermit was the very man of whom to ask his way. Cold he might be, little sympathy he had, perhaps, with human passion. The column seemed too tall for that. But if truth didn't live in the base of the Monument, notwithstanding Pope's couplet about the outside of it, where in London, thought Tom, was she likely to be found? Coming close below the pillar, it was a great encouragement to Tom to find that the man in the Monument had simple tastes, that stony and artificial as his residence was, he still preserved some rustic recollections, that he liked plants, hung up bird-cages, was not wholly cut off from fresh groundsel, and kept young trees in tubs. The man in the Monument himself was sitting outside the door, his own door, the Monument door, what a grand idea, and was actually yawning, as if there were no Monument to stop his mouth and give him a perpetual interest in his own existence. Tom was advancing towards this remarkable creature to inquire the way to Furnival's Inn, when two people came to see the Monument. They were a gentleman and a lady, and the gentleman said, "How much apiece?" The man in the Monument replied, "A tanner." It seemed a low expression, compared with the Monument. The gentleman put a shilling into his hand, and the man in the Monument opened a dark little door. When the gentleman and lady had passed out of view, he shut it again, and came slowly back to his chair. He sat down and laughed. "They don't know what a many steps there is," he said. "It's worth twice the money to stop here. Oh, my eye!" The man in the Monument was a cynic, a worldly man. Tom couldn't ask his way of him. He was prepared to put no confidence in anything he said. "My gracious!" cried a well-known voice behind Mr. Pinch. "Why, to be sure it is!" At the same time he was poked in the back by a parasol. Turning round to inquire into this salute, he beheld the eldest daughter of his late patron. "Miss Pecksniff!" said Tom. "Why, my goodness, Mr. Pinch!" cried Cherry. "What are you doing here?" "I have rather wandered from my way," said Tom. "I hope you have run away," said Charity. "It would be quite spirited and proper if you had, when my papa so far forgets himself." "I have left him," returned Tom, "but it was perfectly understood on both sides. It was not done clandestinely." "Is he married?" asked Cherry, with a spasmodic shake of her chin. "No, not yet," said Tom, colouring. "To tell you the truth, I don't think he is likely to be, if Miss Graham is the object of his passion." "Pshaw, Mr. Pinch!" cried Charity, with sharp impatience. "You're very easily deceived. You don't know the arts of which such a creature is capable. Oh, it's a wicked world!" "You are not married," Tom hinted, to divert the conversation. No, said Cherry, tracing out one particular paving stone in Monument Yard with the end of her parasol. But really it's quite impossible to explain. Won't you walk in? You live here, then? Said Tom. Yes, returned Miss Pecksniff, pointing with her parasol to Todgers. I reside with this lady at present. The great stress on the last two words suggested to Tom that he was expected to say something in reference to them, so he said, "Only at present. Are you going home again soon?" "No, Mr. Pinch," returned Charity. "No, thank you, no. A mother-in-law who is younger than—I mean to say who is as nearly as possible about the same age as oneself, would not quite suit my spirit, not quite," said Cherry, with a spiteful shiver. "I thought from your saying 'at present,'" Tom observed. "Really, upon my word, I had no idea you would press me so very closely on the subject, Mr. Pinch," said Charity, blushing, "or I should not have been so foolish as to allude to— Oh, really, won't you walk in?" Tom mentioned, to excuse himself, that he had an appointment in Furnival's Inn, and that coming from Islington he had taken a few wrong turnings and arrived at the Monument instead. Miss Pecksniff simpered very much when he asked her if she knew the way to Furnival's Inn, and at length found courage to reply, "A gentleman who is a friend of mine, or at least who is not exactly a friend so much as a sort of acquaintance— Oh, upon my word, I hardly know what I say, Mr. Pinch. You mustn't suppose there is any engagement between us, or at least if there is, that it is all a settled thing as yet— is going to Furnival's Inn immediately, I believe, upon a little business, and I am sure he would be very glad to accompany you, so as to prevent your going wrong again. You had better walk in. You will very likely find my sister Mary here," she said, with a curious toss of her head, and anything but an agreeable smile. "Then I think I'll endeavour to find my way alone," said Tom, "for I fear she would not be very glad to see me. That unfortunate occurrence, in relation to which you and I had some amicable words together in private, is not likely to have impressed her with any friendly feeling towards me, though it really was not my fault." "She has never heard of that, you may depend," said Cherry, gathering up the corners of her mouth, and nodding at Tom. "I am far from sure that she would bear you any mighty ill will for it, if she had." "You don't say so!" cried Tom, who was really concerned by this insinuation. "I say nothing," said Charity. "If I had not already known what shocking things treachery and deceit are in themselves, Mr. Pinch, I might perhaps have learnt it from the success they meet with— here she smiled as before. "But I don't say anything. On the contrary, I should scorn it. You had better walk in." There was something hidden here which piqued Tom's interest and troubled his tender heart. When in a moment's irresolution he looked at Charity, he could not but observe a struggle in her face between a sense of triumph and a sense of shame, nor could he but remark how, meeting even his eyes, which she cared so little for, she turned away her own for all the splenetic defiance in her manner. An uneasy thought entered Tom's head, a shadowy misgiving that the altered relations between himself and Pecksniff were somehow to involve an altered knowledge on his part of other people, and were to give him an insight into much of which he had had no previous suspicion. And yet he put no definite construction upon Charity's proceedings. He certainly had no idea that as he had been the audience and spectator of her mortification, she grasped with eager delight at any opportunity of reproaching her sister with his presence in her far deeper misery, for he knew nothing of it, and only pictured that sister as the same giddy, careless, trivial creature she had always been, with the same slight estimation of himself which she had never been at the least pains to conceal. In short, he had merely a confused impression that Miss Pecksniff was not quite sisterly or kind, and being curious to set it right, accompanied her as she desired. The house door being opened, she went in before Tom, requesting him to follow her, and led the way to the parlour door. "Oh, Mary," she said, looking in, "I am so glad you have not gone home. Who do you think I have met in the street, and brought to see you? Mr. Pinch! There! Now you are surprised, I am sure." Not more surprised than Tom was when he looked upon her. Not so much. Not half so much. "Mr. Pinch has left papa, my dear," said Cherry, "and his prospects are quite flourishing. I have promised that Augustus, who is going that way, shall escort him to the place he wants. Augustus, my child, where are you?" With these words, Miss Pecksniff screamed her way out of the parlour, calling on Augustus Moddle to appear, and left Tom Pinch alone with her sister. If she had always been his kindest friend, if she had treated him through all his servitude with such consideration as what never yet received my struggling man, if she had lightened every moment of those many years, and had ever spared and never wounded him, his honest heart could not have swelled before her with a deeper pity, or a purer freedom from all base remembrance than it did then. "My gracious me! You are really the last person in the world I should have thought of seeing, I am sure." Tom was sorry to hear her speaking in her old manner. He had not expected that. Yet he did not feel it a contradiction that he should be sorry to see her so unlike her old self, and sorry at the same time to hear her speaking in her old manner. The two things seemed quite natural. "I wonder you find any gratification in coming to see me. I can't think what put it in your head. I never had much in seeing you. There was no love lost between us, Mr. Pinch, at any time, I think." Her bonnet lay beside her on the sofa, and she was very busy with the ribbons as she spoke, much too busy to be conscious of the work her fingers did. "We never quarrelled," said Tom. Tom was right in that, for one person can no more quarrel without an adversary than one person can play at chess or fight a duel. "I hoped you would be glad to shake hands with an old friend. Don't let us rake up old bygones," said Tom. "If I ever offended you, forgive me." She looked at him for a moment, dropped her bonnet from her hands, spread them before her altered face, and burst into tears. "Oh, Mr. Pinch," she said, "although I never used you well, I did believe your nature was forgiving. I did not think you could be cruel." She spoke as little like her old self now, for certain, as Tom could possibly have wished. But she seemed to be appealing to him reproachfully, and he did not understand her. "I seldom showed it. Never. I know that. But I had that belief in you, that if I had been asked to name the person in the world least likely to retort upon me, I would have named you confidently." "Would have named me?" Tom repeated. "Yes," she said with energy, "and I have often thought so." After a moment's reflection, Tom sat himself upon a chair beside her. "Do you believe," said Tom, "oh, can you think, that what I said just now, I said with any but the true and plain intention which my words professed? I mean it in the spirit and the letter. If I ever offended you, forgive me. I may have done so many times. You never injured or offended me. How then could I possibly retort, if even I was stern and bad enough to wish to do it?" After a little while she thanked him through her tears and sobs, and told him that she had never been at once so sorry and so comforted since she left home. Still she wept bitterly, and it was the greater pain to Tom to see her weeping, from her standing in especial need just then of sympathy and tenderness. "Come, come," said Tom, "you used to be as cheerful as the day was long." "Ah, used!" she cried, in such a tone as rent Tom's heart. "And will be again," said Tom. "No, never more. No, never, never more. If you should talk with old Mr. Chuzzlewit at any time," she added, looking hurriedly into his face, "I sometimes thought he liked you, but suppressed it. Will you promise me to tell him that you saw me here, and that I said I bore in mind the time we talked together in the churchyard?" Tom promised that he would. "Many times since then, when I have wished I had been carried there before that day, I have recalled his words. I wish that he should know how true they were, although the least acknowledgment to that effect has never passed my lips and never will." Tom promised this, conditionally too. He did not tell her how improbable it was that he and the old man would ever meet again, because he thought it might disturb her more. "If he should ever know this,
through your means, dear Mr. Pinch," said Mercy. "Tell him that I sent the message, not for myself, but that he might be more forbearing and more patient and more trustful to some other person in some other time of need. Tell him that if he could know how my heart trembled in the balance that day, and what a very little would have turned the scale, his own would bleed with pity for me. Yes, yes," said Tom, "I will. When I appeared to him the most unworthy of his help, I know I was, for I've often, often thought about it since, the most inclined to yield to what he showed me. Oh, if he had relented but a little more, if he had thrown himself in my way for but one other quarter of an hour, if he had extended his compassion for a vain, unthinking, miserable girl, in but the least degree, he might, and I believe he would, have saved her. Tell him that I don't blame him, but am grateful for the effort that he made. But ask him, for the love of God and youth, in merciful consideration for the struggle which an ill-advised, unawakened nature makes to hide the strength it thinks its weakness, ask him never, never to forget this when he deals with one again." Although Tom did not hold the clue to her full meaning, he could guess it pretty nearly. Touched to the quick, he took her hand, and said, or meant to say, some words of consolation. She felt and understood them, whether they were spoken or no. He was not quite certain afterwards but that she had tried to kneel down at his feet and bless him. He found that he was not alone in the room when she had left it. Mrs. Todgers was there, shaking her head. Tom had never seen Mrs. Todgers, it is needless to say, but he had a perception of her being the lady of the house, and he saw some genuine compassion in her eyes that won his good opinion. "Ah, sir, you're an old friend, I see," said Mrs. Todgers. "Yes," said Tom. "And yet," quoth Mrs. Todgers, shutting the door softly, "she hasn't told you what her troubles are, I'm certain." Tom was struck by these words, for they were quite true. "Indeed," he said, "she has not." "And never would," said Mrs. Todgers, "if you saw her daily. She never makes the least complaint to me, or utters a single word of explanation or reproach. But I know," said Mrs. Todgers, drawing in her breath, "I know." Tom nodded sorrowfully. "So do I." "I fully believe," said Mrs. Todgers, taking her pocket-handkerchief from the flat reticule, "that nobody can tell one half of what that poor young creature has to undergo. But though she comes here constantly to ease her poor full heart without his knowing it, and saying, 'Mrs. Todgers, I am very low to-day, I think that I shall soon be dead,' sits crying in my room until the fit is past, I know no more from her. And I believe," said Mrs. Todgers, putting back her handkerchief again, "that she considers me a good friend too." Mrs. Todgers might have said her best friend. Commercial gentlemen and gravy had tried Mrs. Todgers's temper. The main chance (it was such a very small one in her case that she might have been excused for looking sharp after it, lest it should entirely vanish from her sight) had taken a firm hold on Mrs. Todgers's attention. But in some odd nook in Mrs. Todgers's breast, up a great many steps, and in a corner easy to be overlooked, there was a secret door, with "Woman" written on the spring, which at a touch from Mercy's hand had flown wide open, and admitted her for shelter. When boarding-house accounts are balanced with all other ledgers, and the books of the Recording Angel are made up for ever, perhaps there may be seen an entry to thy credit, lean Mrs. Todgers, which shall make thee beautiful. She was growing beautiful so rapidly in Tom's eyes, for he saw that she was poor, and that this good had sprung up in her from among the sordid strivings of her life, that she might have been a very Venus in a minute more, if Miss Pecksniff had not entered with her friend. "Mr. Thomas Pinch," said Charity, performing the ceremony of introduction with evident pride. "Mr. Moddle. Where's my sister?" "Gone, Miss Pecksniff," Mrs. Todgers answered. "She has appointed to be home." "Ah!" said Charity, looking at Tom. "Oh dear me!" "She's greatly altered since she's been married, Mrs. Todgers," observed Moddle. "My dear Augustus," said Miss Pecksniff in a low voice, "I verily believe you had said that 50,000 times in my hearing. What a prose you are!" This was succeeded by some trifling love passages, which appeared to originate with, if not to be wholly carried on by, Miss Pecksniff. At any rate, Mr. Moddle was much slower in his responses than is customary with young lovers, and exhibited a lowness of spirit which is quite oppressive. He did not improve at all when Tom and he were in the streets, but sighed so dismally that it was dreadful to hear him. As a means of cheering him up, Tom told him that he wished him joy. "Joy!" cried Moddle. "Ha, ha!" "What an extraordinary young man!" thought Tom. "The scorner has not set his seal upon you. You care what becomes of you," said Moddle. Tom admitted that it was a subject in which he certainly felt some interest. "I don't," said Mr. Moddle. "The elements may have me when they please. I'm ready." Tom inferred from these and other expressions of the same nature that he was jealous. Therefore he allowed him to take his own course, which was such a gloomy one, that he felt a load removed from his mind when they parted company at the gate of Furnival's Inn. It was now a couple of hours past John Westlock's dinner time, and he was walking up and down the room, quite anxious for Tom's safety. The table was spread, the wine was carefully decanted, and the dinner smelt delicious. "Why, Tom, old boy, where on earth have you been? Your box is here. Get your boots off instantly and sit down." "I am sorry to say I can't stay, John," replied Tom Pinch, who was breathless with the haste he had made in running up the stairs. "Can't stay?" "If you'll go on with your dinner," said Tom, "I'll tell you my reason the while. I mustn't eat myself, or I shall have no appetite for the chops." "There are no chops here, my food fellow." "No, but there are at Islington," said Tom. John Westlock was perfectly confounded by this reply, and vowed he would not touch a morsel until Tom had explained himself fully. So Tom sat down and told him all, to which he listened with the greatest interest. He knew Tom too well, and respected his delicacy too much, to ask him why he had taken these measures without communicating with him first. He quite concurred in the expediency of Tom's immediately returning to his sister, as he knew so little of the place in which he had left her, and good-humouredly proposed to ride back with him in a cab, in which he might convey his box. Tom's proposition that he should sup with him that night he flatly rejected, but made an appointment with him for the morrow. "And now, Tom," he said, as they rode along, "I have a question to ask you, to which I expect a manly and straightforward answer. Do you want any money? I'm pretty sure you do." "I don't indeed," said Tom. "I believe you are deceiving me." "No, with many thanks to you, I am quite in earnest," Tom replied. "My sister has some money, and so have I. If I have nothing else, John, I have a £5 note, which that good creature Mrs. Lupin of the Dragon handed up to me outside the coach in a letter begging me to borrow it, and then drove off as hard as she could go." "And a blessing on every dimple in her handsome face, say I!" cried John. "Though why you should give her the preference over me, I don't know. Never mind. I bide my time, Tom." "And I hope you'll continue to bide it," returned Tom gaily, "for I owe you more already, in 100 other ways, than I can ever hope to pay." They parted at the door of Tom's new residence, John Westlock sitting in the cab, catching a glimpse of a blooming little busy creature darting out to kiss Tom and to help him with his box, would not have had the least objection to change places with him. Well, she was a cheerful little thing, and had a quaint, bright quietness about her that was infinitely pleasant. Surely she was the best sauce for chops ever invented. The potatoes seemed to take a pleasure in sending up their grateful steam before her. The froth upon the pint of porter pouted to attract her notice, but it was all in vain. She saw nothing but Tom. Tom was the first and last thing in the world. As she sat opposite to Tom at supper, fingering one of Tom's pet tunes upon the tablecloth, and smiling in his face, he had never been so happy in his life. Chapter 37. Barton Chuzzlewit, Chapter 38. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. Martin Chuzzlewit, by Charles Dickens, Chapter 38. Secret Service. In walking from the city with his sentimental friend, Tom Pinch had looked into the face and brushed against the threadbare sleeve of Mr. Nadgett, man of mystery to the Anglo-Bengalee Disinterested Loan and Life Assurance Company. Mr. Nadgett naturally passed away from Tom's remembrance as he passed out of his view, for he didn't know him, and had never heard his name. As there are a vast number of people in the huge metropolis of England who rise up every morning not knowing where their heads will rest at night, so there are a multitude who, shooting arrows over houses as their daily business, never know on whom they fall. Mr. Nadgett might have passed Tom Pinch 10,000 times, might even have been quite familiar with his face, his name, pursuits, and character, yet never once have dreamed that Tom had any interest in any act or mystery of his. Tom might have done the like by him, of course, but the same private man out of all the men alive was in the mind of each at the same moment, was prominently connected, though in a different manner, with the day's adventures of both, and formed, when they passed each other in the street, the one absorbing topic of their thoughts. Why Tom had Jonas Chuzzlewit in his mind requires no explanation. Why Mr. Nadgett should have had Jonas Chuzzlewit in his is quite another thing. But somehow or other that amiable and worthy orphan had become a part of the mystery of Mr. Nadgett's existence. Mr. Nadgett took an interest in his lightest proceedings, and it never flagged or wavered. He watched him in and out of the Assurance Office, where he was now formally installed as a director. He dogged his footsteps in the street. He stood listening when he talked. He sat in coffee-rooms, entering his name in the great pocket-book over and over again. He wrote letters to himself about him constantly, and, when he found them in his pocket, put them in the fire, with such distrust and caution that he would bend down to watch the crumpled tinder while it floated upwards, as if his mind misgave him that the mystery it had contained might come out at the chimney-pot. And yet all this was quite a secret. Mr. Nadgett kept him to himself, and kept it close. Jonas had no more idea that Mr. Nadgett's eyes were fixed on him than he had that he was living under the daily inspection and report of a whole order of Jesuits. Indeed, Mr. Nadgett's eyes were seldom fixed on any other objects than the ground, the clock, or the fire, but every button on his coat might have been an eye, he saw so much. The secret manner of the man disarmed suspicion in this wise, suggesting, not that he was watching any one, but that he thought some other man was watching him. He went about so stealthily and kept himself so wrapped up in himself that the whole object of his life appeared to be to avoid notice and preserve his own mystery. Jonas sometimes saw him in the street, hovering in the outer office, waiting at the door for the man who never came, or slinking off with his immovable face and drooping head, and the one beaver glove dangling before him, but he would as soon have thought of the cross upon the top of St. Paul's Cathedral taking note of what he did, or slowly winding a great net about his feet, as of Nadgett's being engaged in such an occupation. Mr. Nadgett made a mysterious change about this time in his mysterious life, for whereas he had until now been first seen every morning coming down Cornhill, so exactly like the Nadgett of the day before, as to occasion a popular belief that he never went to bed or took his clothes off, he was now first seen in Holborn coming out of Kingsgate Street, and it was soon discovered that he actually went every morning to a barber's shop in the street to get shaved, and that the barber's name was Sweedlepipe. He seemed to make appointments with the man who never came to meet him at this barber's, for he would frequently take long spells of waiting in the shop, and would ask for pen and ink, and pull out his pocket-book and be very busy over it for an hour at a time. Mrs. Gamp and Mr. Sweedlepipe had many deep discoursings on the subject of this mysterious customer, but they usually agreed that he had speculated too much and was keeping out of the way.
He must have appointed the man who never kept his word to meet him at another new place too, for one day he was found for the first time by the waiter at the Morning Coach Horse, the house of call for undertakers down in the city there, making figures with a pipe stem in the sawdust of a clean spittoon, and declining to call for anything on the ground of expecting a gentleman presently. As this gentleman was not honourable enough to keep his engagement, he came again next day, with his pocket-book in such a state of distension that he was regarded in the bar as a man of large property. After that he repeated his visits every day, and had so much writing to do that he made nothing of emptying a capacious leaden inkstand in 2 sittings. Although he never talked much, still, by being there among the regular customers, he made their acquaintance, and in course of time became quite intimate with Mr. Tacker, Mr. Mould's foreman, and even with Mr. Mould himself, who openly said he was a long-headed man, a dry one, a salt fish, a deep file, a rasper, and made him the subject of many other flattering encomiums. At the same time, too, he told the people at the Assurance Office in his own mysterious way that there was something wrong, secretly wrong of course, in his liver, and that he feared he must put himself under the doctor's hands. He was delivered over to Jobling upon this representation, and though Jobling could not find out where his liver was wrong, Mr. Nadgett said it was, observing that it was his own liver and he hoped he ought to know. Accordingly, he became Mr. Jobling's patient, and detailing his symptoms in his slow and secret way, was in and out of that gentleman's room a dozen times a day. As he pursued all these occupations at once, and all steadily, and all secretly, and never slackened in his watchfulness of everything that Mr. Jonas said and did, and left unsaid and undone, it is not improbable that they were, secretly, essential parts of some great scheme which Mr. Nadgett had on foot. It was on the morning of this very day, on which so much had happened to Tom Pinch, that Nadgett suddenly appeared before Mr. Montague's house in Pall Mall. He always made his appearance as if he had that moment come up a trap when the clocks were striking 9. He rang the bell in a covert underhanded way, as though it were a treasonable act, and passed in at the door, the moment it was opened wide enough to receive his body. That done, he shut it immediately with his own hands. Mr. Bailey, taking up his name without delay, returned with a request that he would follow him into his master's chamber. The chairman of the Anglo-Bengalee Disinterested Loan and Life Assurance Board was dressing, and received him as a business person who was often backwards and forwards, and was received at all times for his business sake. "Well, Mr. Nadgett." Mr. Nadgett put his hat upon the ground and coughed. The boy having withdrawn and shut the door, he went to it softly, examined the handle, and returned to within a pace or 2 of the chair in which Mr. Montague sat. "Any news, Mr. Nadgett?" "I think we have some news at last, sir." "I'm happy to hear it. I began to fear you were off the scent, Mr. Nadgett." "No, sir. It grows cold occasionally. It will sometimes. We can't help that." "You are truth itself, Mr. Nadgett. Do you report a great success?" "That depends upon your judgment and construction of it," was his answer as he put on his spectacles. "What do you think of it yourself? Have you pleased yourself?" Mr. Nadgett rubbed his hands slowly, stroked his chin, looked round the room, and said, "Yes, yes. I think it's a good case. I am disposed to think it's a good case. Will you go into it at once?" "By all means." Mr. Nadgett picked out a certain chair from among the rest, and having planted it in a particular spot, as carefully as if he had been going to vault over it, placed another chair in front of it, leaving room for his own legs between them. He then sat down in chair number 2, and laid his pocket-book very carefully on chair number 1. He then untied the pocket-book and hung the string over the back of chair number 1. He then drew both the chairs a little nearer Mr. Montague, and opening the pocket-book spread out its contents. Finally he selected a certain memorandum from the rest, and held it out to his employer, who, during the whole of these preliminary ceremonies, had been making violent efforts to conceal his impatience.
"I wish you wouldn't be so fond of making notes, my excellent friend," said Tigg Montague, with a ghastly smile. "I wish you would consent to give me their purport by word of mouth." "I don't like word of mouth," said Mr. Nadgett, gravely. "We never know who's listening." Mr. Montague was going to retort, when Nadgett handed him the paper, and said, with quiet exultation in his tone, "We'll begin at the beginning, and take that one first, if you please, sir." The chairman cast his eyes upon it coldly, and with a smile which did not render any great homage to the slow and methodical habits of his spy. But he had not read half a dozen lines when the expression of his face began to change, and before he had finished the perusal of the paper it was full of grave and serious attention. "Number 2," said Mr. Nadgett, handing him another and receiving back the first. "Read number 2, sir, if you please. There is more interest as you go on." Tigg Montague leaned backward in his chair, and cast upon his emissary such a look of vacant wonder, not unmingled with alarm, that Mr. Nadgett considered it necessary to repeat the request he had already twice preferred, with a view to recalling his attention to the point in hand. Profiting by the hint, Mr. Montague went on with number 2, and afterwards with numbers 3 and 4 and 5, and so on. These documents were all in Mr. Nadgett's writing, and were apparently a series of memoranda, jotted down from time to time upon the backs of old letters or any scrap of paper that came first to hand. Loose straggling scrawls they were, and of very uninviting exterior, but they had weighty purpose in them, if the chairman's face were any index to the character of their contents. The progress of Mr. Nadgett's secret satisfaction arising out of the effect they made, kept pace with the emotions of the reader. At first Mr. Nadgett sat with his spectacles low down upon his nose, looking over them at his employer and nervously rubbing his hands. After a little while he changed his posture in his chair for one of greater ease, and leisurely perused the next document he held ready, as if an occasional glance at his employer's face were now enough, and all occasion for anxiety or doubt were gone. And finally he rose and looked out of the window, where he stood with a triumphant air until Tigg Montague had finished. "And this is the last, Mr. Nadgett," said that gentleman, drawing a long breath. "That, sir, is the last." "You are a wonderful man, Mr. Nadgett." "I think it is a pretty good case," he returned, as he gathered up his papers. "It cost some trouble, sir." "The trouble shall be well rewarded, Mr. Nadgett." Nadgett bowed. "There is deeper impression of somebody's hoof here than I had expected, Mr. Nadgett. I may congratulate myself upon your being such a good hand at a secret." "Oh, nothing has an interest to me that's not a secret," replied Nadgett, as he tied the string about his pocket-book and put it up. "It always takes away any pleasure I may have had in this inquiry even to make it known to you." "A most invaluable constitution," Tigg retorted. "A great gift for a gentleman employed as you are, Mr. Nadgett. Much better than discretion, though you possess that quality also in an eminent degree. I think I heard a double knock. Will you put your head out of window and tell me whether there is anybody at the door?" Mr. Nadgett softly raised the sash, and peered out from the very corner, as a man might who was looking down into a street from whence a brisk discharge of musketry might be expected at any moment. Drawing in his head with equal caution, he observed, not altering his voice or manner, "Mr. Jonas Chuzzlewit." "I thought so," Tigg retorted. "Shall I go?" "I think you had better. Stay, though. No. Remain here, Mr. Nadgett, if you please." It was remarkable how pale and flurried he had become in an instant. There was nothing to account for it. His eye had fallen on his razors, but what of them? Mr. Chuzzlewit was announced. "Show him up directly. Nadgett, don't you leave us alone together. Mind you don't now. By the Lord," he added in a whisper to himself, "we don't know what may happen." Saying this, he hurriedly took up a couple of hair brushes, and began to exercise them on his own head, as if his toilet had not been interrupted. Mr. Nadgett withdrew to the stove, in which there was a small fire for the convenience of heating curling irons, and taking advantage of so favourable an opportunity for drying his pocket handkerchief, produced it without loss of time. There he stood during the whole interview, holding it before the bars, and sometimes, but not often, glancing over his shoulder. "My dear Chuzzlewit," cried Montague, as Jonas entered, "you rise with the lark. Though you go to bed with the nightingale, you rise with the lark. You have superhuman energy, my dear Chuzzlewit." "Ecod," said Jonas, with an air of languor and ill humour, as he took a chair, "I should be very glad not to get up with the lark if I could help it. But I'm a light sleeper, and it's better to be up than lying awake, counting the dismal old church clocks in bed." "A light sleeper!" cried his friend. "Now, what is a light sleeper? I often hear the expression, but upon my life I have not the least conception of what a light sleeper is." "Hallo!" said Jonas. "Who's that? Oh, old what's-his-name, looking as usual as if he wanted to skulk up the chimney." "I've no doubt he does." "Well, he's not wanted here, I suppose," said Jonas. "He may go, mayn't he?" "Oh, let him stay," said Tigg. "He's a mere piece of furniture. He has been making his report and waiting for further orders. He has been told," said Tigg, raising his voice, "not to lose sight of certain friends of ours, or to think that he has done with them by any means. He understands the business." "He need," replied Jonas, "for of all the precious old dummies in appearance that I ever saw, he's about the worst. He's afraid of me, I think." "It's my belief," said Tigg, "that you are poison to him. Nadgett, give me that towel." He had as little occasion for a towel as Jonas had for a start, but Nadgett brought it quickly, and having lingered for a moment, fell back upon his old post by the fire. "You see, my dear fellow," resumed Tigg, "you are too—what's the matter with your lips? How white they are!" "I took some vinegar just now," said Jonas. "I had oysters for my breakfast. Where are they white?" he added, muttering an oath, and rubbing them upon his handkerchief. "I don't believe they are white." "Now I look again, they are not," replied his friend. "They are coming right again." "Say what you were going to say," cried Jonas angrily, "and let my face be. As long as I can show my teeth when I want to, and I can do that pretty well, the colour of my lips is not material." "Quite true," said Tigg. "I was only going to say that you are too quick and active for our friend. He is too shy to cope with such a man as you, but does his duty well. Oh, very well. But what is a light sleeper?" "Hang a light sleeper!" exclaimed Jonas pettishly. "No, no," interrupted Tigg. "No, we'll not do that." "A light sleeper ain't a heavy one," said Jonas in his sulky way. "Don't sleep much, and don't sleep well, and don't sleep sound." "And dreams," said Tigg, "and cries out in an ugly manner, and when the candle burns down in the night, is in an agony, and all that sort of thing, I see." They were silent for a little time. Then Jonas spoke. "Now we've done with child's talk, I want to have a word with you. I want to have a word with you before we meet up yonder to-day. I am not satisfied with the state of affairs." "Not satisfied!" cried Tigg. "The money comes in well." "The money comes in well enough," retorted Jonas, "but it don't come out well enough. It can't be got at easily enough. I haven't sufficient power. It is all in your hands. Ecod, what with one of your by-laws, and another of your by-laws, and your votes in this capacity, and your votes in that capacity, and your official rights, and your individual rights, and other people's rights who are only you again, there are no rights left for me. Everybody else's rights are my wrongs. What's the use of my having a voice if it's always drowned? I might as well be dumb, and it would be much less aggravating. I'm not a going to stand that, you know." "No," said Tigg, in an insinuating tone. "No," returned Jonas, "I'm not indeed. I'll pay old Gooseberry with the office, and make you glad to buy me out at a good high figure, if you try any of your tricks with me." "I give you my honour," Montague began. "Oh, confound your honour!" interrupted Jonas, who became more coarse and quarrelsome as the other remonstrated, which may have been a part of Mr. Montague's intention. "I want a little more control over the money. You may have all the honour if you like, I'll never bring you to book for that, but I'm not a going to stand it as it is now. If you should take it into your honourable head to go abroad with the bank, I don't see much to prevent you. Well, that won't do. I've had some very good dinners here, but they'd come too dear on such terms, and therefore that won't do.' 'I am unfortunate to find you in this humour,' said Tigg, with a remarkable kind of smile, 'for I was going to propose to you, for your own advantage, solely for your own advantage, that you should venture a little more with us.' 'Was you, by God?' said Jonas, with a short laugh. 'Yes, and to suggest,' pursued Montague, 'that surely you have friends indeed I know you have who would answer our purpose admirably, and whom we should be delighted to receive.' 'How kind of you! You'd be delighted to receive 'em, would you?' said Jonas, bantering. 'I give you my sacred honour, quite transported, as your friends observe.' 'Exactly,' said Jonas, 'as my friends, of course. You'll be very much delighted when you get 'em, I have no doubt, and it'll all be to my advantage, won't it?' 'It will be very much to your advantage,' answered Montague, poising a brush in each hand, and looking steadily upon him. 'It will be very much to your advantage, I assure you.' 'And you can tell me how,' said Jonas, 'can't you?' 'Shall I tell you how?' returned the other. 'I think you had better,' said Jonas. 'Strange things have been done in the assurance way before now, by strange sorts of men, and I mean to take care of myself.' 'Chuzzlewit,' replied Montague, leaning forward with his arms upon his knees, and looking full into his face, 'strange things have been done, and are done every day, not only in our way, but in a variety of other ways, and no one suspects them. But ours, as you say, my good friend, is a strange way, and we strangely happen sometimes to come into the knowledge of very strange events.' He beckoned to Jonas to bring his chair nearer, and looking slightly round as if to remind him of the presence of Nadgett, whispered in his ear. From red to white, from white to red again, from red to yellow, then to a cold, dull, awful, sweat bedabbled blue. In that short whisper all these changes fell upon the face of Jonas Chuzzlewit, and when at last he laid his hand upon the whisperer's mouth, appalled lest any syllable of what he said should reach the ears of the third person present, it was as bloodless and as heavy as the hand of death. He drew his chair away, and sat a spectacle of terror, misery, and rage. He was afraid to speak, or look, or move, or sit still. Abject, crouching, and miserable, he was a greater degradation to the form he bore than if he had been a loathsome wound from head to heel. His companion leisurely resumed his dressing, and completed it, glancing sometimes with a smile at the transformation he had effected, but never speaking once. 'You'll not object,' he said, when he was quite equipped, 'to venture further with us, Chuzzlewit, my friend?' His pale lips faintly stammered out a no. 'Well said, that's like yourself. Do you know, I was thinking yesterday that your father-in-law, relying on your advice as a man of great sagacity in money matters, as no doubt you are, would join us, if the thing were well presented to him. He has money.' 'Yes, he has money.' 'Shall I leave Mr Pecksniff to you? Will you undertake for Mr Pecksniff?' 'I'll try. I'll do my best.' '1,000 thanks,' replied the other, clapping him upon the shoulder. 'Shall we walk downstairs? Mr Nadgett, follow us, if you please.' They went down, in that order, wherever Jonas felt in reference to Montague, whatever sense he had of being caged, and barred, and trapped, and having fallen down into a pit of deepest ruin, whatever thoughts came crowding on his mind even at that early time of one terrible chance of escape, of one red glimmer in a sky of blackness, he no more thought that the slinking figure half a dozen stairs behind him was his pursuing fate, than that the other figure at his side was his good angel. Chapter 38. Martin Chuzzlewit, Chapter 39. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. Martin Chuzzlewit, by Charles Dickens, Chapter 39, containing some further particulars of the domestic economy of the Pinches, with strange news from the city, narrowly concerning Tom. Pleasant little Ruth. Cheerful, tidy, bustling, quiet little Ruth. No doll's house ever yielded greater delight to its young mistress than little Ruth to ride from her glorious dominion over the triangular parlour and the 2 small bedrooms. To be Tom's housekeeper, what dignity, Housekeeping upon the commonest terms associated itself with elevated responsibilities of all sorts and kinds, but housekeeping for Tom implied the utmost complication of grave trusts and mighty charges. Well might she take the keys out of the little chiffonier which held the tea and sugar, and out of the two little damp cupboards down by the fireplace where the very black beetles got mouldy, and had the shine taken out of their backs by envious mildew, and jingle them upon a ring before Tom's eyes when he came down to breakfast. Well might she, laughing musically, put them up in that blessed little pocket of hers with a merry pride, for it was such a grand novelty to be mistress of anything, that if she had been the most relentless and despotic of all little housekeepers, she might have pleaded just that much for her excuse, and have been honourably acquitted. So far from being despotic, however, there was a coyness about her very way of pouring out the tea, which Tom quite revelled in, and when she asked him what he would like to have for dinner, and faltered out chops as a reasonably good suggestion after their last night's successful supper, Tom grew quite facetious, and rallied her desperately. "I don't know, Tom," said his sister, blushing. "I am not quite confident, but I think I could make a beef-steak pudding if I tried, Tom." "In the whole category of cookery there is nothing I should like so much as a beef-steak pudding," cried Tom, slapping his leg to give the greater force to this reply. "Yes, dear, that's excellent, but if it should happen not to come quite right the first time," his sister faltered, "if it should happen not to be a pudding exactly, but should turn out a stew, or a soup, or something of that sort, you'll not be vexed, Tom, will you?" The serious way in which she looked at Tom, the way in which Tom looked at her, and the way in which she gradually broke into a merry laugh at her own expense, would have enchanted you. "Why," said Tom, "this is capital. It gives us a new and quite an uncommon interest in the dinner. We put a lottery for a beef-steak pudding, and it is impossible to say what we may get. We may make some wonderful discovery, perhaps, and produce such a dish as never was known before." "I shall not be at all surprised if we do, Tom," returned his sister, still laughing merrily, "or if it should prove to be such a dish as we shall not feel very anxious to produce again. But the meat must come out of the saucepan at last, somehow or other, you know. We can't cook it into nothing at all, that's a great comfort. So, if you like to venture, I will." "I have not the least doubt," rejoined Tom, "that it will come out an excellent pudding, or at all events I am sure that I shall think it so. There is naturally something so handy and brisk about you, Ruth, that if you said you could make a bowl of faultless turtle soup, I should believe you." And Tom was right. She was precisely that sort of person. Nobody ought to have been able to resist her coaxing manner, and nobody had any business to try. Yet she never seemed to know it was her manner at all. That was the best of it. Well, she washed up the breakfast cups, chatting away the whole time, and telling Tom all sorts of anecdotes about the brass and copper founder, put everything in its place, made the room as neat as herself. You must not suppose its shape was half so neat as hers, though, or anything like it, and brushed Tom's old hat round and round and round again, until it was as sleek as Mr. Pecksniff. Then she discovered, all in a moment, that Tom's shirt-collar was frayed at the edge, and flying upstairs for a needle and thread, came flying down again with her thimble on, and set it right with wonderful expertness, never once sticking the needle into his face, although she was humming his pet tune from first to last, and beating time with the fingers of her left hand upon his neckcloth. She had no sooner done this than off she was again, and there she stood once more as brisk and busy as a bee, tying that compact little chin of hers into an equally compact little bonnet, intent on bustling out to the butcher's without a minute's loss of time, and inviting Tom to come and see the steak cut with his own eyes. As to Tom, he was ready to go anywhere, so off they trotted, arm in arm, as nimbly as you please, saying to each other what a quiet street it was to lodge in, and how very cheap, and what an airy situation. To see the butcher slap the steak before he laid it on the block, and give his knife a sharpening, was to forget breakfast instantly. It was agreeable, too, it really was, to see him cut it off so smooth and juicy. There was nothing savage in the act, although the knife was large and keen. It was a piece of art, high art. There was delicacy of touch, clearness of tone, skilful handling of the subject, fine shading. It was the triumph of mind over matter, quite. Perhaps the greenest cabbage leaf ever grown in a garden was wrapped about this steak before it was delivered over to Tom, but the butcher had a sentiment for his business and knew how to refine upon it. When he saw Tom putting the cabbage leaf into his pocket awkwardly, he begged to be allowed to do it for him, for meat, he said with some emotion, must be humoured, not drove. Back they went to the lodgings again, after they had bought some eggs and flour and some small matters, and Tom sat gravely down to write at one end of the parlour table, while Ruth prepared to make the pudding at the other end, for there was nobody in the house but an old woman, the landlord being a mysterious sort of man who went out early in the morning and was scarcely ever seen, and saving in mere household drudgery, they waited on themselves. "What are you writing, Tom?" inquired his sister, laying her hand upon his shoulder. "Why, you see, my dear," said Tom, leaning back in his chair and looking up in her face, "I am very anxious, of course, to obtain some suitable employment, and before Mr. Westlock comes this afternoon, I think I may as well prepare a little description of myself and my qualifications, such as he could show to any friend of his." "You had better do the same for me, Tom, also," said his sister, casting down her eyes. "I should dearly like to keep house for you and take care of you always, Tom, but we are not rich enough for that." "We are not rich," returned Tom, "certainly, and we may be much poorer, but we will not part if we can help it. No, no, we will make up our minds, Ruth, that unless we are so very unfortunate as to render me quite sure that you would be better off away from me than with me, we will battle it out together. I am certain we shall be happier if we can battle it out together, don't you think we shall?" "Think, Tom." "Oh, tut, tut!" interposed Tom tenderly. "You mustn't cry." "No, no, I won't, Tom. But you can't afford it, dear, you can't indeed." "We don't know that," said Tom. "How are we to know that yet awhile, and without trying? Lord bless my soul!" Tom's energy became quite grand. "There is no knowing what may happen if we try hard, and I am sure we can live contentedly upon a very little, if we can only get it." "Yes, that I am sure we can, Tom." "Why then," said Tom, "we must try for it. My friend John Westlock is a capital fellow, and very shrewd and intelligent. I'll take his advice. We'll talk it over with him, both of us together. You'll like John very much when you come to know him, I am certain. Don't cry, don't cry. You make a beefsteak pudding indeed," said Tom, giving her a gentle push. "Why, you haven't boldness enough for a dumpling." "You will call it a pudding, Tom, mind, I told you not." "I may as well call it that, till it proves to be something else," said Tom. "Oh, you are going to work in earnest, are you?" Ay, ay, that she was, and in such pleasant earnest, moreover, that Tom's attention wandered from his writing every moment. First she tripped downstairs into the kitchen for the flour, then for the pie-board, then for the eggs, then for the butter, then for a jug of water, then for the rolling-pin, then for a pudding-basin, then for the pepper, then for the salt, making a separate journey for everything, and laughing every time she started off afresh. When all the materials were collected she was horrified to find she had no apron on, so she ran upstairs by way of variety to fetch it. She didn't put it on upstairs, but came dancing down with it in her hand, and being one of those little women to whom an apron is a most becoming little vanity, it took an immense time to arrange, having to be carefully smoothed down beneath. Oh, Heaven, what a wicked little stomacher! And to be gathered up into little plaits by the strings before it could be tied, and to be tapped, rebuked, and wheedled at the pockets before it would set right, which at last it did, and when it did—but never mind, this is a sober chronicle. And then there were her cuffs to be tucked up for fear of flour, and she had a little ring to pull off her finger which wouldn't come off, foolish little ring, and during the whole of these preparations she looked demurely every now and then at Tom from under her dark eyelashes, as if they were all a part of the pudding, and indispensable to its composition. For the life and soul of him, Tom could get no further in his writing than "a respectable young man aged 35," and this notwithstanding the show she made of being supernaturally quiet, and going about on tiptoe lest she should disturb him, which only served as an additional means of distracting his attention and keeping it upon her. "Tom," she said at last in high glee, "Tom." "What now?" said Tom, repeating it to himself. "Aged 35. Will you look here a moment, please?" As if he hadn't been looking all the time. "I'm going to begin, Tom. Don't you wonder why I butter the inside of the basin?" said his busy little sister. "No more than you do, I dare say," replied Tom, laughing, "for I believe you don't know anything about it. What an infidel you are, Tom! How else do you think it would turn out easily when it was done? For a civil engineer and land surveyor not to know that, my goodness, Tom!" It was wholly out of the question to try to write. Tom lined out "respectable young man aged 35," and sat looking on, pen in hand, with one of the most loving smiles imaginable. Such a busy little woman as she was, so full of self-importance, and trying so hard not to smile or seem uncertain about anything! It was a perfect treat to Tom to see her with her brows knit, and her rosy lips pursed up, kneading away at the crust, rolling it out, cutting it up into strips, lining the basin with it, shaving it off fine round the rim, chopping up the steak into small pieces, raining down pepper and salt upon them, packing them into the basin, pouring in cold water for gravy, and never venturing to steal a look in his direction, lest her gravity should be disturbed, until at last, the basin being quite full and only wanting the top crust, she clapped her hands, all covered with paste and flour, at Tom, and burst out heartily into such a charming little laugh of triumph, that the pudding need have no other seasoning to commend it to the taste of any reasonable man on earth. "Where's the pudding?" said Tom, for he was cutting his jokes, Tom was. "Where?" she answered, holding it up with both hands. "Look at it." "That a pudding!" said Tom. "It will be, you stupid fellow, when it's covered in," returned his sister. Tom still pretending to look incredulous, she gave him a tap on the head with the rolling pin, and still laughing merrily, had returned to the composition of the top crust, when she started and turned very red. Tom started too, for following her eyes she saw John Westlock in the room. "Why, my goodness, John, how did you come in?" "I beg pardon," said John, "your sister's pardon especially, but I met an old lady at the street door who requested me to enter here, and as you didn't hear me knock, and the door was open, I made bold to do so. I hardly know," said John with a smile, "why any of us should be disconcerted at my having accidentally intruded upon such an agreeable domestic occupation, so very agreeably and skilfully pursued, but I must confess that I am. Tom, will you kindly come to my relief?" "Mr. John Westlock," said Tom, "my sister." "I hope that, as the sister of so old a friend," said John, laughing, "you will have the goodness to detach your first impressions of me from my unfortunate entrance." "My sister is not indisposed, perhaps, to say the same to you on her own behalf," retorted Tom. John said, of course, that this was quite unnecessary, for he had been transfixed in silent admiration, and he held out his hand to Miss Pinch, who couldn't take it, however, by reason of the flour and paste upon her own. This, which might seem calculated to increase the general confusion and render matters worse, had in reality the best effect in the world, for neither of them could help laughing, and so they both found themselves on easy terms immediately. "I am delighted to see you," said Tom. "Sit down." "I can only think of sitting down on one condition," returned his friend, "and that is, that your sister goes on with the pudding, as if you were still alone." "That I am sure she will," said Tom, "on one other condition, and that is, that you stay and help us to eat it." Poor little Ruth was seized with a palpitation of the heart when Tom committed this appalling indiscretion, for she felt that if the dish turned out a failure, she never would be able to hold up her head before John Westlock again. Quite unconscious of her state of mind, John accepted the invitation with all imaginable heartiness, and after a little more pleasantry concerning this same pudding, and the tremendous expectations he made believe to entertain of it, she blushingly resumed her occupation, and he took a chair. I am here much earlier than I intended, Tom, but I will tell you what brings me, and I think I can answer for your being glad to hear it. Is that anything you wish to show me?" "Oh dear, no!" cried Tom, who had forgotten the blotted scrap of paper in his hand until this inquiry brought it to his recollection. "A respectable young man, aged 35, the beginning of a description of myself, that's all." "I don't think you will have occasion to finish it, Tom. But how is it you never told me you had friends in London?" Tom looked at his sister with all his might, and certainly his sister looked with all her might at him. "Friends in London!" echoed Tom. "Ah!" said Westlock, "to be sure." "Have you any friends in London, Ruth, my dear?" asked Tom. "No, Tom." "I am very happy to hear that I have," said Tom. "But it's news to me. I never knew it. They must be capital people to keep a secret, John." "You shall judge for yourself," returned the other. "Seriously, Tom, here is the plain state of the case. As I was sitting at breakfast this morning, there comes a knock at my door." "On which you cried out very loud, 'Come in,'" suggested Tom. "So I did. And the person who knocked, not being a respectable young man, aged 35, from the country, came in when he was invited, instead of standing gaping and staring about him on the landing. Well, when he came in, I found he was a stranger, a grave, business-like, sedate-looking stranger. 'Mr. Westlock,' said he. 'That is my name,' said I. 'The favour of a few words with you,' said he. 'Pray be seated, sir,' said I." Here John stopped for an instant to glance towards the table, where Tom's sister, listening attentively, was still busy with the basin, which by this time made a notable appearance. Then he resumed. "The pudding having taken a chair, Tom—" "What?" cried Tom. "Having taken a chair." "You said a pudding." "No, no," replied John, colouring rather. "A chair. The idea of a stranger coming into my rooms at half-past 8 o'clock in the morning and taking a pudding. Having taken a chair, Tom, a chair, amazed me by opening the conversation thus: 'I believe you are acquainted, sir, with Mr. Thomas Pinch?' 'No,' cried Tom. 'His very words, I assure you. I told him I was. Did I know where you were at present residing? Yes. In London? Yes. He had casually heard, in a roundabout way, that you had left your situation with Mr. Pecksniff. Was that the fact? Yes, it was. Did you want another? Yes, you did. Certainly, said Tom, nodding his head. Just what I impressed upon him. You may rest assured that I set that point beyond the possibility of any mistake, and gave him distinctly to understand that he might make up his mind about it very well. Then, said he, I think I can accommodate him. Tom's sister stopped short. Lord bless me, cried Tom. Ruth, my dear, think I can accommodate him. Of course I begged him, pursued John Westlock, glancing at Tom's sister, who was not less eager in her interest than Tom himself, to proceed, and said that I would undertake to see you immediately. He replied that he had very little to say, being a man of few words, but such as it was to the purpose, and so, indeed, it turned out, for he immediately went on to tell me that a friend of his was in want of a kind of secretary and librarian, and that although the salary was small, being only £100 a year, with neither board nor lodging, still the duties were not heavy, and there the post was, vacant and ready for your acceptance. Good gracious me, cried Tom. £100 a year! My dear John, Ruth, my love, £100 a year! But the strangest part of the story, resumed John Westlock, laying his hand on Tom's wrist to bespeak his attention and repress his ecstasies for the moment, the strangest part of the story, Miss Pinch, is this. I don't know this man from Adam, neither does this man know Tom. He can't, said Tom, in great perplexity. If he's a Londoner, I don't know any one in London. And on my observing, John resumed, still keeping his hand upon Tom's wrist, that I had no doubt he would excuse the freedom I took in inquiring who directed him to me, how he came to know of the change which had taken place in my friend's position, and how he came to be acquainted with my friend's peculiar fitness for such an office as he had described, he dryly said that he was not at liberty to enter into any explanations. Not at liberty to enter into any explanations, repeated Tom, drawing a long breath. I must be perfectly aware, he said, John added, that to any person who has ever been in Mr. Pecksniff's neighbourhood, Mr. Thomas Pinch and his acquirements were as well known as the church steeple or the Blue Dragon. The Blue Dragon, repeated Tom, staring alternately at his friend and sister. Aye, think of that. He spoke as familiarly of the Blue Dragon, I give you my word, as if he had been Mark Tapley. I opened my eyes, I can tell you, when he did so, but I could not fancy I had ever seen the man before, although he said with a smile, You know the Blue Dragon, Mr. Westlock. You kept it up there once or twice yourself. Kept it up there, so I did, you remember, Tom. Tom nodded with great significance, and falling into a state of deeper perplexity than before, observed that this was the most unaccountable and extraordinary circumstance he had ever heard of in his life. Unaccountable, his friend repeated. I became afraid of the man. Though it was broad day and bright sunshine, I was positively afraid of him. I declare I half suspected him to be a supernatural visitor, and not a mortal, until he took out a commonplace description of pocket-book, and handed me this card. Mr. Phipps, said Tom, reading it aloud. Austin Friars. Austin Friars sounds ghostly, John. Phipps don't, I think, was John's reply. But there he lives, Tom, and there he expects us to call this morning. And now you know as much of this strange incident as I do, upon my honour. Tom's face, between his exultation in the £100 a year, and his wonder at this narration, was only to be equalled by the face of his sister, on which there sat the very best expression of blooming surprise that any painter could have wished to see. What the beef-steak pudding would have come to if it had not been by this time finished, astrology itself could hardly determine. Tom, said Ruth, after a little hesitation, perhaps Mr. Westlock, in his friendship for you, knows more of this than he chooses to tell. No, indeed, cried John eagerly. It is not so, I assure you. I wish it were. I cannot take credit to myself, Miss Pinch, for any such thing. All that I know, or so far as I can judge, am likely to know, I have told you. Couldn't you know more, if you thought proper? Said Ruth, scraping the pie-board industriously. No, retorted John, indeed no. It's very ungenerous in you to be so suspicious of me when I repose implicit faith in you. I have unbounded confidence in the pudding, Miss Pinch. She laughed at this, but they soon got back into a serious vein, and discussed the subject with profound gravity. Whatever else was obscure in the business, it appeared to be quite plain that Tom was offered a salary of £100 a year, and this being the main point, the surrounding obscurity rather set it off than otherwise. Tom, being in a great flutter, wished to start for Austin Friars instantly, but they waited nearly an hour by John's advice before they departed. Tom made himself as spruce as he could before leaving home, and when John Westlock, through the half-open parlour door, had glimpses of that brave little sister brushing the collar of his coat in the passage, taking up loose stitches in his gloves, and hovering lightly about and about him, touching him up here and there in the height of her quaint little old-fashioned tidiness, he called to mind the fancy portraits of her on the wall of the Pecksniffian workroom, and decided with uncommon indignation that they were gross libels, and not half pretty enough, though, as hath been mentioned in its place, the artist could always make those sketches beautiful, and had he drawn at least a score of them with his own hands. Tom, he said, as they were walking along, I begin to think you must be somebody's son. I suppose I am, Tom answered, in his quiet way, but I mean somebody's of consequence. Bless your heart, replied Tom, my poor father was of no consequence, nor my mother either. You remember them perfectly, then? Remember them? Oh dear, yes. My poor mother was the last. She died when Ruth was a mere baby, and then we both became a charge upon the savings of that good old grandmother I used to tell you of. You remember? Oh, there's nothing romantic in our history, John. Very well, said John, in quiet despair. Then there is no way of accounting for my visitor of this morning, so we'll not try, Tom. They did try, notwithstanding, and never left off trying until they got to Austin Friars, where, in a very dark passage on the first floor, oddly situated at the back of the house across some leads, they found a little blear-eyed glass door up in one corner, with Mr. Phips painted on it in characters which were meant to be transparent. There was also a wicked old sideboard hiding in the gloom hard by, meditating designs upon the ribs of visitors, and an old mat worn into lattice work, which, being useless as a mat, even if anybody could have seen it, which was impossible, had for many years directed its industry into another channel, and regularly tripped up every one of Mr. Phipps's clients. Mr. Phips, hearing a violent concussion between a human hat and his office door, was apprised by the usual means of communication that somebody had come to call upon him, and giving that somebody admission, observed that it was rather dark. "Dark indeed," John whispered in Tom Pinch's ear. "Not a bad place to dispose of a countryman in, I should think, Tom." Tom had already been turning over in his mind the possibility of their having been tempted into that region to furnish forth a pie, but the sight of Mr. Phips, who was small and spare and looked peaceable, and wore black shorts and powder, dispelled his doubts. "Walk in," said Mr. Phips. They walked in, and a mighty yellow jaundiced little office Mr. Phips had of it, with a great black sprawling splash upon the floor in one corner, as if some old clerk had cut his throat there years ago, and had let out ink instead of blood. "I have brought my friend Mr. Pinch, sir," said John Westlock. "Be pleased to sit," said Mr. Phips. They occupied the two chairs, and Mr. Phips took the office stool from the stuffing, whereof he drew forth a piece of horsehair of immense length, which he put into his mouth with a great appearance of appetite. He looked at Tom Pinch curiously, but with an entire freedom from any such expression as could be reasonably construed into an unusual display of interest. After a short silence, during which Mr. Phips was so perfectly unembarrassed as to render it manifest that he could have broken it sooner without hesitation, if he had felt inclined to do so, he asked if Mr. Westlock had made his offer fully known to Mr. Pinch. John answered in the affirmative. "And you think it worth your while, sir, do you?" Mr. Phips inquired of Tom. "I think it a piece of great good fortune, sir," said Tom. "I am exceedingly obliged to you for the offer." "Not to me," said Mr. Phips. "I act upon instructions." "To your friend, sir, then," said Tom. "To the gentleman with whom I am to engage, and whose confidence I shall endeavour to deserve, when he knows me better, sir, and I hope he will not lose his good opinion of me. He will find me punctual and vigilant, and anxious to do what is right. That, I think, I can answer for, and so," looking towards him, "can Mr. Westlock." "Most assuredly," said John. Mr. Phips appeared to have some little difficulty in resuming the conversation. To relieve himself, he took up the wafer stamp and began stamping capital F's all over his legs. "The fact is," said Mr. Phips, "that my friend is not at this present moment in town." Tom's countenance fell, for he thought this equivalent to telling him that his appearance did not answer, and that Phips must look out for somebody else. "When do you think he will be in town, sir?" he asked. "I can't say. It's impossible to tell. I really have no idea. But," said Phips, taking off a very deep impression of the wafer stamp upon the calf of his left leg, and looking steadily at Tom, "I don't know that it's a matter of much consequence." Poor Tom inclined his head deferentially, but appeared to doubt that. "I say," repeated Mr. Phips, "that I don't know it's a matter of much consequence. The business lies entirely between yourself and me, Mr. Pinch. With reference to your duties I can set you going, and with reference to your salary I can pay it, weekly," said Mr. Phips, putting down the wafer stamp, and looking at John Westlock and Tom Pinch by turns, "weekly, in this office, at any time between the hours of 4 and 5 o'clock in the afternoon." As Mr. Phips said this, he made up his face as if he were going to whistle, but he didn't. "You are very good," said Tom, whose countenance was now suffused with pleasure, "and nothing can be more satisfactory or straightforward. My attendance will be required—" "From 9:30 to 4 o'clock or so, I should say," interrupted Mr. Phips. "About that." I did not mean the hours of attendance, retorted Tom, which are light and easy, I am sure, but the place.
Oh, the place. The place is in the Temple.
Tom was delighted.
Perhaps, said Mr. Phipps, you would like to see the place.
Oh dear, cried Tom, I shall only be too glad to consider myself engaged if you will allow me without any further reference to the place.
You may consider yourself engaged by all means, said Mr. Phipps. You couldn't meet at the Temple Gate in Fleet Street in an hour from this time, I suppose, could you?
Certainly Tom could.
Good, said Mr. Phipps, rising. Then I will show you the place, and you can begin your attendance to-morrow morning. In an hour, therefore, I shall see you. You too, Mr. Westlock? Very good. Take care how you go. It's rather dark.
With this remark, which seemed superfluous, he shut them out upon the staircase, and they groped their way into the street again. The interview had done so little to remove the mystery in which Tom's new engagement was involved, and had done so much to thicken it, that neither could help smiling at the puzzled looks of the other. They agreed, however, that the introduction of Tom to his new office and office companions could hardly fail to throw a light upon the subject, and therefore postponed its further consideration until after the fulfilment of the appointment they had made with Mr. Phipps. After looking at John Westlock's chambers, and devoting a few spare minutes to the Boar's Head, they issued forth again to the place of meeting. The time agreed upon had not quite come, but Mr. Phipps was already at the Temple Gate, and expressed his satisfaction at their punctuality. He led the way through sundry lanes and courts into one more quiet and one more gloomy than the rest, and singling out a certain house, ascended a common staircase, taking from his pocket as he went a bunch of rusty keys. Stopping before a door upon an upper story, which had nothing but a yellow smear of paint where custom would have placed the tenant's name, he began to beat the dust out of one of these keys, very deliberately, upon the great broad handrail of the balustrade.
You had better have a little plug made, he said, looking round at Tom, after blowing a shrill whistle into the barrel of the key. It is the only way of preventing them from getting stopped up. You'll find the lock go the better, too, I dare say, for a little oil.
Tom thanked him, but was too much occupied with his own speculations and John Westlock's looks to be very talkative. In the meantime, Mr. Phipps opened the door, which yielded to his hand very unwillingly and with a horribly discordant sound. He took the key out, when he had done so, and gave it to Tom.
Aye, aye, said Mr. Phipps, the dust lies rather thick here.
Truly it did. Mr. Phipps might have gone so far as to say very thick. It had accumulated everywhere, lay deep on everything, and in one part, where a ray of sun shone through the crevice in the shutter and struck upon the opposite wall, it went twirling round and round like a gigantic squirrel case. Dust was the only thing in the place that had any motion about it. When their conductor admitted the light freely, and lifting up the heavy window-sash, let in the summer air, he showed the mouldering furniture, discoloured wainscoting and ceiling, rusty stove and ashy hearth in all their inert neglect. Close to the door there stood a candlestick with an extinguisher upon it, as if the last man who had been there had paused, after securing a retreat, to take a parting look at the dreariness he left behind, and then had shut out life and life together and closed the place up like a tomb. There were 2 rooms on that floor, and in the first or outer one a narrow staircase leading to 2 more above. These last were fitted up as bed-chambers. Neither in them nor in the room below was any scarcity of convenient furniture observable, although the fittings were of a bygone fashion, but solitude and want of use seemed to have rendered it unfit for any purposes of comfort, and to have given it a grisly, haunted air. Movables of every kind lay strewn about, without the least attempt at order, and were intermixed with boxes, hampers, and all sorts of lumbers. On all the floors were piles of books to the amount perhaps of some thousands of volumes, these still in bales, those wrapped in paper, as they had been purchased, others scattered singly or in heaps, not one upon the shelves which lined the walls. To these Mr. Phipps called Tom's attention.
Before anything else can be done, we must have them put in order, catalogued, and ranged upon the bookshelves, Mr. Pinch. That will do to begin with, I think, sir.
Tom rubbed his hands in the pleasant anticipation of a task so congenial to his taste, and said, An occupation full of interest for me, I assure you. It will occupy me, perhaps, until Mr.
Until Mr. repeated Phipps, as much as to ask Tom what he was stopping for.
I forgot that you had not mentioned the gentleman's name, said Tom.
Oh, cried Mr. Phipps, pulling on his glove. Didn't I? No, by the by, I don't think I did. I dare say he'll be here soon. You will get on very well together, I have no doubt. I wish you success, I am sure. You won't forget to shut the door. It'll lock of itself if you slam it. 9:30, you know. Let us say from 9:30 till 4, or 4:30, or thereabouts. One day perhaps a little earlier, another day perhaps a little later, according as you feel disposed, and as you arrange your work. Mr. Phipps, Austin Friars, of course, you'll remember, and you won't forget to slam the door, if you please." He said all this in such a comfortable, easy manner, that Tom could only rub his hands and nod his head and smile in acquiescence, which he was still doing, when Mr. Phipps walked coolly out.
"Why, he's gone!" cried Tom. "And what's more, Tom," said John Westlock, seating himself upon a pile of books and looking up at his astonished friend, "he is evidently not coming back again, so here you are, installed. Under rather singular circumstances, Tom."
It was such an odd affair throughout, and Tom, standing there among the books with his hat in one hand and the key in the other, looked so prodigiously confounded that his friend could not help laughing heartily. Tom himself was tickled, no less by the hilarity of his friend than by the recollection of the sudden manner in which he had been brought to a stop, in the very height of his urbane conference with Mr. Phipps, so by degrees Tom burst out laughing too, and each making the other laugh more, they fairly roared. When they had had their laugh out, which did not happen very soon, for give John an inch that way, and he was sure to take several ells, being a jovial, good-tempered fellow, they looked about them more closely, groping among the lumber for any stray means of enlightenment that might turn up, but no scrap or shred of information could they find. The books were marked with a variety of owners' names, having no doubt been bought at sales and collected here and there at different times, but whether any one of these names belonged to Tom's employer, and if so which of them, they had no means whatever of determining. It occurred to John as a very bright thought to make inquiry at the steward's office, to whom the chambers belonged, or by whom they were held, but he came back no wiser than he went, the answer being, "Mr. Phipps of Austin Friars." "After all, Tom, I begin to think it lies no deeper than this. Phipps is an eccentric man, has some knowledge of Pecksniff, despises him of course, has heard or seen enough of you to know that you are the man he wants, and engages you in his own whimsical manner." "But why in his own whimsical manner?" asked Tom.
"Oh, why does any man entertain his own whimsical taste? Why does Mr. Phipps wear shorts and powder, and Mr. Phipps's next-door neighbour boots and a wig?"
Tom, being in that state of mind in which any explanation is a great relief, adopted the last one, which indeed was quite as feasible as any other, readily, and said he had no doubt of it. Nor was his faith at all shaken by his having said exactly the same thing to each suggestion of his friends in turn, and being perfectly ready to say it again if he had any new solution to propose. As he had not, Tom drew down the window-sash and folded the shutter, and they left the rooms. He closed the door heavily, as Mr. Phipps had desired him, tried it, found it all safe, and put the key into his pocket. They made a pretty wide circuit in going back to Islington, as they had time to spare, and Tom was never tired of looking about him. It was well that he had John Westlock for his companion, for most people would have been weary of his perpetual stoppages at shop windows, and his frequent dashes into the crowded carriage-way at the peril of his life to get the better view of church steeples and other public buildings. But John was charmed to see him so much interested, and every time Tom came back with a beaming face from among the wheels of carts and hackney coaches, wholly unconscious of the personal congratulations addressed to him by the drivers, John seemed to like him better than before. There was no flower on Ruth's hands when she received them in the triangular parlour, but there were pleasant smiles upon her face, and a crowd of welcomes shining out of every smile and gleaming in her bright eyes. By the by, how bright they were! Looking into them for but a moment when you took her hand, you saw in each such a capital miniature of yourself, representing you as such a reckless, flashing, eager, brilliant little fellow. Ah, if you could only have kept them for your own miniature! But wicked, roving, restless, too impartial eyes, it was enough for any one to stand before them, and straightway there he danced and sparkled quite as merrily as you. The table was already spread for dinner, and though it was spread with nothing very choice in the way of glass or linen, and with green-handled knives and very mountebanks of two-pronged forks, which seemed to be trying how far asunder they could possibly stretch their legs without converting themselves into double the number of iron toothpicks, it wanted neither damask, silver, gold, nor china, no, nor any other garniture at all. There it was, and being there, nothing else would have done as well. The success of that initiative dish, that first experiment of hers in cookery, was so entire, so unalloyed and perfect, that John Westlock and Tom agreed she must have been studying the art in secret for a long time past, and urged her to make a full confession of the fact. They were exceedingly merry over this jest, and many smart things were said concerning it. But John was not as fair in his behaviour as might have been expected, for after luring Tom Pinch on for a long time, he suddenly went over to the enemy, and swore to everything his sister said. However, as Tom observed the same night before going to bed, it was only in joke, and John had always been famous for being polite to ladies, even when he was quite a boy. Ruth said, "Oh, indeed," she didn't say anything else. It is astonishing how much three people may find to talk about. They scarcely left off talking once, and it was not all lively chat which occupied them, for when Tom related how he had seen Mr. Pecksniff's daughters, and what a change had fallen on the younger, they were very serious. John Westlock became quite absorbed in her fortunes, asking many questions of Tom Pinch about her marriage, inquiring whether her husband was the gentleman whom Tom had brought to dine with him at Salisbury, in what degree of relationship they stood towards each other, being different persons, and taking, in short, the greatest interest in the subject. Tom then went into it at full length. He told how Martin had gone abroad, and had not been heard of for a long time, how Dragon Mark had borne him company, how Mr. Pecksniff had got the poor old doting grandfather into his power, and how he basely sought the hand of Mary Graham. But not a word said Tom of what lay hidden in his heart so deep and true and full of honour, and yet with so much room for every gentle and unselfish thought, not a word. Tom, Tom! The man in all this world most competent in his sagacity and shrewdness, the man in all this world most proud of his distrust of other men, and having most to show in gold and silver as the gains belonging to his creed, the meekest flavourer of that wise doctrine, every man for himself and God for us all, there being high wisdom in the thought of that eternal majesty of heaven ever was or can be, on the side of selfish lust and love, shall never find, oh, never find, be sure of that, the time come home to him, when all his wisdom is an idiot's folly, weighed against a simple heart. Well, well, Tom, it was simple too, though simple in a different way, to be so eager touching that same theatre, of which John said when tea was done he had the absolute command, so far as taking parties in without the payment of a sixpence was concerned, and simpler yet, perhaps, never to suspect that when he went in first alone he paid the money. Simple in thee, dear Tom, to laugh and cry so heartily at such a sorry show, so poorly shown; simple to be happy, and loquacious trudging home with Ruth; simple to be so surprised to find that merry present of a cookery book awaiting her in the parlour next morning, with the beefsteak pudding leaf turned down and blotted out. There, let the record stand. Thy quality of soul was simple, simple, quite contemptible, Tom Pinch. End of chapter 39.
Martin Chuzzlewit, Chapter 40. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. Martin Chuzzlewit, by Charles Dickens, Chapter 40. The Pinches make a new acquaintance, and have fresh occasion for surprise and wonder. There was a ghostly air about these uninhabited chambers in the Temple, and attending every circumstance of Tom's employment there, which had a strange charm in it.
Every morning when he shut his door at Islington, he turned his face towards an atmosphere of unaccountable fascination, as surely as he turned it to the London smoke, and from that moment it thickened round and round him all day long, until the time arrived for going home again and leaving it like a motionless cloud behind. It seemed to Tom every morning that he approached this ghostly mist, and became enveloped in it by the easiest succession of degrees imaginable. Passing from the roar and rattle of the streets into the quiet courtyards of the Temple was the first preparation. Every echo of his footsteps sounded to him like a sound from the old walls and pavements, wanting language to relate the histories of the dim, dismal rooms, to tell him what lost documents were decaying in forgotten corners of the shut-up cellars, from whose lattices such mouldy sighs came breathing forth as he went past, to whisper of dark bins of rare old wine, bricked up in vaults among the old foundations of the halls, or mutter in a lower tone yet darker legends of the cross-legged knights, whose marble effigies were in the church. With the first planting of his foot upon the staircase of his dusty office, all these mysteries increased, until, ascending step by step as Tom ascended, they attained their full growth in the solitary labours of the day. Every day brought one recurring, never-failing source of speculation. This employer, would he come to-day, and what would he be like? For Tom could not stop short at Mr. Phips. He quite believed that Mr. Phips had spoken truly when he said he acted for another, and what manner of man that other was, became a full-blown flower of wonder in the garden of Tom's fancy, which never faded or got trodden down. At one time he conceived that Mr. Pecksniff, repenting of his falsehood, might, by exertion of his influence with some third person, have devised these means of giving him employment. He found this idea so insupportable, after what had taken place between that good man and himself, that he confided it to John Westlock on the very same day, informing John that he would rather ply for hire as a porter than fall so low in his own esteem as to accept the smallest obligation from the hands of Mr. Pecksniff. But John assured him that he, Tom Pinch, was far from doing justice to the character of Mr. Pecksniff yet, if he supposed that gentleman capable of performing a generous action, and that he might make his mind quite easy on that head until he saw the sun turn green and the moon black, and at the same time distinctly perceived with the naked eye 12 first-rate comets careening round those planets, in which unusual state of things he said, and not before, it might become not absolutely lunatic to suspect Mr. Pecksniff of anything so monstrous. In short, he laughed the idea down completely, and Tom, abandoning it, was thrown upon his beam-ends again for some other solution. In the meantime, Tom attended to his duties daily, and made considerable progress with the books, which were already reduced to some sort of order, and made a great appearance in his fairly written catalogue. During his business hours he indulged himself occasionally with snatches of reading, which were often indeed a necessary part of his pursuit, and as he usually made bold to carry one of these goblin volumes home at night, always bringing it back again next morning, in case his strange employer should appear and ask what had become of it, he led a happy, quiet, studious kind of life after his own heart. But though the books were never so interesting and never so full of novelty to Tom, they could not so enchain him in those mysterious chambers as to render him unconscious for a moment of the lightest sound. Any footstep on the flags would set him listening attentively, and when it turned into that house and came up, up, up the stairs, he always thought with a beating heart, "Now am I coming face to face with him at last." But no footstep ever passed the floor immediately below, except his own. The mystery and loneliness engendered fancies in Tom's mind, the folly of which his common sense could readily discover, but which his common sense was quite unable to keep away, notwithstanding. That quality being with most of us in such a case like the old French police, quick at detection but very weak as a preventive power. Misgivings, undefined, absurd, inexplicable, that there was someone hiding in the inner room, walking softly overhead, peeping in through the door chink, doing something stealthily, anywhere where he was not, came over him 100 times a day, making it pleasant to throw up the sash and hold communication even with the sparrows who had built in the roof and water-spout, and were twittering about the windows all day long. He sat with the outer door wide open at all times, that he might hear the footsteps as they entered, and turned off into the chambers on the lower floor. He formed odd prepossessions, too, regarding strangers in the street, and would say within himself of such or such a man, who struck him as having anything uncommon in his dress or aspect, "I shouldn't wonder, now, if that were he," but it never was. And though he actually turned back and followed more than one of these suspected individuals, in a singular belief that they were going to the place he was then upon his way from, he never got any other satisfaction by it than the satisfaction of knowing it was not the case. Mr. Phipps of Austin Friars rather deepened than illumined the obscurity of his position, for on the first occasion of Tom's waiting on him to receive his weekly pay, he said, "Oh, by the by, Mr. Pinch, you needn't mention it, if you please." Tom thought he was going to tell him a secret, so he said that he wouldn't on any account, and that Mr. Phipps might entirely depend upon him. But as Mr. Phipps said "very good" in reply, and nothing more, Tom prompted him. "Not on any account," repeated Tom. Mr. Phipps repeated, "very good." "You were going to say," Tom hinted. "Oh dear no," cried Phipps, "not at all." However, seeing Tom confused, he added, "I mean that you needn't mention any particulars about your place of employment to people generally. You'll find it better not." "I have not had the pleasure of seeing my employer yet, sir," observed Tom, putting his week's salary in his pocket. "Haven't you?" said Phipps. "No, I don't suppose you have, though." "I should like to thank him, and to know that what I have done so far is done to his satisfaction," faltered Tom. "Quite right," said Mr. Phipps with a yawn. "Highly creditable. Very proper." Tom hastily resolved to try him on another tack. "I shall soon have finished with the books," he said. "I hope that will not terminate my engagement, sir, or render me useless." "Oh dear no," retorted Phipps. "Plenty to do, plenty to do. Be careful how you go. It's rather dark." This was the very utmost extent of information Tom could ever get out of him. So it was dark enough in all conscience, and if Mr. Phipps expressed himself with a double meaning, he had good reason for doing so. But now a circumstance occurred which helped to divert Tom's thoughts from even this mystery, and to divide them between it and a new channel which was a very Nile in itself. The way it came about was this. Having always been an early riser, and having now no organ to engage him in sweet converse every morning, it was his habit to take a long walk before going to the Temple, and naturally inclining as a stranger towards those parts of the town which were conspicuous for the life and animation pervading them, he became a great frequenter of the market-places, bridges, quays, and especially the steamboat wharfs, for it was very lively and fresh to see the people hurrying away upon their many schemes of business or pleasure, and it made Tom glad to think that there was that much change and freedom in the monotonous routine of city lives. In most of these morning excursions Ruth accompanied him, as their landlord was always up and away at his business, whatever that might be, no one seemed to know. At a very early hour, the habits of the people of the house in which they lodged corresponded with their own. Thus, they had often finished their breakfast and were out in the summer air by 7 o'clock. After a 2-hour stroll they parted at some convenient point, Tom going to the Temple, and his sister returning home as methodically as you please. Many and many a pleasant stroll they had in Covent Garden Market, snuffing up the perfume of the fruits and flowers, wondering at the magnificence of the pineapples and melons, catching glimpses down side avenues of rows and rows of old women seated on inverted baskets, shelling peas, looking unutterable things at the fat bundles of asparagus with which the dainty shops were fortified as with a breastwork, and at the herbalist doors gratefully inhaling scents as of veal stuffing yet uncooked, dreamily mixed up with capsicums, browned paper, seeds, even with hints of lusty snails and fine young curly leeches. Many and many a pleasant stroll they had among the poultry markets, where ducks and fowls with necks unnaturally long, lay stretched out in pairs ready for cooking, where they were speckled eggs and mossy baskets, white country sausages beyond impeachment by surviving cat or dog, or house or donkey, new cheeses to any wild extent, live birds in coops and cages, looking much too big to be natural, in consequence of those receptacles being much too little, rabbits, alive and dead innumerable. Many a pleasant stroll they had among the cool, refreshing, silvery fish stalls, with a kind of moonlight effect upon their stock and trade, excepting always for the ruddy lobsters. Many a pleasant stroll among the waggon loads of fragrant hay, beneath which dogs and tired waggoners lay fast asleep, oblivious of the pieman and the public house, but never half so good a stroll as down among the steamboats on a bright morning. There they lay, alongside of each other, hard and fast for ever, to all appearance, but designing to get out somewhere, and quite confident of doing it, and in that faith shoals of passengers and heaps of luggage were proceeding hurriedly on board. Little steamboats dashed up and down the stream incessantly, tiers upon tiers of vessels, scores of masts, labyrinths of tackle, idle sails, splashing oars, gliding rowboats, lumbering barges, sunken piles, with ugly lodgings for the water-rat within their mud-discoloured nooks, church steeples, warehouses, house roofs, arches, bridges, men and women, children, casks, trains, boxes, horses, couches, idlers, and hard labourers, there they were, all jumbled up together any summer morning, far beyond Tom's power of separation. In the midst of all this turmoil there was such an incessant roar from every packet's funnel, which quite expressed and carried out the uppermost emotion of the scene. They all appeared to be perspiring and bothering themselves, exactly as their passengers did. They never left off fretting and chafing in their own hoarse manner once, but were always panting out, without any stops, "Come along, do make haste, I'm very nervous, come along, oh good gracious we shall never get there, how late you are, do make haste, I'm off directly, come along." Even when they had left off and had got safely out into the current, on the smallest provocation they began again, for the bravest packet of them all, being stopped by some entanglement in the river, would immediately begin to fume and pant afresh. "Oh, here's a stoppage, what's the matter, do go on there, I'm in a hurry, it's done on purpose, did you ever, oh my goodness, do go on here," and so, in a state of mind bordering on distraction, would be last seen drifting slowly through the mist into the summer light beyond, that made it red. Tom's ship, however, or at least the packet-boat in which Tom and his sister took the greatest interest on one particular occasion, was not off yet by any means, but was at the height of its disorder. The press of passengers was very great. Another steamboat lay on each side of her. The gangways were choked up. Distracted women, obviously bound for Gravesend, but turning a deaf ear to all representations that this particular vessel was about to sail for Antwerp, persisting in secreting baskets of refreshments behind bulkheads and water casks and under seats, and very great confusion prevailed. It was so amusing that Tom, with Ruth upon his arm, stood looking down from the wharf, as nearly regardless as it was in the nature of flesh and blood to be, of an elderly lady behind him, who had brought a large umbrella with her and didn't know what to do with it. This tremendous instrument had a hooked handle, and its vicinity was first made known to him by a painful pressure on the windpipe, consequent upon its having caught him round the throat. Soon after disengaging himself with perfect good humour, he had a sensation of the ferrule in his back, immediately afterwards of the hook entangling his ankles, then of the umbrella generally wandering about his hat, and flapping it like a great bird, and lastly of a poke or thrust below the ribs, which gave him such exceeding anguish that he could not refrain from turning round to offer a mild remonstrance. Upon his turning round, he found the owner of the umbrella struggling on tiptoe, with a countenance expressive of violent animosity, to look down upon the steamboats, from which he inferred that she had attacked him, standing in the front row by design, and as her natural enemy. "What a very ill-natured person you must be," said Tom. The lady cried out fiercely, "Where's the police?" meaning the constabulary, and went on to say, shaking the handle of the umbrella at Tom, that but for them fellers never being in the way when they was wanted, she'd have given him in charge, she would. If they greased their whiskers less, and minded the duties which they're paid so heavy for a little more,' she observed, 'no one needn't be drove mad by scrouding so.' She had been grievously knocked about, no doubt, for her bonnet was bent into the shape of a cocked hat. Being a fat little woman too, she was in a state of great exhaustion and intense heat. Instead of pursuing the altercation, therefore, Tom civilly inquired what boat she wanted to go on board of. 'I suppose,' returned the lady, 'as nobody but yourself can want to look at a steam package without wanting to go a boarding of it, can they? Booby!' 'Which one do you want to look at, then?' said Tom. 'We'll make room for you, if we can. Don't be so ill-tempered.' 'No blessed creature as ever I was, with trying times,' returned the lady, somewhat softened, 'and there are many in their number, ever brought it as a charge against myself that I was anything but mild and equal in my spirits. Never mind a contradicting of me, if you seem to feel it does you good, ma'am, I often says, for well you know that Sary may not be trusted to give it back again, but I will not deny that I am worrited and wexed this day, and with good region, Lord forbid.' By this time Mrs. Gamp, for it was no other than that experienced practitioner, had, with Tom's assistance, squeezed and worked herself into a small corner between Ruth and the rail, where, after breathing very hard for some little time, and performing a short series of dangerous evolutions with her umbrella, she managed to establish herself pretty comfortably. 'And which of them smoking monsters is the Ankworth's boat, I wonder, goodness me!' cried Mrs. Gamp. 'What boat did you want?' asked Ruth. 'The Ankworks package,' Mrs. Gamp replied. 'I will not deceive you, my sweet. Why should I?' 'That is the Antwerp packet in the middle,' said Ruth. 'And I wish it was in Jonadge's belly, I do!' cried Mrs. Gamp, appearing to confound the prophet with the whale in this miraculous aspiration. Ruth said nothing in reply, but as Mrs. Gamp, laying her chin against the cool iron of the rail, continued to look intently at the Antwerp boat, and every now and then to give a little groan, she inquired whether any child of hers was going aboard that morning. Or perhaps her husband, she said kindly. 'Which shows,' said Mrs. Gamp, casting up her eyes, 'what a little way you've travelled into this whale of life, my dear young creature. As a good friend of mine has frequent made remark to me, which her name, my love, is Harris, Mrs. Harris, through the square and up the steps a turning down by the tobacco shop. Oh, Sary, Sary, little do we know what lays afore us. Mrs. Harris, ma'am, I says, not much, it's true, but more than you suppose. Our calculations, ma'am, I says, respecting what the number of a family will be, comes most times within one, and oftener than you would suppose exact. Sary, says Mrs. Harris, in an awful way, tell me what is my individual number. No, said Mrs. Harris, I says to her, excuse me if you please, my own, I says, has fallen out of a 3 pair backs, and has damp doorsteps settled on their lungs, and one was turning up smiling in a bedstead unbeknown. Therefore, ma'am, I says, seek not to proticipate, but take 'em as they come and as they go. Mine, says Mrs. Gamp, mine is all gone, my dear young chick. And as to husbands, there's a wooden leg gone likewise home to its account, which in its constancy of walking into wine vaults and never coming out again till fetched by force was quite as weak as flesh, if not weaker.' When she had delivered this oration, Mrs. Gamp leaned her chin upon the cool iron again, and looked intently at the Antwerp packet, shook her head, and groaned. 'I wouldn't,' said Mrs. Gamp, 'I wouldn't be a man to have such a think upon my mind, but nobody as owned the name of man could do it.' Tom and his sister glanced at each other, and Ruth, after a moment's hesitation, asked Mrs. Gamp what troubled her so much. 'My dear,' returned that lady, dropping her voice, 'you are single, ain't you?' Ruth laughed, blushed, and said yes. 'Worse luck,' proceeded Mrs. Gamp, 'for all parties. But others is married, and in the marriage state, and there is a dear young creature a coming down this morning to that very package, which is no more fit to trust herself to sea than nothing is. She paused here to look over the deck of the packet in question, and on the steps leading down to it, and on the gangway. Seeming to have thus assured herself that the object of her commiseration had not yet arrived, she raised her eyes gradually up to the top of the escape pipe, and indignantly apostrophized the vessel. "Oh, drat you!" said Mrs. Gamp, shaking her umbrella at it. "You're a nice spluttering noisy monster for a delicate young creature to go and be a passenger by, ain't you? You never do no harm in that way, do you? With your hammering and roaring and hissing and lampling, you brute! Them confusion steamers," said Mrs. Gamp, shaking her umbrella again, "has done more to throw us out of our regular work, and bring a wence on at times when nobody counted on 'em, especially them screeching railroad ones, than all the other freights that ever was took. I have heerd of one young man, a guard upon a railway, only 3 years open. Well does Mrs. Harris know him, which indeed he is her own relation by her sister's marriage with a Master Sawyer, as is godfather at this present time 26 blessed little strangers equally unexpected, and all on 'em named after the Ingenes, as was the cause. Ugh!" said Mrs. Gamp, resuming her apostrophe. "One might easily know you was a man's inwention from your own disregardlessness of the weakness of our natures, so one might, you brute." It would not have been unnatural to suppose, from the first part of Mrs. Gamp's lamentations, that she was connected with the stage coaching or post horsing trade. She had no means of judging of the effect of her concluding remarks upon her young companion, for she interrupted herself at this point, and exclaimed, "There she identically goes! Poor sweet young creature, there she goes, like a lamb to the sacrifice! If there's any illness where that wessel goes to sea," said Mrs. Gamp prophetically, "it's murder, and I'm the witness for the persecution." She was so very earnest on the subject that Tom's sister, being as kind as Tom himself, could not help saying something to her in reply. "Pray, which is the lady," she inquired, "in whom you are so much interested?" "There!" groaned Mrs. Gamp. "There she goes, a crossin' the little wooden bridge at this minute. She's a slippin' on a bit o' orange peel," tightly clutching her umbrella. "What a turn it give me!" "Do you mean the lady who was with that man wrapped up from head to foot in a large cloak, so that his face is almost hidden?" "Well he may hide it," Mrs. Gamp replied. "He's good call to be ashamed of himself. Did you see him a jerking of her wrist then? He seems to be hasty with her indeed. Now he's a taking of her down into the close cabin," said Mrs. Gamp impatiently. "What's the man about? The deuce is in him, I think. Why can't he leave her in the open air?" He did not, whatever his reason was, but led her quickly down, and disappeared himself without loosening his cloak, or pausing on the crowded deck one moment longer than was necessary to clear their way to that part of the vessel. Tom had not heard this little dialogue, for his attention had been engaged in an unexpected manner. A hand upon his sleeve had caused him to look round, just when Mrs. Gamp concluded her apostrophe to the steam engine, and on his right arm, Ruth being on his left, he found their landlord, to his great surprise. He was not so much surprised at the man's being there, as at his having got close to him so quietly and swiftly, for another person had been at his elbow one instant before, and he had not in the meantime been conscious of any change or pressure in the knot of people among whom he stood. He and Ruth had frequently remarked how noiselessly the landlord of theirs came into and went out of his own house, but Tom was not the less amazed to see him at his elbow now. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Pinch," he said in his ear. "I'm rather infirm and out of breath, and my eyes are not very good. I'm not as young as I was, sir. You don't see a gentleman in a large cloak down yonder, with a lady on his arm, a lady in a veil and in a black shawl, do you?" If he did not, it was curious that in speaking he should have singled out from all the crowd the very people whom he described, and should have glanced hastily from them to Tom, as if he were burning to direct his wandering eyes. "A gentleman in a large cloak," said Tom, "and a lady in a black shawl. Let me see." "Yes, yes," replied the other with keen impatience. "A gentleman muffled up from head to foot, strangely muffled up for such a morning as this, like an invalid, with his hand to his face at this minute, perhaps. No, 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 not there," he added, following Tom's gaze. "The other way, in that direction, down yonder." Again he indicated but this time in his hurry, with his outstretched finger, the very spot on which the progress of these persons was checked at that moment. "There are so many people, and so much motion, and so many objects," said Tom, "that I find it difficult to— No, I really don't see a gentleman in a large cloak and a lady in a black shawl. There's a lady in a red shawl over there." "No, no, no," cried his landlord, pointing eagerly again. "Not there. The other way, the other way. Look at the cabin steps, to the left. They must be near the cabin steps. Do you see the cabin steps? There's the bell ringing already. Do you see the steps?" "Stay," said Tom. "You're right. Look, there they go now. Is that the gentleman you mean, descending at this minute with the folds of a great cloak trailing down after him?" "The very man," returned the other, not looking at what Tom pointed out, however, but at Tom's own face. "Will you do me a kindness, sir, a great kindness? Will you put that letter in his hand? Only give him that. He expects it. I am charged to do it by my employers, but I am late in finding him, and not being as young as I have been, should never be able to make my way on board and off the deck again in time. Will you pardon my boldness, and do me that great kindness?" His hands shook, and his face bespoke the utmost interest and agitation, as he pressed the letter upon Tom, and pointed to its destination, like the tempter in some grim old carving. To hesitate in the performance of a good-natured or compassionate office was not in Tom's way. He took the letter, whispered Ruth to wait until he had returned, which would be immediately, and ran down the steps with all the expedition he could make. There were so many people going down, so many others coming up, such heavy goods in course of transit to and fro, such a ringing of bell, blowing off of steam, and shouting of men's voices, that he had much ado to force his way, or keep in mind which boat he was going. But he reached the right one with good speed, and going down the cabin stairs immediately, descried the object of his search standing at the upper end of the saloon, with his back towards him, reading some notice which was hung against the wall. As Tom advanced to give him the letter, he started, hearing footsteps, and turned around. What was Tom's astonishment to find in him the man with whom he had had the conflict in the field, poor Mercy's husband, Jonas. Tom understood him to say, what the devil did he want? But it was not easy to make out what he said, he spoke so indistinctly. "I want nothing with you for myself," said Tom. "I was asked a moment since to give you this letter. You were pointed out to me, but I didn't know you in your strange dress. Take it." He did so, opened it, and read the writing on the inside. The contents were evidently very brief, not more perhaps than one line, but they struck upon him like a stone from a sling. He reeled back as he read. His emotion was so different from any Tom had ever seen before that he stopped involuntarily. Momentary as his state of indecision was, the bell ceased while he stood there, and a hoarse voice calling down the steps inquired if there was any to go ashore. "Yes," cried Jonas, I'm coming. Give me time. Where's that woman? Come back here." He threw open another door as he spoke, and dragged rather than led her forth. She was pale and frightened and amazed to see her old acquaintance, but had no time to speak, for they were making a great stir above, and Jonas drew her rapidly towards the deck. "Where are we going? What is the matter?" "We are going back," said Jonas. "I have changed my mind. I can't go. Don't question me, or I shall be the death of you, or someone else. Stop there, stop. We're for the shore. Do you hear? We're for the shore." He turned, even in the madness of his hurry, and scowling darkly back at Tom, shook his clenched hand at him. There are not many human faces capable of that expression with which he accompanied that gesture. He dragged her up, and Tom followed them, across the deck, over the side, along the crazy plank, and up the steps. He dragged her fiercely, not bestowing any look on her, but gazing upwards all the while among the faces on the wharf. Suddenly he turned again, and said to Tom with a tremendous oath, "Where is he?" Before Tom, in his indignation and amazement, could return an answer to the question he so little understood, a gentleman approached Tom behind, and saluted Jonas Chuzzlewit by name. He was a gentleman of foreign appearance, with a black moustache and whiskers, and addressed him with a polite composure, strangely different from his own distracted and desperate manner. Chuzzlewit, my good fellow, said the gentleman, raising his hat in compliment to Mrs. Chuzzlewit, I ask your pardon 20,000 times. I'm most unwilling to interfere between you and a domestic trip of this nature, always so very charming and refreshing, I know, although I have not the happiness to be a domestic man myself, which is the great infelicity of my existence. But the beehive, my dear friend, the beehive, will you introduce me? This is Mr. Montague, said Jonas, whom the words appeared to choke. The most unhappy and most penitent of men, Mrs. Chuzzlewit, pursued that gentleman, for having been the means of spoiling this excursion. But, as I tell my friend, the beehive, you projected a short little continental trip, my dear friend, of course. Jonas maintained a dogged silence. May I die, cried Montague, but I am shocked. Upon my soul I am shocked. But that confounded beehive of ours in the city must be paramount to every other consideration when there is honey to be made, and that is my best excuse. Here is a very singular old female dropping curtsies on my right, said Montague, breaking off in his discourse, and looking at Mrs. Gamp, who is not a friend of mine. Does anybody know her? Ah, well, they knows me, bless their precious hearts, said Mrs. Gamp, not forgetting your own merry one, sir, and long may it be so, wishing as every one, she delivered this in the form of a toast or sentiment, was as merry and as handsome looking as a little bird has whispered me a certain gent is, which I will not name for fear I give offence where none is due. My precious lady," here she stopped short in her merriment, for she had until now affected to be vastly entertained, "you're too pale by half." "You are here too, are you?" muttered Jonas. "Ecod, there are enough of you." "I hope, sir," returned Mrs. Gamp, dropping an indignant curtsy, "as no bones is broke by me and Mrs. Harris a walking down upon a public wharf, which was the very word she says to me, although they was the last I ever had to speak, was these, 'Sary,' she says, 'is it a public wharf?' 'Mrs. Harris,' I makes answer, 'can you doubt it? You'd have knowed me by now, ma'am, 38 year, and did you ever know me go, or wish to go, when I was not made welcome, say the words? No, Sary, Mrs. Harris says, contrary quite, and well she knows it too. I am but a poor woman, but I've been sought after, sir, though you may not think it. I've been knocked up at all hours of the night, and warned out by many landlords, in consequence of being mistook for fire. I goes out working for my bread, 'tis true, but I maintains my independency, with your kind leave, and which I will till death. I has my feelin's as a woman, sir, and I have been a mother likeways, but touch a pipkin as belongs to me, or make the least remarks on what I eats or drinks, and though you was the favoritest young foreign hussy of a servant gal as ever come into a house, either you leaves the place or me. My earnin's is not great, sir, but I will not be impooged upon. Bless the babe and save the mother is my motto, sir, but I make so free as add to that. Don't try no imposition with the nurse, for she will not bear it." Mrs. Gamp concluded by drawing her shawl tight over herself with both hands, and, as usual, referring to Mrs. Harris for full corroboration of these particulars. She had that peculiar trembling of the head which, in ladies of her excitable nature, may be taken as a sure indication of their breaking out again very shortly, when Jonas made a timely interposition. "As you are here," he said, "you'd better see to her and take her home. I am otherwise engaged." He said nothing more, but looked at Montague as if to give him notice that he was ready to attend him. "I am sorry to take you away," said Montague. Jonas gave him a sinister look which long lived in Tom's memory, and which he often recalled afterwards. "I am, upon my life," said Montague. "Why did you make it necessary?" With the same dark glance as before, Jonas replied after a moment's silence, "The necessity is not of my making. You have brought it about yourself." He said nothing more. He said even this as if he were bound, and in the other's power, but had a sullen and suppressed devil within him, which he could not quite resist. His very gait, as they walked away together, was like that of a fettered man, but striving to work out in his clenched hands, knitted brows, and fast-set lips, was the same imprisoned devil still. They got into a handsome cabriolet which was waiting for them, and drove away. The whole of this extraordinary scene had passed so rapidly, and the tumult which prevailed around as so unconscious of any impression from it, that, although Tom had been one of the chief actors, it was like a dream. No one had noticed him after they had left the packet. He had stood behind Jonas, and so near him that he could not help hearing all that passed. He had stood there with his sister on his arm, expecting and hoping to have an opportunity of explaining his strange share in this yet stranger business. But Jonas had not raised his eyes from the ground, and no one had ever looked towards him, and before he could resolve on any course of action they were all gone. He gazed round for his landlord, but he had done that more than once already, and no such man was to be seen. He was still pursuing this search with his eyes, when he saw a hand beckoning to him from a hackney coach, and hurrying towards it found it was Mary's. She addressed him hurriedly, but bent out of the window that she might not be overheard by her companion, Mrs. Gamp. "What is it?" she said. "Good heavens, what is it? Why did he tell me last night to prepare for a long journey, and why have you brought us back like criminals? Dear Mr. Pinch," she clasped her hands distractedly, "be merciful to us. Whatever this dreadful secret is, be merciful, and God will bless you." "If any power of mercy lay with me," cried Tom, "trust me you shouldn't ask in vain. But I am far more ignorant and weak than you." She withdrew into the coach again, and she saw the hand waving towards him for a moment, but whether in reproachfulness or incredulity or misery or grief or sad adieu or what else, he could not, being so hurried, understand. She was gone now, and Ruth and he were left to walk away and wonder. Had Mr. Nadgett appointed the man who never came to meet him upon London Bridge that morning? He was certainly looking over the parapet and down upon the steamboat wharf at that moment. It could not have been for pleasure. He never took pleasure. No, he must have some business there. End of chapter 40.
Martin Chuzzlewit, Chapter 41. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. Martin Chuzzlewit by Charles Dickens, Chapter 41. Mr. Jonas and his friend, arriving at a pleasant understanding, set forth upon an enterprise. The office of the Anglo-Bengalee Disinterested Loan and Life Assurance Company being near at hand, and Mr. Montague driving Jonas straight there, they had very little way to go. But the journey might have been one of several hours' duration without provoking a remark from either, for it was clear that Jonas did not mean to break the silence which prevailed between them, and that it was not, as yet, his dear friend's cue to tempt them into conversation. He had thrown aside his cloak, as having now no motive for concealment, and with that garment huddled on his knees, sat as far removed from his companion as the limited space in such a carriage would allow. There was a striking difference in his manner compared with what it had been within a few minutes, when Tom encountered him so unexpectedly on board the packet, or when the ugly change had fallen on him in Mr. Montague's dressing-room. He had the aspect of a man found out and held at bay, of being baffled, hunted, and beset, but there was now a dawning and increasing purpose in his face which changed it very much. It was gloomy, distrustful, lowering, pale with anger and defeat. It still was humbled, abject, cowardly, and mean. But let the conflict go on as it would, there was one strong purpose wrestling with every emotion of his mind, and casting the whole series down as they arose. Not prepossessing in appearance at the best of times, it may be readily supposed that he was not so now. He had left deep marks of his front teeth in his nether lip, and those tokens of the agitation he had lately undergone improved his looks as little as the heavy corrugations in his forehead. But he was self-possessed now, unnaturally self-possessed indeed, as men quite otherwise than brave are known to be in desperate extremities, and when the carriage stopped he waited for no invitation, but leapt heartily out and went upstairs. The chairman followed him, and closing the board-room door as soon as they had entered, threw himself upon a sofa. Jonas stood before the window, looking down into the street, and leaned against the sash, resting his head upon his arms. "This is not handsome, Chuzzlewit," said Montague at length. "Not handsome, upon my soul." "What would you have me do?" he answered, looking round abruptly. "What do you expect?" "Confidence, my good fellow, some confidence," said Montague in an injured tone. "Ecod, you show great confidence in me," retorted Jonas, "don't you?" "Do I not?" said his companion, raising his head and looking at him, but he had turned again. "Do I not? Have I not confided to you the easy schemes I have formed for our advantage? Our advantage, mind, not mine alone. And what is my return? Attempted flight." "How do you know that? Who said I meant to fly?" "Who said? Come, come. A foreign boat, my friend, an early hour, a figure wrapped up for disguise. Who said? If you didn't mean to jilt me, why were you there? If you didn't mean to jilt me, why did you come back?" "I came back," said Jonas, "to avoid disturbance." "You were wise," rejoined his friend. Jonas stood quite silent, still looking down into the street, and resting his head upon his arms. "Now, Chuzzlewit," said Montague, "notwithstanding what has passed, I will be plain with you. Are you attending to me there? I only see your back." "I hear you. Go on." "I say that notwithstanding what has passed, I will be plain with you. You said that before, and I have told you once I heard you say it. Go on." "You are a little chafed, but I can make allowances for that, and am fortunately myself in the very best of tempers. Now, let us see how circumstances stand. A day or two ago I mentioned to you, my dear fellow, that I thought I had discovered—" "Will you hold your tongue?" said Jonas, looking fiercely round, glancing at the door. "Well, well," said Montague, "judicious, quite correct. My discoveries being published would be like many other men's discoveries in this honest world, of no further use to me. You see, Chuzzlewit, how ingenious and frank I am in showing you the weakness of my own position. To return, I make, or I think I make, a certain discovery which I take an early opportunity of mentioning in your ear, in that spirit of confidence which I really hope did prevail between us, and was reciprocated by you. Perhaps there is something in it, perhaps there is nothing. I have my knowledge and opinion on the subject, you have yours. We will not discuss the question. But, my good fellow, you have been weak. What I wish to point out to you is, that you have been weak. I may desire to turn this little incident to my account. Indeed I do, I'll not deny it. But my account does not lie in probing it, or using it against you." "What do you call using it against me?" asked Jonas, who had not yet changed his attitude. "Oh," said Montague, with a laugh, "we'll not enter into that. Using it to make a beggar of me, is that the use you mean?" "No, ecod," muttered Jonas bitterly. "That's the use in which your account does lie. You speak the truth there." "I wish you to venture (it's a very safe venture) a little more with us, certainly, and to keep quiet," said Montague. "You promised me you would, and I must. I say it plainly, Chuzzlewit, you must. Reason the matter. If you don't, my secret is worthless to me, and being so, it may as well become the public property as mine. Better, for I shall gain some credit, bringing it to light. I want you, besides, to act as a decoy in a case I have already told you of. You don't mind that, I know. You care nothing for the man. You care nothing for any man. You are too sharp. So am I hope. I could bear any loss of his with pious fortitude. Ha, ha, ha! You have tried to escape from the first consequence. You cannot escape it, I assure you. I have shown you that to-day. Now, I am not a mortal man. You know I am not the least in the world affected by anything you may have done, by any little indiscretion you may have committed, but I wish to profit by it if I can, and to a man of your intelligence I make that free confession. I am not at all singular in that infirmity. Everybody profits by the indiscretion of his neighbour, and the people in the best repute the most. Why do you give me this trouble? It must come to a friendly agreement or an unfriendly crash. It must. If the former, you are very little hurt. If the latter, well, you know best what is likely to happen then." Jonas left the window, and walked up close to him. He did not look him in the face. It was not his habit to do that, but he kept his eyes towards him, on his breast or thereabouts, and was at great pains to speak slowly and distinctly in reply, just as a man in a state of conscious drunkenness might be.
"Lying is of no use now," he said. "I did think of getting away this morning and making better terms with you from a distance." "To be sure, to be sure," replied Montague. "Nothing more unusual. I foresaw that and provided against it. But I am afraid I am interrupting you." "How the devil," pursued Jonas, with a still greater effort, "you made choice of your messenger and where you found him, I'll not ask you. I owed him one good turn before to-day. If you are so careless of men in general as you said you were just now, you are quite indifferent to what becomes of such a crop-tailed cur as that, and will leave me to settle my account with him in my own manner." If he had raised his eyes to his companion's face, he would have seen that Montague was evidently unable to comprehend his meaning. But continuing to stand before him with his furtive gaze directed as before, and pausing here only to moisten his dry lips with his tongue, the fact was lost upon him. It might have struck a close observer that this fixed and steady glance of Jonas's was a part of the alteration which had taken place in his demeanour. He kept it riveted on one spot, with which his thoughts had manifestly nothing to do, like as a juggler walking on a cord or wire to any dangerous end, holds some object in his sight to steady him, and never wanders from it lest he trip. Montague was quick in his rejoinder, though he made it at a venture. There was no difference of opinion between him and his friend on that point, not the least. "Your great discovery," Jonas proceeded, with a savage sneer that got the better of him for the moment, "may be true, and may be false. Whatever it is, I dare say I'm no worse than any man." "Not a bit," said Tigg, "not a bit. We're all alike, or nearly so." "I want to know this," Jonas went on to say. "Is it your own? You'll not wonder at my asking the question." "My own?" repeated Montague. "Ay," returned the other gruffly. "Is it known to anybody else? Come, don't waver about that." "No," said Montague, without the smallest hesitation. "What would it be worth, do you think, unless I had the keeping of it?" Now, for the first time, Jonas looked at him. After a pause, he put out his hand, and said with a laugh, "Come, make things easy to me, and I'm yours. I don't know that I may not be better off here, after all, than if I'd gone away this morning, but here I am, and here I'll stay now. Take your oath." He cleared his throat, for he was speaking hoarsely, and said in a lighter tone, "Shall I go to Pecksniff? When? Say when." "Immediately," cried Montague. "He cannot be enticed too soon." "Ecod!" cried Jonas, with a wild laugh. "There's some fun in catching that old hypocrite. I hate him. Shall I go to-night?" "Ay, this," said Montague ecstatically, "is like business. We understand each other now. To-night, my good fellow, by all means." "Come with me," cried Jonas. "We must make a dash, go down in state, and carry documents, for he's a deep file to deal with, and it might be drawn on with an artful hand, or he'll not follow. I know him. And I can't take your lodgings or your dinners down. I must take you. Will you come to-night?" His friend appeared to hesitate, and neither to have anticipated this proposal, nor to relish it very much. "We can concert our plans upon the road," said Jonas. "We must not go direct to him, but cross over from some other place, and turn out of our way to see him. I may not want to introduce you, but I must have you on the spot. I know the man, I tell you." "But what if the man knows me?" said Montague, shrugging his shoulders. "He know!" cried Jonas. "Don't you run that risk with 50 men a day. Would your father know you? Do I know you? Ecod, you were another figure when I saw you first. Ha, ha, ha! I see the rents and patches now. No false hair then, no black dye. You were another sort of joker in those days, you were. You even spoke different then. You've acted the gentleman so seriously since, that you've taken in yourself. If he should know you, what does it matter? Such a change is a proof of your success. You know that, or you would not have made yourself known to me. Will you come?" "My good fellow," said Montague, still hesitating, "I can trust you alone." "Trust me! Ecod, you may trust me now far enough. I'll try to go away no more, no more." He stopped, and added in a more sober tone, "I can't get on without you. Will you come?" "I will," said Montague, "if that's your opinion," and they shook hands upon it. The boisterous manner which Jonas had exhibited during the latter part of this conversation, and which had gone on rapidly increasing with almost every word he had spoken, from the time when he looked his honourable friend in the face until now, did not now subside, but remaining at its height abided by him.
most unusual with him at any period, most inconsistent with his temper and constitution, especially unnatural it would appear in one so darkly circumstanced, it abided by him. It was not like the effect of wine or any ardent drink, for he was perfectly coherent. It even made him proof against the usual influence of such means of excitement, for although he drank deeply several times that day, with no reserve or caution, he remained exactly the same man, and his spirits neither rose nor fell in the least observable degree. Deciding after some discussion to travel at night, in order that the day's business might not be broken in upon, they took counsel together in reference to the means. Mr. Montague being of opinion that 4 horses were advisable, at all events for the first stage, as throwing a great deal of dust into people's eyes in more senses than one, a travelling chariot and 4 lay under orders for 9 o'clock. Jonas did not go home, observing that his being obliged to leave town on business in so great a hurry would be a good excuse for having turned back so unexpectedly in the morning. So he wrote a note for his portmanteau, and sent it by a messenger, who duly brought his luggage back, with a short note from that other piece of luggage, his wife, expressive of her wish to be allowed to come and see him for a moment. To this request he sent for answer, she had better, and one such threatening affirmative being sufficient, in defiance of the English grammar, to express a negative, she kept away. Mr. Montague being much engaged in the course of the day, Jonas bestowed his spirits chiefly on the doctor, with whom he lunched in the medical officer's own room. On his way thither, encountering Mr. Nadgett in the outer room, he bantered that stealthy gentleman on always appearing anxious to avoid him, and inquired if he were afraid of him. Mr. Nadgett answered, no, but he believed it must be his way, as he had been charged with much the same kind of thing before. Mr. Montague was listening to, or to speak with greater elegance, he overheard this dialogue. As soon as Jonas was gone, he beckoned Nadgett to him with the feather of his pen, and whispered in his ear, "Who gave him my letter this morning?" "My lodger, sir," said Nadgett, behind the palm of his hand. "How came that about?" "I found him on the wharf, sir. Being so much hurried and you not arrived, it was necessary to do something. It fortunately occurred to me that if I gave it him myself, I could be of no further use. I should have been blown upon immediately." "Mr. Nadgett, you are a jewel," said Montague, patting him on the back. "What's your lodger's name?" "Pinch, sir. Thomas Pinch." Montague reflected for a little while, and then asked, "From the country, do you know?" "From Wiltshire, sir, he told me." They parted without another word. To see Mr. Nadgett's bow when Montague and he next met, and to see Mr. Montague acknowledge it, anybody might have undertaken to swear that they had never spoken to each other confidentially in all their lives. In the meanwhile, Mr. Jonas and the doctor made themselves very comfortable upstairs, over a bottle of the old Madeira and some sandwiches, for the doctor, having been already invited to dine below at 6 o'clock, preferred a light repast for lunch. It was advisable, he said, in 2 points of view: first, as being healthy in itself; second, as being the better preparation for dinner. "And are you bound, for all our sakes, to take particular care of your digestion, Mr. Chuzzlewit, my dear sir?" said the doctor, smacking his lips after a glass of wine. "For depend upon it, it is worth preserving. It must be in admirable condition, sir, perfect chronometer work. Otherwise your spirits could not be so remarkable. Your bosom's lord sits lightly on its throne, Mr. Chuzzlewit, as what's-his-name says in the play. I wish he said it in a play which did anything like common justice to our profession, by the by. There is an apothecary in that drama, sir, which is a low thing, vulgar, sir, out of nature altogether." Mr. Jobling pulled off his shirt-frill of fine linen, as though he would have said, "This is what I call nature in a medical man, sir," and looked at Jonas for an observation. Jonas, not being in a condition to pursue the subject, took up a case of lancets that were lying on the table, and opened it. "Ah," said the doctor, leaning back in his chair, "I always take 'em out of my pocket before I eat. My pockets are rather tight. Ha, ha, ha!" Jonas had opened one of the shining little instruments, and was scrutinizing it with a look as sharp and eager as its own bright edge. "Good steel, doctor, good steel, eh?"
Yes, replied the doctor, with the faltering modesty of ownership. One might open a vein pretty dexterously with that, Mr. Chuzzlewit. It has opened a good many in its time, I suppose, said Jonas, looking at it with a growing interest. Not a few, my dear sir, not a few. It has been engaged in a pretty good practice, I believe I may say, replied the doctor, coughing as if the matter were so very dry and literal that he couldn't help it. In a pretty good practice, repeated the doctor, putting another glass of wine to his lips. Now, could you cut a man's throat with such a thing as this? Demanded Jonas. Oh, certainly, certainly, if you took him in the right place, returned the doctor. It all depends upon that. Where you have your hand now, eh? Cried Jonas, bending forward to look at it. Yes, said the doctor, that's the jugular. Jonas, in his vivacity, made a sudden sawing in the air so close behind the doctor's jugular that he turned quite red. Then Jonas, in the same strange spirit of vivacity, burst into a loud discordant laugh. No, no, said the doctor, shaking his head. Edge tools, never play with them. A very remarkable instance of the skilful use of edge tools, by the way, occurs to me at this moment. It was a case of murder. I'm afraid it was a case of murder committed by a member of our profession, it was so artistically done. Aye, said Jonas. How was that? Why, sir, returned Jobling, the thing lies in a nutshell. A certain gentleman was found one morning in an obscure street, lying in an angle of a doorway, I should rather say leaning in an upright position in the angle of a doorway, and supported consequently by the doorway. Upon his waistcoat there was one solitary drop of blood. He was dead and cold, and had been murdered, sir. Only one drop of blood, said Jonas. Sir, that man, replied the doctor, had been stabbed to the heart. Had been stabbed to the heart with such dexterity, sir, that he died instantly and had bled internally. It was supposed that a medical friend of his, to whom suspicion attached, had engaged him in conversation on some pretence, had taken him very likely by the button in a conversational manner, had examined his ground at leisure with his other hand, had marked the exact spot, drawn out the instrument, whatever it was, when he was quite prepared, and done the trick, suggested Jonas. Exactly so, replied the doctor. It was quite an operation in its way, and very neat. The medical friend never turned up, and, as I tell you, he had the credit of it. Whether he did or not, I can't say. But having had the honour to be called in with 2 or 3 of my professional brethren on the occasion, and having assisted to make a careful examination of the wound, I have no hesitation in saying that it would have reflected credit on any medical man, and that in an unprofessional person it could not but be considered either as an extraordinary work of art, or the result of a still more extraordinary, happy, and favourable conjunction of circumstances. His hearer was so much interested in this case, and the doctor went on to elucidate it with the assistance of his own finger and thumb and waistcoat, and at Jonas's request he took the further trouble of going into a corner of the room, and alternately representing the murdered man and the murderer, which he did with great effect. The bottle being emptied and the story done, Jonas was in precisely the same boisterous and unusual state as when they had sat down. If, as Jobling theorized, his good digestion were the cause, he must have been a very ostrich. At dinner it was just the same, and after dinner too, though wine was drunk in abundance and various rich meats eaten. At 9 o'clock it was still the same. There being a lamp in the carriage, he swore that they would take a pack of cards and a bottle of wine, and with these things under his cloak went down to the door. Out of the way, Tom Thumb, and get to bed. This was the situation he bestowed on Mr. Bailey, who, booted and wrapped up, stood at the carriage door to help him in. To bed, sir. I'm a-going too, said Bailey. He alighted quickly, and walked back into the hall, where Montague was lighting a cigar, conducting Mr. Bailey with him by the collar. You're not a-going to take this monkey of a boy, are you? Yes, said Montague. He gave the boy a shake, and threw him roughly aside. There was more of his familiar self in the action than in anything he had done that day, but he broke out laughing immediately afterwards, and making a thrust at the doctor with his hand, an imitation of his representation of the medical friend, went out to the carriage again and took his seat. His companion followed immediately. Mr. Bailey climbed into the rumble. "It will be a stormy night," exclaimed the doctor, as they started. Chapter 41.
Martin Chuzzlewit, Chapter 42. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. Martin Chuzzlewit by Charles Dickens, Chapter 42. Continuation of the enterprise of Mr. Jonas and his friend. The doctor's prognostication in reference to the weather was speedily verified. Although the weather was not a patient of his, and no third party had required him to give an opinion on the case, the quick fulfilment of his prophecy may be taken as an instance of his professional tact, for unless the threatening aspect of the night had been perfectly plain and unmistakable, Mr. Jobling would never have compromised his reputation by delivering any sentiments on the subject. He used this principle in medicine with too much success to be unmindful of it in his commonest transactions. It was one of those hot, silent nights when people sit at windows listening for the thunder which they know will shortly break, when they recall dismal tales of hurricanes and earthquakes, and of lonely travellers on open plains and lonely ships at sea struck by lightning. Lightning flashed and quivered on the black horizon even now, and hollow murmurings were in the wind, as though it had been blowing where the thunder rolled and still was charged with its exhausted echoes. But the storm, though gathering swiftly, had not yet come up, and the prevailing stillness was the more solemn from the dull intelligence that seemed to hover in the air of noise and conflict afar off. It was very dark, but in the murky sky there were masses of cloud which shone with a lurid light like monstrous heaps of copper that had been heated in a furnace and were growing cold. These had been advancing steadily and slowly, but they were now motionless, or nearly so. As the carriage clattered round the corners of the streets, it passed at every one a knot of persons who had come there, mainly from their houses close at hand, without hats, to look up at that quarter of the sky. And now a very few large drops of rain began to fall, and thunder rumbled in the distance. Jonas sat in a corner of the carriage with his bottle resting on his knee, and gripped as tightly in his hand as if he would have ground its neck to powder if he could. Instinctively attracted by the night, he had laid aside the pack of cards upon the cushion, and with the same involuntary impulse, so intelligible to both of them as not to occasion a remark on either side, his companion had extinguished the lamp. The front glasses were down, and they sat looking silently out upon the gloomy scene before them. They were clear of London, or as clear of it as travellers can be whose way lies on the western road, within a stage of that enormous city. Occasionally they encountered a foot passenger hurrying to the nearest place of shelter, or some unwieldy cart proceeding onward at a heavy trot, with the same end in view. Little clusters of such vehicles were gathered round the stable-yard or baiting-place of every wayside tavern, while their drivers watched the weather from the doors and open windows, or made merry within. Everywhere the people were disposed to bear each other company rather than sit alone, so that groups of watchful faces seemed to be looking out upon the night and them, from almost every house they passed. It may appear strange that this should have disturbed Jonas or rendered him uneasy, but it did. After muttering to himself, and often changing his position, he drew up the blind on his side of the carriage, and turned his shoulder sulkily towards it. But he neither looked at his companion nor broke the silence which prevailed between them, and which had fallen so suddenly upon himself, by addressing a word to him. The thunder rolled, the lightning flashed, the rain poured down like heaven's wrath. Surrounded at one moment by intolerable light, and at the next by pitchy darkness, they still pressed forward on their journey. Even when they arrived at the end of the stage, and might have tarried, they did not, but ordered horses out immediately. Nor had this any reference to some 5 minutes' lull, which at that time seemed to promise a cessation of the storm. They held their course as if they were impelled and driven by its fury. Although they had not exchanged a dozen words, and might have tarried very well, they seemed to feel, by joint consent, that onward they must go.
Louder and louder the deep thunder rolled, as though the myriad hills of some vast temple in the sky. Fiercer and brighter became the lightning, more and more heavily the rain poured down. The horses (they were travelling now with a single pair) plunged and started from the rills of quivering fire that seemed to wind along the ground before them. But there these two men sat, and forward they went as if they were led on by an invisible attraction. The eye, partaking of the quickness of the flashing light, saw in its every gleam a multitude of objects which it could not see at steady noon in 50 times that period. Bells in steeples with the rope and wheel that moved them, ragged nests of birds in cornices and nooks, faces full of consternation in the tilted waggons that came tearing past, their frightened teams ringing out a warning which the thunder drowned, harrows and ploughs left out in fields, miles upon miles of hedge-divided country, with the distant fringe of trees as obvious as the scarecrow in the bean-field close at hand. In a trembling, vivid, flickering instant, everything was clear and plain. Then came a flush of red into the yellow light, a change to blue, a brightness so intense that there was nothing else but light, and then the deepest and profoundest darkness. The lightning, being very crooked and very dazzling, may have presented or assisted a curious optical illusion, which suddenly rose before the startled eyes of Montague in the carriage, and as rapidly disappeared. He thought he saw Jonas with his hand lifted and the bottle clinched in it like a hammer, making as if he would aim a blow at his head. At the same time he observed, or so believed, an expression in his face, a combination of the unnatural excitement he had shown all day with a wild hatred and fear, which might have rendered a wolf a less terrible companion. He uttered an involuntary exclamation and called to the driver, who brought his horses to a stop with all speed. It could hardly have been as he supposed, for although he had not taken his eyes off his companion, and had not seen him move, he sat reclining in his corner as before. "What's the matter?" said Jonas. "Is that your general way of waking out of your sleep?" "I could swear," returned the other, "that I had not closed my eyes." "When you have sworn it," said Jonas composedly, "we had better go on again, if you have only stopped for that." He uncorked the bottle with the help of his teeth, and putting it to his lips, took a long draught. "I wish we had never started on this journey. This is not," said Montague, recoiling instinctively and speaking in a voice that betrayed his agitation, "this is not a night to travel in." "Ecod, you're right there," returned Jonas, "and we shouldn't be out in it but for you. If you hadn't kept me waiting all day, we might have been at Salisbury by this time, snug abed and fast asleep. What are we stopping for?" His companion put his head out of window for a moment, and drawing it in again, observed, as if that were his cause of anxiety, that the boy was drenched to the skin. "Serve him right," said Jonas. "I'm glad of it. What the devil are we stopping for? Are you going to spread him out to dry?" "I've half a mind to take him inside," observed the other with some hesitation. "Oh, thank'ee," said Jonas. "We don't want any damp boys here, especially a young imp like him. Let him be where he is. He ain't afraid of a little thunder and lightning, I dare say, whoever else is. Go on, driver. We'd better have him inside, perhaps," he muttered with a laugh, "and the horses." "Well, don't go too fast," cried Montague to the postillion, "and take care how you go. You were nearly in the ditch when I called you." This was not true, and Jonas bluntly said so as they moved forward again. Montague took little or no heed of what he said, but repeated that it was not a night for travelling, and showed himself, both then and afterwards, unusually anxious. From this time Jonas recovered his former spirits, if such a term may be employed to express the state in which he had left the city. He had his bottle often at his mouth, roared out snatches of songs without the least regard to time or tune or voice, or anything but loud discordance, and urged his silent friend to be merry with him. "You're the best company in the world, my good fellow," said Montague with an effort, "and in general irresistible, but to-night, do you hear it?" "Ecod, I hear and see it too," cried Jonas, shading his eyes for the moment from the lightning which was flashing, not in any one direction, but all around them. "What of that? It don't change you, nor me, nor our affairs. Chorus, chorus! It may lighten and storm till it hunt the red worm from the grass where the gibbet is driven, but it can't hurt the dead, and it won't save the head that is doomed to be rift and riven." That must be a precious old song," he added with an oath, as he stopped short in a kind of wonder at himself. "I hadn't heard it since I was a boy, and how it comes into my head now, unless the lightning put it there, I don't know. Can't hurt the dead? No, no. And won't save the head? No, no, no. Ha, ha, ha!" His mirth was of such a savage and extraordinary character, and was in an inexplicable way at once so suited to the night, and yet such a coarse intrusion on its terrors, that his fellow traveller, always a coward, shrunk from him in positive fear. Instead of Jonas being his tool and instrument, their places seemed to be reversed. But there was reason for this too, Montague thought, since the sense of his debasement might naturally inspire such a man with the wish to assert a noisy independence, and in that license to forget his real condition. Being quick enough in reference to such subjects of contemplation, he was not long in taking this argument into account, and giving it its full weight. But still he felt a vague sense of alarm, and was depressed and uneasy. He was certain he had not been asleep, but his eyes might have deceived him, for looking at Jonas now in any interval of darkness he could represent his figure to himself in any attitude his state of mind suggested. On the other hand, he knew full well that Jonas had no reason to love him, and even taking the piece of pantomime which had so impressed his mind to be a real gesture, and not the working of his fancy, the most that could be said of it was, that it was quite in keeping with the rest of his diabolical fun, and had the same impotent expression of truth in it. If he could kill me with a wish, thought the swindler, I should not live long. He resolved that when he should have had his use of Jonas he would restrain him with an iron curb. In the meantime that he could not do better than leave him to take his own way, and preserve his own peculiar description of good humour, after his own uncommon manner. It was no great sacrifice to bear with him, for when all is got that can be got, thought Montague, I shall decamp across the water and have the laugh on my side, and the gains. Such were his reflections from hour to hour, his state of mind being one in which the same thoughts constantly present themselves over and over again in wearisome repetition, while Jonas, who appeared to have dismissed reflection altogether, entertained himself as before. They agreed that they would go to Salisbury, and would cross to Mr. Pecksniff's in the morning, and at the prospect of deluding that worthy gentleman, the spirits of his amiable son-in-law became more boisterous than ever. As the night wore on, the thunder died away, but still rolled gloomily and mournfully in the distance. The lightning too, though now comparatively harmless, was yet bright and frequent. The rain was quite as violent as it had ever been. It was their ill fortune, at about the time of dawn and in the last stage of their journey, to have a restive pair of horses. These animals had been greatly terrified in their stable by the tempest, and coming out into the dreary interval between night and morning, where the glare of the lightning was yet unsubdued by day, and the various objects in their view were presented in indistinct and exaggerated shapes which they would not have worn by night, they gradually became less and less capable of control, until, taking a sudden fright at something by the roadside, they dashed off wildly down a steep hill, flung the driver from his saddle, drew the carriage to the brink of a ditch, stumbled headlong down, and threw it crashing over. The travellers had opened the carriage door, and had either jumped or fallen out. Jonas was the first to stagger to his feet. He felt sick and weak and very giddy, and reeling to a 5-barred gate, stood holding by it, looking drowsily about as the whole landscape swam before his eyes. But by degrees he grew more conscious, and presently observed that Montague was lying senseless in the road, within a few feet of the horses. In an instant, as if his own faint body were suddenly animated by a demon, he ran to the horses' heads, and pulling at their bridles with all his force, set them struggling and plunging with such mad violence as brought their hoofs at every effort nearer to the skull of the prostrate man, and must have led in half a minute to his brains being dashed out on the highway. As he did this, he fought and contended with them like a man possessed, making them wilder by his cries. "Whoop!" cried Jonas. "Whoop! Again! Another! A little more! A little more! Up, ye devils! Hallo!" As he heard the driver, who had risen and was hurrying up, crying to him to desist, his violence increased. "Hallo! Hallo!" cried Jonas. "For God's sake!" cried the driver. "The gentleman in the road! He'll be killed!" The same shouts and the same struggles were his only answer.
but the man darting in at the peril of his own life saved Montague's by dragging him through the mire and water out of the reach of present harm. That done, he ran to Jonas, and with the aid of his knife they very shortly disengaged the horses from the broken chariot, and got them cut and bleeding on their legs again. The postillion and Jonas had now leisure to look at each other, which they had not had yet. "Presence of mind, presence of mind!" cried Jonas, throwing up his hands wildly. "What would you have done without me?" "The other gentleman would have done badly without me," returned the man, shaking his head. "You should have moved him first. I gave him up for dead." "Presence of mind, you croaker, presence of mind!" cried Jonas, with a harsh loud laugh. "Was he struck, do you think?" They both turned to look at him. Jonas muttered something to himself when he saw him sitting up beneath the hedge looking vacantly around. "What's the matter?" asked Montague. "Is anybody hurt?" "Ecod," said Jonas, "it don't seem so. There are no bones broken after all." They raised him, and he tried to walk. He was a good deal shaken, and trembled very much, but with the exception of a few cuts and bruises, this was all the damage he had sustained. "Cuts and bruises, eh?" said Jonas. "We've all got them. Only cuts and bruises, eh?" "I wouldn't have given sixpence for the gentleman's head in half a dozen seconds more, for he's only cut and bruised," observed the postboy. "If ever you're in an accident of this sort again, sir, which I hope you won't be, never you pull the bridle of the horse that's down when there's a man's head in the way. That can't be done twice without there being a dead man in the case. It would have ended in that this time as sure as ever you were born, if I hadn't come up just when I did." Jonas replied by advising him with a curse to hold his tongue, and to go somewhere whither he was not very likely to go of his own accord. But Montague, who had listened eagerly to every word, himself diverted the subject by exclaiming, "Where's the boy?" "Ecod, I forgot that monkey," said Jonas. "What's become of him?" A very brief search settled that question. The unfortunate Mr. Bailey had been thrown sheer over the hedge or the 5-barred gate, and was lying in the neighbourhood field, to all appearance dead. "When I said to-night that I wished I'd never started on this journey," cried his master, "I knew it was an ill-fated one. Look at this boy." "Is that all?" growled Jonas. "If you call that a sign of it, why what should I call a sign of it?" asked Montague hurriedly. "What do you mean?" "I mean," said Jonas, stooping down over the body, "that I never heard you were his father, or had any particular reason to care much about him. Hallo! Hold up there!" But the boy was past holding up, or being held up, or giving any other sign of life than a faint and fitful beating of the heart. After some discussion the driver mounted the horse which had been least injured, and took the lad in his arms as well as he could, while Montague and Jonas, leading the other horse, and carrying a trunk between them, walked by his side towards Salisbury. "You'd get there in a few minutes, and be able to send assistance to meet us if you went forward, post-boy," said Jonas. "Trot on." "No, no," cried Montague. "We'll keep together." "Why, what a chicken you are! You're not afraid of being robbed, are you?" asked Jonas. "I'm not afraid of anything," replied the other, whose looks and manner were in flat contradiction to his words. "But we'll keep together." "You were mighty anxious about the boy a minute ago," said Jonas. "I suppose you know that he may die in the meantime?" I know. But we'll keep together." As it was clear that he was not to be moved from this determination, Jonas made no other rejoinder than such as his face expressed, and they proceeded in company. They had 3 or 4 good miles to travel, and the way was not made easier by the state of the road, the burden by which they were embarrassed, or their own stiff and sore condition. After a sufficiently long and painful walk they arrived at the inn, and having knocked the people up, it being yet very early in the morning, sent out messengers to see to the carriage and its contents, and roused a surgeon from his bed to tend the chief sufferer. All the service he could render he rendered promptly and skilfully, but he gave it as his opinion that the boy was labouring under a severe concussion of the brain, and that Mr. Bailey's mortal course was run. If Montague's strong interest in the announcement could have been considered as unselfish in any degree, it might have been a redeeming trait in a character that had no such lineaments to spare. But it was not difficult to see that, for some unexpressed reason best appreciated by himself, he attached a strange value to the company and presence of this mere child, when, after receiving some assistance from the surgeon himself, he retired to the bedroom prepared for him, and it was broad day, his mind was still dwelling on this theme.
I would rather have lost, he said, £1,000 than lost the boy just now, but I'll return home alone. I'm resolved upon that. Chuzzlewit shall go forward first, and I will follow in my own time. I'll have no more of this," he added, wiping his damp forehead. 24 hours of this would turn my hair grey." After examining his chamber, and looking under the bed, and in the cupboards, and even behind the curtains, with unusual caution, although it was, as has been said, broad day, he double-locked the door by which he had entered, and retired to rest. There was another door in the room, but it was locked on the outer side, and with what place it communicated he knew not. His fears, or evil conscience, reproduced the door in all his dreams. He dreamed that a dreadful secret was connected with it, a secret which he knew, and yet did not know, for although he was heavily responsible for it and a party to it, he was harassed even in his vision by a distracting uncertainty in reference to its import. Incoherently entwined with this dream was another, which represented it as the hiding-place of an enemy, a shadow, a phantom, and made it the business of his life to keep the terrible creature closed up, and prevent it from forcing its way in upon him. With this view, Nadgett and he, and a strange man with a bloody smear upon his head, who told him that he had been his playfellow, and told him, too, the real name of an old schoolmate forgotten until then, worked with iron plates and nails to make the door secure. But though they worked never so hard, it was all in vain, for the nails broke or changed to soft twigs, or what was worse, to worms between their fingers. The wood of the door splintered and crumbled, so that even nails would not remain in it, and the iron plates curled up like hot paper. All this time, the creature on the other side, whether it was in the shape of man or beast, he neither knew nor sought to know, was gaining on them. But the greatest terror was when the man with the bloody smear upon his head demanded of him if he knew this creature's name, and said that he would whisper it. At this the dreamer fell upon his knees, his whole blood thrilling with inexplicable fear, and held his ears. But looking at the speaker's lips, he saw that they formed the utterance of the letter J, and crying out aloud that the secret was discovered, and they were all lost, he awoke. To find Jonas standing by his bedside watching him, and that very door wide open. As their eyes met, Jonas retreated a few paces, and Montague sprang out of bed. "Heyday!" said Jonas. "You're all alive this morning." "Alive?" the other stammered as he pulled the bell-rope violently. "What are you doing here?" "It's your room, to be sure," said Jonas, "but I'm almost inclined to ask you what you are doing here. My room is on the other side of that door. No one told me last night not to open it. I thought it led to a passage, and was coming out to order breakfast. There's no bell in my room." Montague had in the meantime admitted the man with his hot water and boots, who, hearing this, said yes there was, and passed into the adjoining room to point it out at the head of the bed. "I couldn't find it then," said Jonas. "It's all the same. Shall I order breakfast?" Montague answered in the affirmative. When Jonas had retired, whistling, through his own room, he opened the door of communication, to take out the key and fasten it on the inner side, but it was taken out already. He dragged a table against the door, and sat down to collect himself, as if his dream still had some influence upon his mind. "An evil journey," he repeated several times. "An evil journey, but I'll travel home alone. I'll have no more of this." His presentiment or superstition that it was an evil journey did not at all deter him from doing the evil for which the journey was undertaken. With this in view, he dressed himself more carefully than usual to make a favourable impression on Mr. Pecksniff, and reassured by his own appearance, the beauty of the morning, and the flashing of the wet boughs outside his window in the merry sunshine, was soon sufficiently inspirited to swear a few round oaths, and hum the fag-end of a song. But he still muttered to himself at intervals for all that, "I'll travel home alone." End of chapter 42. Martin Chuzzlewit, Chapter 43. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. Martin Chuzzlewit, by Charles Dickens, Chapter 43. Has an influence on the fortunes of several people.
Mr. Pecksniff is exhibited in the plenitude of power, and wields the same with fortitude and magnanimity. On the night of the storm, Mrs. Lupin, hostess of the Blue Dragon, sat by herself in her little bar. Her solitary condition, or the bad weather, or both united, made Mrs. Lupin thoughtful, not to say sorrowful. As she sat with her chin upon her hand, looking out through a low black lattice, rendered dim in the brightest daytime by clustering vine leaves, she shook her head very often, and said, "Dear me! Oh dear, dear me!" It was a melancholy time, even in the snugness of the Dragon bar. The rich expanse of cornfield, pasture land, green slope, and gentle undulation, with its sparkling brooks, its many hedgerows, and its clumps of beautiful trees, was black and dreary from the diamond panes of the lattice away to the far horizon, where the thunder seemed to roll along the hills. The heavy rain beat down the tender branches of vine and jessamine, and trampled on them in its fury. And when the lightning gleamed, it showed the tearful leaves shivering and cowering together at the window, and tapping at it urgently, as if beseeching to be sheltered from the dismal night. As a mark of her respect for the lightning, Mrs. Lupin had removed her candle to the chimney-piece. Her basket of needlework stood unheeded at her elbow. Her supper, spread on a round table not far off, was untasted, and the knives had been removed for fear of attraction. She had sat for a long time with her chin upon her hand, saying to herself at intervals, "Dear me! Ah, dear, dear me!" She was on the eve of saying so once more, when the latch of the house-door, closed to keep the rain out, rattled on its well-worn catch, and a traveller came in, who, shutting it after him, and walking straight up to the half-door of the bar, said rather gruffly, "A pint of the best old beer here." He had some reason to be gruff, for if he had passed the day in a waterfall he could scarcely have been wetter than he was. He was wrapped up to the eyes in a rough blue sailor's coat, and had an oilskin hat on, from the capacious brim of which the rain fell trickling down upon his breast and back and shoulders. Judging from a certain liveliness of chin, he had so pulled down his hat and pulled up his collar to defend himself from the weather, that she could only see his chin, and even across that he drew the wet sleeve of his shaggy coat as she looked at him. Mrs. Lupin set him down for a good-natured fellow too. "A bad night," observed the hostess cheerfully. The traveller shook himself like a Newfoundland dog, and said it was, rather. "There's a fire in the kitchen," said Mrs. Lupin, "and very good company there. Hadn't you better go and dry yourself?" "No, thank'ee," said the man, glancing towards the kitchen as he spoke. He seemed to know the way. "It's enough to give you your death of cold," observed the hostess. "I don't take my death easy," returned the traveller, "or I should most likely have took it afore to-night. Your health, ma'am." Mrs. Lupin thanked him, but in the act of lifting the tankard to his mouth, he changed his mind and put it down again. Throwing his body back and looking about him stiffly, as a man does who is wrapped up, and has his hat low down over his eyes, he said, "What do you call this house? Not the Dragon, do you?" Mrs. Lupin complacently made answer, "Yes, the Dragon." "Why, then you've got a sort of relation of mine here, ma'am," said the traveller, "a young man of the name of Tapley. What, Mark, my boy," apostrophising the premises, "have I come upon you at last, old buck?" This was touching Mrs. Lupin on a tender point. She turned to trim the candle on the chimney-piece, and said, with her back towards the traveller, "Nobody should be made more welcome at the Dragon, master, than any one who brought me news of Mark. But it's many and many a long day and month since he left here and England, and whether he's alive or dead, poor fellow, Heaven above us only knows." She shook her head, and her voice trembled. Her hand must have done so too, for the light required a deal of trimming. "Where did he go, ma'am?" asked the traveller in a gentler voice. "He went," said Mrs. Lupin, with increased distress, "to America. He was always tender-hearted and kind, and perhaps at this moment may be lying in prison under sentence of death for taking pity on some miserable black, and helping the poor runaway creature to escape.
How could he ever go to America? Why didn't he go to some of those countries where the savages eat each other fairly and give an equal chance to every one?" Quite subdued by this time, Mrs. Lupin sobbed, and was retiring to a chair to give her grief free vent, when the traveller caught her in his arms, and she uttered a glad cry of recognition. "Yes, I will," cried Mark. "Another, one more, 20 more. You didn't know me in that hat and coat. I thought you would have known me anywheres. 10 more." "So I should have known you if I could have seen you, but I couldn't, and you spoke so gruff. I didn't think you could speak gruff to me, Mark, at first coming back." 15 more," said Mr. Tapley. "How handsome and how young you look! 6 more. The last half dozen warn't a fair one, and must be done over again. Lord bless you, what a treat it is to see you! 1 more. Well, I never was so jolly. Just a few more on account of there not being any credit in it." When Mr. Tapley stopped in these calculations in simple addition, he did it, not because he was at all tired of the exercise, but because he was out of breath. The pause reminded him of other duties. "Mr. Martin Chuzzlewit's outside," he said. "I left him under the cart shed while I came on to see if there was anybody here. We want to keep quiet to-night till we know the news from you, and what it's best for us to do." "There's not a soul in the house except the kitchen company," returned the hostess. "If they were to know you had come back, Mark, they'd have a bonfire on the street, late as it is." "But they mustn't know it to-night, my precious soul," said Mark. "So have the house shut and the kitchen fire made up, and when it's all ready put a light in the winder, and we'll come in. 1 more. I long to hear about old friends. You'll tell me all about 'em, won't you? Mr. Pinch, and the butcher's dog down the street, and the terrier over the way, and the wheelwrights, and every one of 'em. When I first caught sight of the church to-night, I thought the steeple would have choked me, I did. 1 more. Won't you? Not a very little one to finish off with." "You have plenty, I am sure," said the hostess. "Go along with your foreign manners." "That ain't foreign, bless you!" cried Mark. "Native as oysters, that is. 1 more, because it's native, as a mark of respect for the land we live in. This don't count as between you and me, you understand," said Mr. Tapley. "I ain't a kissing you now, you'll observe. I have been among the patriots. I'm a kissing my country." It would have been very unreasonable to complain of the exhibition of his patriotism, to which he followed up this explanation, that it was all lukewarm or indifferent. When he had given full expression to his nationality, he hurried off to Marton, while Mrs. Lupin, in a state of great agitation and excitement, prepared for their reception. The company soon came tumbling out, insisting to each other that the Dragon clock was half an hour too fast, and that the thunder must have affected it. Impatient, wet, and weary though they were, Martin and Mark were overjoyed to see these old faces, and watched them with delighted interest as they departed from the house, and passed close by them. "There's the old tailor, Mark," whispered Martin. "There he goes, sir. A little bandier that he was, I think, sir, ain't he? His figure's so far altered, as it seems to me, that you might wheel a rather light barrow between his legs as he walks, than you could have done conveniently when we knowed him. There's Sam a coming out, sir." "Ah, to be sure!" cried Martin. "Sam the hostler. I wonder whether that horse of Pecksniff is alive still." "Not a doubt on it, sir," returned Mark. "That's a description of animals, sir, as will go on in a bony way peculiar to himself for a long time, and get into the newspapers at last under the title of 'Singular Tenacity of Life in a Quadruped,' as if he had ever been alive in all his life worth mentioning. There's the clock, sir, wery drunk as usual." "I see him," said Martin, laughing. "But, my life, how wet you are, Mark!" "I am! What do you consider yourself, sir?" "Oh, not half as bad," said his fellow traveller, with an air of great vexation. "I told you not to keep on the windy side, Mark, but to let us change and change about. The rain has been beating on you ever since it began." "You don't know how it pleases me, sir," said Mark, after a short silence, "if I may make so bold as to say so, to hear you a going on in that there uncommon considerate way of yours, which I don't mean to attend to, never, but which, ever since the time when I was floored in Eden, you have showed."
Ah, Mark, sighed Martin, the less we say of that the better. Do I see the light yonder?
That's the light, cried Mark. Lord bless her, what briskness she possesses! Now for its neat wines, good beds, and first-rate entertainment for man or beast.
The kitchen fire burnt clear and red. The table was spread out, the kettle boiled, the slippers were there, the boot-jack too, sheets of ham were there, cooking on the gridiron, half a dozen eggs were there, poaching on the frying-pan, a plethoric cherry brandy bottle was there, winking at a foaming jug of beer upon the table, rare provisions were there, dangling from the rafters, as if you had only to open your mouth and something exquisitely ripe and good would be glad of the excuse for tumbling into it. Mrs. Lupin, who for their sakes had dislodged the very cook, high priestess of the temple, with her own genial hands was dressing their repast. It was impossible to help it. A ghost must have hugged her. The Atlantic Ocean and the Red Sea being in that respect all one, Martin hugged her instantly. Mr. Tapley, as if the idea were quite novel and had never occurred to him before, followed with much gravity on the same side. "Little did I ever think," said Mrs. Lupin, adjusting her cap and laughing heartily, yes, and blushing too, "often as I have said that Mr. Pecksniff's young gentlemen were the life and soul of the Dragon, and that without them it would be too dull to live in, little did I ever think, I am sure, that any one of them would ever make so free as you, Mr. Martin, and still less that I shouldn't be angry with him, but should be glad with all my heart to be the first to welcome him home from America, with Mark Tapley for his—" "For his friend, Mrs. Lupin," interposed Martin. "For his friend," said the hostess, evidently gratified by this distinction, but at the same time admonishing Mr. Tapley with a fork to remain at a respectful distance. "Little did I ever think that. But still less that I should ever have the changes to relate that I have to tell you of, when you have done your supper." "Good heavens!" cried Martin, changing colour. "What changes?" "She," said the hostess, "is quite well, and now at Mr. Pecksniff's. Don't be at all alarmed about her. She is everything you could wish. It's of no use mincing matters or making secrets, is it?" added Mrs. Lupin. "I know all about it, you see." "My good creature," returned Martin, "you are exactly the person who ought to know all about it. I am delighted to think you do know about that. But what changes do you hint at? Has any death occurred?" "No, no," said the hostess, "not as bad as that. But I declare now that I will not be drawn into saying another word till you have had your supper. If you ask me 50 questions in the meantime, I won't answer one." She was so positive that there was nothing for it but to get the supper over as quickly as possible, and as they had been walking a great many miles and had fasted since the middle of the day, they did no great violence to their own inclinations in falling on it tooth and nail. It took rather longer to get through than might have been expected, for half a dozen times, when they thought they had finished, Mrs. Lupin exposed the fallacy of that impression triumphantly, but at last, in the course of time and nature, they gave in. Then, sitting with their slippered feet stretched out upon the kitchen hearth, which was wonderfully comforting, for the night had grown by this time raw and chilly, and looking with involuntary admiration at their dimpled, buxom, blooming hostess, as the firelight sparkled in her eyes and glimmered in her raven hair, they composed themselves to listen to her news. Many were the exclamations of surprise which interrupted her when she told them of the separation between Mr. Pecksniff and his daughters, and between the same good gentleman and Mr. Pinch, but these were nothing to the indignant demonstrations of Martin, when she related, as the common talk of the neighbourhood, what entire possession he had obtained over the mind and person of old Mr. Chuzzlewit, and what high honour he designed for Mary. On receipt of this intelligence, Martin's slippers flew off in a twinkling, and he began pulling on his wet boots with that indefinite intention of going somewhere instantly and doing something to somebody, which is the first safety valve of a hot temper. "He," said Martin, "smooth-tongued villain that he is, he! Give me that other boot, Mark." "Where was you a-thinking of going to, sir?" inquired Mr. Tapley, drying the sole at the fire, and looking coolly at it as he spoke, as if it were a slice of toast. "Where!" repeated Martin. "You don't suppose I'm going to remain here, do you?" The imperturbable Mark confessed that he did. "You do," retorted Martin angrily. "I'm much obliged to you. What do you take me for?" "I take you for what you are, sir," said Mark, "and consequently am sure that whatever you do will be right and sensible. The boot, sir." Martin darted an impatient look at him, without taking it, and walked rapidly up and down the kitchen several times, with one boot and a stocking on. But mindful of his Eden resolution, he had already gained many victories over himself when Mark was in the case, and he resolved to conquer now. So he came back to the boot-jack, laid his hand on Mark's shoulder to steady himself, pulled the boot off, picked up his slippers, put them on, and sat down again. He could not help thrusting his hands to the very bottom of his pockets, and muttering at intervals, "Pecksniff, too! That fellow! Upon my soul! Indeed! What next?" and so forth, nor could he help occasionally shaking his fist at the chimney, with a very threatening countenance, but this did not last long, and he heard Mrs. Lupin out, if not with composure, at all events in silence. "As to Mr. Pecksniff himself," observed the hostess, in conclusion, spreading out the skirts of her gown with both hands, and nodding her head a great many times as she did so, "I don't know what to say. Somebody must have poisoned his mind or influenced him in some extraordinary way. I cannot believe that such a noble-spoken gentleman would go and do wrong of his own accord." A noble-spoken gentleman! How many people are there in the world who, for no better reason, uphold their Pecksniffs to the last and abandon virtuous men, when Pecksniffs breathe upon them? "As to Mr. Pinch," pursued the landlady, "if ever there was a dear, good, pleasant, worthy soul alive, Pinch, and no other, is his name. But how do we know that old Mr. Chuzzlewit himself was not the cause of difference arising between him and Mr. Pecksniff? No one but themselves can tell, for Mr. Pinch has a proud spirit, though he has such a quiet way, and when he left us, and was so sorry to go, he scorned to make his story good even to me." "Poor old Tom!" said Martin, in a tone that sounded like remorse. "It's a comfort to know," resumed the landlady, "that he has a sister living with him, and is doing well. Only yesterday he sent me back by post a little," here the colour came into her cheeks, "a little trifle I was bold enough to lend him when he went away, saying, with many thanks, that he had good employment and didn't want it. It was the same note. He hadn't broken it. I never thought I could have been so little pleased to see a bank-note come back to me as I was to see that." "Kindly said, and heartily," said Martin. "Is it not, Mark?" "She can't say anything as does not possess them qualities," returned Mr. Tapley, "which as much belongs to the Dragon as its licence. And now that we have got quite cool and fresh to the subject again, sir, what will you do? If you're not proud and can make up your mind to go through with what you spoke of, coming along, that's the course for you to take. If you started wrong with your grandfather, which you'll excuse my taking the liberty of saying appears to have been the case, up with you, sir, and tell him so, and make an appeal to his affections. Don't stand out. He's a great deal older than you, and if he was hasty, you was hasty too. Give way, sir, give way." The eloquence of Mr. Tapley was not without its effect on Martin, but he still hesitated, and expressed his reason thus: "That's all very true, and perfectly correct, Mark, and if it were a mere question of humbling myself before him, I would not consider it twice. But don't you see that being wholly under this hypocrite's government, and having, if what we hear be true, no mind or will of his own, I throw myself, in fact, not at his feet, but at the feet of Mr. Pecksniff? And when I am rejected and spurned away," said Martin, turning crimson at the thought, "it is not by him, my own blood, stirred against me, but by Pecksniff. Pecksniff, Mark." "Well, but we know beforehand," returned the politic Mr. Tapley, "that Pecksniff is a wagabond, a scoundrel, and a villain." "A most pernicious villain," said Martin. "A most pernicious villain. We know that beforehand, sir, and consequently it's no shame to be defeated by Pecksniff. Blow Pecksniff!" cried Mr. Tapley, in the fervour of his eloquence. "Who's he? It's not in the nature of Pecksniff to shame us, unless he agreed with us, or done us service, and, in case he offered any audacity of that description, we could express our sentiments in the English language, I hope. Pecksniff!" repeated Mr. Tapley, with ineffable disdain. "What's Pecksniff? Who's Pecksniff? Where's Pecksniff, that he's to be so much considered? We're not a calculating for ourselves," he laid uncommon emphasis on the last syllable of that word, and looked full in Martin's face. "We're making an effort for a young lady likewise as has undergone her share, and whatever little hope we have, this here Pecksniff is not to stand in its way, I expect. I never heard of any Act of Parliament as was made by Pecksniff. Pecksniff! Why, I wouldn't see the man myself, I wouldn't hear him, I wouldn't choose to know he was in company. I'd scrape my shoes on the scraper of his door, and call that Pecksniff if you liked, but I wouldn't condescend no further." The amazement of Mrs. Lupin, and indeed of Mr. Tapley himself for that matter, at this impassioned flow of language was immense. But Martin, after looking thoughtfully at the fire for a short time, said, "You are right, Mark. Right or wrong, it shall be done. I'll do it." "One word more, sir," returned Mark. "Only think of him so far as not to give him a handle against you. Don't you do anything secret that he can report before you get there. Don't you even see Miss Mary in the morning, but let this here dear friend of ours," Mr. Tapley bestowed a smile upon the hostess, "prepare her for what's a going to happen, and carry any little message as may be agreeable. She knows how, don't you?" Mrs. Lupin laughed and tossed her head. "Then you go in, bold and free as a gentleman should. I haven't done nothing underhanded, says you. I haven't been skulking about the premises. Here I am, forgive me. I ask your pardon, God bless you." Martin smiled, but felt that it was good advice notwithstanding, and resolved to act upon it. When they had ascertained from Mrs. Lupin that Pecksniff had already returned from the great ceremonial at which they had beheld him in his glory, and when they had fully arranged the order of their proceedings, they went to bed intent upon the morrow. In pursuance of their project as agreed upon at this discussion, Mr. Tapley issued forth next morning after breakfast, charged with a letter from Martin to his grandfather, requesting leave to wait upon him for a few minutes, and postponing as he went along the congratulations of his numerous friends until a more convenient season. He soon arrived at Mr. Pecksniff's house. At that gentleman's door, with a face so immovable that it would have been next to an impossibility for the most acute physiognomist to determine what he was thinking about, or whether he was thinking at all, he straightway knocked. A person of Mr. Tapley's observation could not long remain insensible to the fact that Mr. Pecksniff was making the end of his nose very blunt against the glass of the parlour window, in an angular attempt to discover who had knocked at the door. Nor was Mr. Tapley shown to baffle this movement on the part of the enemy by perching himself on the top step and presenting the crown of his hat in that direction. But possibly Mr. Pecksniff had already seen him, for Mark soon heard his shoes creaking as he advanced to open the door with his own hands. Mr. Pecksniff was as cheerful as ever, and sang a little song in the passage. "How do you do, sir?" said Mark. "Oh!" cried Mr. Pecksniff. "Tapley, I believe? The prodigal returned? We don't want any beer, my friend." "Thank'ee, sir," said Mark. "I couldn't accommodate you if you did. A letter, sir. Wait for an answer." "For me?" cried Mr. Pecksniff. "And an answer, eh?" "Not for you, I think, sir," said Mark, pointing out the directions. "Chuzzlewit, I believe the name is, sir?" "Oh!" returned Mr. Pecksniff. "Thank you. Yes. Who's it from, my good young man?" "The gentleman it comes from wrote his name inside, sir," returned Mr. Tapley with extreme politeness. "I see him a signing of it at the end, while I was a-waiting." "And he said he wanted an answer, did he?" asked Mr. Pecksniff in his most persuasive manner. Mark replied in the affirmative. "He shall have an answer, certainly," said Mr. Pecksniff, tearing the letter into small pieces, as mildly as if that were the most flattering attention a correspondent could receive. "Have the goodness to give him that, with my compliments, if you please. Good morning." Whereupon he handed Mark the scraps, retired, and shut the door. Mark thought it prudent to subdue his personal emotions, and return to Martin at the Dragon. They were not unprepared for such a reception, and suffered an hour or so to elapse before making another attempt. When this interval had gone by, they returned to Mr. Pecksniff's house in company. Martin knocked this time, while Mr. Tapley prepared himself to keep the door open with his foot and shoulder when anybody came, and by that means secure an enforced parley. But this precaution was needless, for the servant girl appeared almost immediately. Brushing quickly past her, as he had resolved in such a case to do, Martin, closely followed by his faithful ally, opened the door of that parlour in which he knew a visitor was most likely to be found, passed at once into the room, and stood, without a word of notice or announcement, in the presence of his grandfather. Mr. Pecksniff also was in the room, and Mary. In the swift instant of their mutual recognition, Martin saw the old man droop his grey head and hide his face in his hands. It smote him to the heart. In his most selfish and most careless day, this lingering remnant of the old man's ancient love, this buttress of a ruined tower he had built up in the time gone by, with so much pride and hope, would have caused a pang in Martin's heart. But now, changed for the better in his worst respect, looking through an altered medium on his former friend, the guardian of his childhood, so broken and bowed down, resentment, sullenness, and self-confidence, and pride were all swept away before the starting tears upon the withered cheeks. He could not bear to see them. He could not bear to think they fell at sight of him. He could not bear to view reflected in them the reproachful and irrevocable past. He hurriedly advanced to seize the old man's hand in his, when Mr. Pecksniff interposed himself between them. "No, young man," said Mr. Pecksniff, striking himself upon his breast and stretching out his other arm towards his guest as if it were a wing to shelter him. "No, sir, none of that. Strike here, sir, here. Launch your arrows at me, sir, if you'll have the goodness, not at him." "Grandfather," cried Martin, "hear me, I implore you. Let me speak." "Would you, sir, would you?" said Mr. Pecksniff, dodging about so as to keep himself always between them. "Is it not enough, sir, that you come into my house like a thief in the night, or I should rather say, for we can never be too particular on the subject of truth, like a thief in the daytime, bringing your dissolute companions with you, to plant themselves with their backs against the inside of parlour doors, and prevent the entrance or issuing forth of any of my household?" Mark had taken up this position and held it quite unmoved. "But would you also strike at venerable virtue, would you? Know that it is not defenceless. I will be its shield, young man. Assail me. Come on, sir. Fire away." "Pecksniff," cried the old man in a feeble voice, "calm yourself. Be quiet." "I can't be calm," cried Mr. Pecksniff, "and I won't be quiet. My benefactor and my friend. Shall even my house be no refuge for your hoary pillow?" "Stand aside," said the old man, stretching out his hand, "and let me see what it is I used to love so dearly." "It is right that you should see it, my friend," said Mr. Pecksniff. "It is well that you should see it, my noble sir. It is desirable that you should contemplate it in its true proportions. Behold it, sir. There it is, sir. There it is." Martin could hardly be a mortal man, and not express in his face something of the anger and disdain with which Mr. Pecksniff inspired him. But beyond this he evinced no knowledge whatever of that gentleman's presence or existence. True, he had once, and that at first, glanced at him involuntarily and with supreme contempt, but for any other heed he took of him, there might have been nothing in his place save empty air. As Mr. Pecksniff withdrew from between them, agreeably to the wish just now expressed, which he did during the delivery of the observations last recorded, old Martin, who had taken Mary Graham's hand in his and whispered kindly to her, as telling her she had no cause to be alarmed, gently pushed her from him behind his chair, and looked steadily at his grandson. "And that," he said, "is he. Ah, that is he. Say what you wish to say, but come no nearer." "His sense of justice is so fine," said Mr. Pecksniff,
that he will hear even him, although he knows beforehand that nothing can come of it. Ingenious mind!" Mr. Pecksniff did not address himself immediately to any person in saying this, but assuming the position of the chorus in a Greek tragedy, delivered his opinion as a commentary on the proceedings. "Grandfather," said Martin with great earnestness, "from a painful journey, from a hard life, from a sick bed, from privation and distress, from gloom and disappointment, from almost hopelessness and despair, I have come back to you." "Rovers of this sort," observed Mr. Pecksniff as chorus, "very commonly come back when they find they don't meet with the success they expected in their marauding ravages." "But for this faithful man," said Martin, turning towards Mark, "whom I first knew in this place, and who went away with me voluntarily, as a servant, but has been, throughout, my zealous and devoted friend, but for him I must have died abroad, far from home, far from any help or consolation, far from the probability even of my wretched fate being ever known to any one who cared to hear it. Oh, that you would let me say, of being known to you!" The old man looked at Mr. Pecksniff. Mr. Pecksniff looked at him. "Did you speak, my worthy sir?" said Mr. Pecksniff with a smile. The old man answered in the negative. "I know what you thought," said Mr. Pecksniff with another smile. "Let him go on, my friend. The development of self-interest in the human mind is always a curious study. Let him go on, sir." "Go on," observed the old man, in a mechanical obedience, it appeared, to Mr. Pecksniff's suggestion. "I have been so wretched and so poor," said Martin, "that I am indebted to the charitable help of a stranger in a land of strangers for the means of returning here. All this tells against me in your mind, I know. I have given you cause to think I have been driven here wholly by want, and have not been led on in any degree by affection or regret. When I parted from you, grandfather, I deserved that suspicion, but I do not now. I do not now." The chorus put its hand in its waistcoat and smiled. "Let him go on, my worthy sir," it said. "I know what you are thinking of, but don't express it prematurely." Old Martin raised his eyes to Mr. Pecksniff's face, and appearing to derive renewed instruction from his looks and words, said once again, "Go on." "I have little more to say, and as I say it now, with little or no hope, grandfather, whatever dawn of hope I had on entering the room, believe it to be true. At least, believe it to be true." "Beautiful truth!" exclaimed the chorus, looking upward. "How is your name profaned by vicious persons! You don't live in a well, my holy principal, but on the lips of false mankind. It is hard to bear with mankind, dear sir," addressing the elder Mr. Chuzzlewit, "but let us do so meekly. It is our duty to do so. Let us be among the few who do their duty. If," pursued the chorus, soaring up into a lofty flight, "as the poet informs us, England expects every man to do his duty, England is the most sanguine country on the face of the earth, and will find itself continually disappointed." "Upon that subject," said Martin, looking calmly at the old man as he spoke, but glancing once at Mary, whose face was now buried in her hands upon the back of his easy-chair, "upon that subject which first occasioned a division between us, my mind and heart are incapable of change. Whatever influence they have undergone since that unhappy time has not been one to weaken but to strengthen me. I cannot profess sorrow for that, nor irresolution in that, nor shame in that, nor would you wish me, I know. But that I might have trusted to your love if I had thrown myself manfully upon it, that I might have won you over with ease, if I had been more yielding and more considerate, that I should have best remembered myself in forgetting myself and recollecting you, reflection, solitude, and misery have taught me. I came resolved to say this, and to ask your forgiveness, not so much in hope for the future as in regret for the past. For all that I would ask of you is that you would aid me to live, help me to get honest work to do, and I would do it. My condition places me at the disadvantage of seeming to have only my selfish ends to serve, but try if that be so or not. Try if I be self-willed, obdurate, and haughty as I was, or have been disciplined in a rough school.
Let the voice of nature and association plead between us, grandfather, and do not for one fault, however thankless, quite reject me." As he ceased, the grey head of the old man drooped again, and he concealed his face behind his outspread fingers. "My dear sir," cried Mr. Pecksniff, bending over him, "you must not give way to this. It is very natural and very amiable, but you must not allow the shameless conduct of one whom you long ago cast off to move you so far. Rouse yourself. Think," said Pecksniff. "Think of me, my friend." "I will," returned old Martin, looking up into his face. "You recall me to myself. I will." "Why, what," said Mr. Pecksniff, sitting down beside him in a chair which he drew up for the purpose, and tapping him playfully on the arm, "what is the matter with my strong-minded compatriot, if I may venture to take the liberty of calling him by that endearing expression? Shall I have to scold my coadjutor, or to reason with an intellect like this? I think not." "No, no, there is no occasion," said the old man. "A momentary feeling, nothing more." "Indignation," observed Mr. Pecksniff, "will bring the scalding tear into the honest eye, I know." He wiped his own elaborately. "But we have highest duties to perform than that. Rouse yourself, Mr. Chuzzlewit. Shall I give expression to your thoughts, my friend?" "Yes," said old Martin, leaning back in his chair and looking at him, half in vacancy and half in admiration, as if he were fascinated by the man. "Speak for me, Pecksniff. Thank you. You are true to me. Thank you." "Do not unman me, sir," said Mr. Pecksniff, shaking his hand vigorously, "or I shall be unequal to the task. It is not agreeable to my feelings, my good sir, to address the person who is now before us, for when I ejected him from this house, after hearing of his unnatural conduct from your lips, I renounced communication with him for ever. But you desire it, and that is sufficient. Young man, the door is immediately behind the companion of your infamy. Blush if you can. Be gone without a blush, if you can't." Martin looked as steadily at his grandfather as if there had been a dead silence all this time. The old man looked no less steadily at Mr. Pecksniff. "When I ordered you to leave this house upon the last occasion of your being dismissed from it with disgrace," said Mr. Pecksniff, "when stung and stimulated beyond endurance by your shameless conduct to this extraordinarily noble-minded individual, I exclaimed, 'Go forth!' I told you that I wept for your depravity. Do not suppose that the tear which stands in my eye at this moment is shed for you. It is shed for him, sir, it is shed for him." Here Mr. Pecksniff, accidentally dropping the tear in question on a bald part of Mr. Chuzzlewit's head, wiped the place with his pocket-handkerchief, and begged pardon. "It is shed for him, sir, whom you seek to make the victim of your arts," said Mr. Pecksniff, "whom you seek to plunder, to deceive, and to mislead. It is shed in sympathy with him, and admiration of him, not in pity for him, for happily he knows what you are. You shall not wrong him further, sir, in any way," said Mr. Pecksniff, quite transported with enthusiasm, "while I have life. You may bestride my senseless course, sir. That is very likely. I can imagine a mind like yours deriving great satisfaction from any measure of that kind. But while I continue to be called upon to exist, sir, you must strike at him through me. Or," said Mr. Pecksniff, shaking his head at Martin with indignant jocularity, "and in such a cause you will find me, my young sir, an ugly customer." Still Martin looked steadily and mildly at his grandfather. "Will you give me no answer?" he said at length. "Not a word?" "You hear what has been said," replied the old man, without averting his eyes from the face of Mr. Pecksniff, who nodded encouragingly. "I have not heard your voice. I have not heard your spirit," returned Martin. "Tell him again," said the old man, still gazing up in Mr. Pecksniff's face. "I only hear," replied Martin, strong in his purpose from the first, and stronger in it as he felt how Pecksniff winced and shrunk beneath his contempt, "I only hear what you say to me, grandfather." Perhaps it was well for Mr. Pecksniff that his venerable friend found in his, Mr. Pecksniff's, features an exclusive and engrossing object of contemplation, for if his eyes had gone astray, and he had compared young Martin's bearing with that of his zealous defender, the latter disinterested gentleman would scarcely have shown to greater advantage than on the memorable afternoon when he took Tom Pinch's last receipt in full of all demands. One really might have thought there was some quality in Mr. Pecksniff, an emanation from the brightest and purity within him perhaps, which set off and adorned his foes, they looked so gallant and so manly beside him. "Not a word?" said Martin, for the second time. "I remember that I have a word to say, Pecksniff," observed the old man, "but a word. You spoke of being indebted to the charitable help of some stranger for the means of returning to England. Who is he, and what help in money did he render you?" Although he asked this question of Martin, he did not look towards him, but kept his eyes on Mr. Pecksniff as before. It appeared to have become a habit with him, both in a literal and figurative sense, to look to Mr. Pecksniff alone. Martin took out his pencil, tore a leaf from his pocket-book, and hastily wrote down the particulars of his debt to Mr. Bevan. The old man stretched out his hand for the paper and took it, but his eyes did not wander from Mr. Pecksniff's face. "It would be a poor pride and a false humility," said Martin in a low voice, "to say that I do not wish that to be paid, or that I have any present hope of being able to pay it. But I never felt my poverty so deeply as I feel it now." "Read it to me, Pecksniff," said the old man. Mr. Pecksniff, after approaching the perusal of the paper as if it were a manuscript confession of a murder, complied. "I think, Pecksniff," said old Martin, "I could wish that to be discharged. I should not like the lender, who was abroad, who had no opportunity of making inquiry, and who did, as he thought, a kind action, to suffer."
"An honourable sentiment, my dear sir, your own entirely, but a dangerous precedent," said Mr. Pecksniff. "Permit me to suggest—"
"It shall not be a precedent," returned the old man. "It is the only recognition of him. But we will talk of it again. You shall advise me. There is nothing else?"
"Nothing else," said Mr. Pecksniff buoyantly, "but for you to recover this intrusion, this cowardly and indefensible outrage on your feelings, with all possible dispatch, and smile again."
"You have nothing more to say?" inquired the old man, laying his hand with unusual earnestness on Mr. Pecksniff's sleeve. Mr. Pecksniff would not say what rose to his lips, for reproaches, he observed, were useless. "You have nothing at all to urge, you are sure of that? If you have, no matter what it is, speak freely. I will oppose nothing that you ask of me," said the old man. The tears rose in such abundance to Mr. Pecksniff's eyes at this proof of unlimited confidence on the part of his friend, that he was fain to clasp the bridge of his nose convulsively before he could at all compose himself. When he had the power of utterance again, he said with great emotion that he hoped he should live to deserve this, and added that he had no other observation whatever to make. For a few moments the old man sat looking at him, with that blank and motionless expression which is not uncommon in the faces of those whose faculties are on the wane in age. But he rose up firmly too, and walked towards the door, from which Mark withdrew to make way for him. The obsequious Mr. Pecksniff proffered his arm. The old man took it. Turning at the door, he said to Martin, waving him off with his hand, "You have heard him. Go away. It is all over. Go." Mr. Pecksniff murmured certain cheering expressions of sympathy and encouragement as they retired, and Martin, awakening from the stupor into which the closing portion of this scene had plunged him, to the opportunity afforded by their departure, caught the innocent cause of all in his embrace, and pressed her to his heart. "Dear girl," said Martin, "he has not changed you. Why, what an impotent and harmless knave the fellow is! You have restrained yourself so nobly, you have borne so much." "Restrained myself!" cried Martin cheerfully. You were by, and were unchanged, I knew. What more advantage did I want? The sight of me was such a bitterness to the dog, that I had my triumph in his being forced to endure it. But tell me, love, for the few hasty words we can exchange now are precious, what is this which has been rumoured to me? Is it true that you are persecuted by this knave's addresses? I was, dear Martin, and to some extent am now, but my chief source of unhappiness has been anxiety for you. Why did you leave us in such terrible suspense? Sickness, distance, the dread of hinting at our real condition, the impossibility of concealing it except in perfect silence, the knowledge that the truth would have pained you infinitely more than uncertainty and doubt, said Martin hurriedly, as indeed everything else was done and said in those few hurried moments, were the causes of my writing only once. But Pecksniff, you needn't fear to tell me the whole tale, for you saw me with him face to face, hearing him speak, and not taking him by the throat. What is the history of his pursuit of you? Is it known to my grandfather? Yes. And he assists him in it? No, she answered eagerly. Thank heaven, cried Martin, that it leaves his mind unclouded in that one respect. I do not think, said Mary, it was known to him at first. When this man had sufficiently prepared his mind, he revealed it to him by degrees. I think so, but I only know it from my own impression. Now, from anything they told me, then he spoke to me alone. My grandfather did, said Martin. Yes, spoke to me alone, and told me what the hound had said, cried Martin. Don't repeat it. And said I knew well what qualities he possessed, that he was moderately rich, in good repute, and high in his favour and confidence. But seeing me very much distressed, he said that he would not control or force my inclinations, but would content himself with telling me the fact. He would not pain me by dwelling on it, or reverting to it, nor has he ever done so since, but has truly kept his word. The man himself? Asked Martin. He has had few opportunities of pursuing his suit. I have never walked out alone, or remained alone an instant in his presence. Dear Martin, I must tell you, she continued, that the kindness of your grandfather to me remains unchanged. I am his companion still. An indescribable tenderness and compassion seem to have mingled themselves with his old regard, and if I were his only child I could not have a gentler father. What former fancy or old habit survives in this, when his heart has turned so cold to you, is a mystery I cannot penetrate. But it has been, and it is, a happiness to me that I remained true to him, that if he should wake from his delusion, even at the point of death, I am here, love, to recall you to his thoughts. Martin looked with admiration on her glowing face, and pressed his lips to hers. I have sometimes heard and read, she said, that those whose powers had been enfeebled long ago, and whose lives had faded as it were into a dream, have been known to rouse themselves before death, and inquire for familiar faces once very dear to them, but forgotten, unrecognized, hated even, in the meantime. Think, if with his old impressions of this man, he should suddenly resume his former self, and find in him his only friend. I would not urge you to abandon him, dearest, said Martin, though I could count the years we are to wear out asunder, but the influence this fellow exercises over him has steadily increased, I fear. She could not help admitting that. Steadily, imperceptibly, and surely, until it was paramount and supreme. She herself had none, and yet he treated her with more affection than at any previous time. Martin thought the inconsistency a part of his weakness and decay. Does the influence extend to fear? Said Martin. Is he timid of asserting his own opinion in the presence of this infatuation? I fancied so just now. I have often thought so, often, when we are sitting alone, almost as we used to do, and I have been reading a favourite book to him, or he has been talking quite cheerfully. I have observed that the entrance of Mr. Pecksniff has changed his whole demeanour. He has broken off immediately and become what you have seen to-day. When we first came here, he had his impetuous outbreaks, in which it was not easy for Mr. Pecksniff with his utmost plausibility to appease him, but these have long since dwindled away. He defers to him in everything, and has no opinion upon any question but that which is forced upon him by this treacherous man. Such was the account, rapidly furnished in whispers, and interrupted, brief as it was, by many false alarms of Mr. Pecksniff's return, which Martin received of his grandfather's decline, and of that good gentleman's ascendancy. He heard of Tom Pinch too, and Jonas too, with not a little about himself into the bargain, for though lovers are remarkable for leaving a great deal unsaid on all occasions, and very properly desiring to come back and say it, they are remarkable also for a wonderful power of condescension, and can, in one way or other, give utterance to more language, eloquent language, in any given short space of time, than all the 658 members in the Commons House of Parliament of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, who are strong lovers, no doubt, but of their country only, which makes all the difference. For a passion of that kind, which is not always returned, it is the custom to use as many words as possible, and express nothing whatever. A caution from Mr. Tapley, a hasty interchange of farewells, and of something else which the proverb says must not be told of afterwards, a white hand held out to Mr. Tapley himself, which he kissed with the devotion of a knight-errant, more farewells, more something elses, a parting word from Martin that he would write from London, and would do great things there yet, heaven knows what, but he quite believed it, and Mark as he stood on the outside of the Pecksniffian halls. "A short interview, after such an absence," said Martin sorrowfully, "but we are well out of the house. We might have placed ourselves in a false position by remaining there even so long, Mark." "I don't know about ourselves, sir," he returned, "but somebody else would have got into a false position if he happened to come back again while we was there. I had the door all ready, sir. If Pecksniff had showed his head, or had only so much as listened behind it, I would have caught him like a walnut. He's the sort of man," added Mr. Tapley, musing, "as would squeeze soft, I know." A person who was evidently going to Mr. Pecksniff's house passed them at this moment. He raised his eyes at the mention of the architect's name, and when he had gone on a few yards, stopped and gazed at them. Mr. Tapley also looked over his shoulder, and so did Martin, for the stranger as he passed had looked very sharply at him. "Who may that be, I wonder?" said Martin. "The face seems familiar to me, but I don't know the man." "He seems to have an amiable desire that his face should be tolerable familiar to us," said Mr. Tapley, "for he's a staring pretty hard. He'd better not waste his beauty, for he ain't got much to spare." Coming in sight of the Dragon, they saw a travelling carriage at the door. "On a Salisbury carriage, eh?" said Mr. Tapley. "That's what he came in, depend upon it. What's in the wind now? A new pupil, I shouldn't wonder. Perhaps it's an order for another grammar school of the same pattern as the last." Before they could enter at the door, Mrs. Lupin came running out, and beckoning them to the carriage, showed them a portmanteau with the name of Chuzzlewit upon it. "Miss Pecksniff's husband, that was," said the good woman to Martin. "I don't know what terms you might be on, and was quite in a worry till you came back." "He and I have never interchanged a word yet," observed Martin, "and I have no wish to be better or worse acquainted with him. I will not put myself in his way. We passed him on the road, I have no doubt. I am glad he timed his coming as he did. Upon my word, Miss Pecksniff's husband travels gaily." "A very fine-looking gentleman with him in the best room now," whispered Mrs. Lupin, glancing up at the window as they went into the house. "He has ordered everything that can be got for dinner, and has the glossiest moustaches and whiskers ever you saw." "Has he?" cried Martin. "Why, then we'll endeavour to avoid him too, in the hope that our self-denial may be strong enough for the sacrifice. It is only for a few hours," said Martin, dropping wearily into a chair behind the little screen in the bar. "Our visit has met with no success, my dear Mrs. Lupin, and I must go to London." "Dear, dear!" cried the hostess. "Yes, one foul wind no more makes a winter than one swallow makes a summer. I'll try it again. Tom Pinch has succeeded. With his advice to guide me, I may do the same. I took Tom under my protection once, God save the mark," said Martin, with a melancholy smile, "and promised I would make his fortune. Perhaps Tom will take me under his protection now, and teach me how to earn my bread." Chapter 43. Martin Chuzzlewit, Chapter 44. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. Martin Chuzzlewit by Charles Dickens. Chapter 44. Further continuation of the enterprise of Mr. Jonas and his friend. It was a special quality among the many admirable qualities possessed by Mr. Pecksniff, that the more he was found out, the more hypocrisy he practised. Let him be discomfited in one quarter, and he refreshed and recompensed himself by carrying the war into another. If his workings and windings were detected by A, so much the greater reason was there for practising without loss of time on B, if it were only to keep his hand in. He had never been such a saintly and improving spectacle to all about him as after his detection by Thomas Pinch. He had scarcely ever been at once so tender in his humanity, and so dignified and exalted in his virtue, as when young Martin's scorn was fresh and hot upon him. Having this large stock of superfluous sentiment and morality on hand, which must positively be cleared off at any sacrifice, Mr. Pecksniff no sooner heard his son-in-law announced that he regarded him as a kind of wholesale or general order to be immediately executed. Descending, therefore, swiftly to the parlour, and clasping the young man in his arms, he exclaimed, with looks and gestures that denoted the perturbation of his spirit, "Jonas, my child, she is well. There is nothing the matter." "Ah, you're at it again, are you?" replied his son-in-law. "Even with me? Get away with you, will you?" "Tell me she is well, then," said Mr. Pecksniff. "Tell me she is well, my boy." "She's well enough," retorted Jonas, disengaging himself. "There's nothing the matter with her." "There is nothing the matter with her," cried Mr. Pecksniff, sitting down in the nearest chair and rubbing up his hair. "Fie upon my weakness! I cannot help it, Jonas. Thank you, I am better now. How is my other child, my eldest, my Cherrywerrychigo?" said Mr. Pecksniff, inventing a playful little name for her, in the restored lightness of his heart. "She's much about the same as usual," returned Jonas. "She sticks pretty close to the vinegar bottle. You know she's got a sweetheart, I suppose?" "I have heard of it," said Mr. Pecksniff, "from headquarters. For my child herself, I will not deny that it moved me to contemplate the loss of my remaining daughter, Jonas. I am afraid we parents are selfish, I am afraid we are, but it has ever been the study of my life to qualify them for the domestic hearth, and it is a sphere which Cherry will adorn." "She need adorn some sphere or other," observed the son-in-law, "for she ain't very ornamental in general." "My girls are now provided for," said Mr. Pecksniff. "They are now happily provided for, and I have not laboured in vain." This is exactly what Mr. Pecksniff would have said if one of his daughters had drawn a prize of £30,000 in the lottery, or if the other had picked up a valuable purse in the street which nobody appeared to claim. In either of these cases he would have invoked a patriarchal blessing on the fortunate head with great solemnity, and would have taken immense credit to himself as having meant it from the infant's cradle. "Suppose we talk about something else now," observed Jonas dryly, "just for a change. Are you quite agreeable?" "Quite," said Mr. Pecksniff. "Ah, you wag, you naughty wag, you laugh at poor old fond papa. Well, he deserves it, and he don't mind it either, for his feelings are their own reward. You have come to stay with me, Jonas?" "No, I've got a friend with me," said Jonas. "Bring your friend," cried Mr. Pecksniff in a gush of hospitality. "Bring any number of your friends." "This ain't the sort of man to be brought," said Jonas, contemptuously. "I think I see myself bringing him into your house for a treat. Thank you all the same, but he's a little too near the top of the tree for that, Pecksniff." The good man pricked up his ears. His interest was awakened. A position near the top of the tree was greatness, virtue, goodness, sense, genius, or, it should rather be said, a dispensation from all, and in itself something immeasurably better than all, with Mr. Pecksniff. A man who was able to look down upon Mr. Pecksniff could not be looked up at by that gentleman with too great an amount of deference, or from a position of too much humility. So it always is with great spirits. "I'll tell you what you may do, if you like," said Jonas. "You may come and dine with us at the Dragon. We were forced to come down to Salisbury last night on some business, and I got him to bring me over here this morning in his carriage. At least, not his own carriage, for we had a breakdown in the night, but we hired one instead. It's all the same. Mind what you're about, you know. He's not used to all sorts. He only mixes with the best. Some young nobleman who has been borrowing money of you at good interest, eh?" said Mr. Pecksniff, shaking his forefinger facetiously. "I shall be delighted to know the gay sprig." "Borrowing!" echoed Jonas. "Borrowing! When you're a 20th part as rich as he is, you may shut up shop. We should all be pretty well off if we could buy his furniture and plate and pictures by clubbing together. A likely man to borrow! Mr. Montague! Why, since I was lucky enough, come, and I'll say sharp enough too, to get a share in the assurance office that he's president of, I've made— well, never mind what I've made," said Jonas, seeming to recover all at once his usual caution. "You know me pretty well, and I don't blab about such things, but, ecod, I've made a trifle." "Really, my dear Jonas," cried Mr. Pecksniff with much warmth, "a gentleman like this should receive some attention. Would he like to see the church? Or if he has a taste for the fine arts, which I have no doubt he has from the description you give of his circumstances, I can send him down a few portfolios. Salisbury Cathedral, my dear Jonas," said Mr. Pecksniff, the mention of the portfolios and his anxiety to display himself to advantage, suggesting his usual phraseology in that regard, "is an edifice replete with venerable associations and strikingly suggestive of the loftiest emotions. It is here we contemplate the work of bygone ages. It is here we listen to the swelling organ as we stroll through the reverberating aisles. We have drawings of this celebrated structure from the north, from the south, from the east, from the west, from the southeast, from the nor'west." During this digression, and indeed during the whole dialogue, Jonas had been rocking on his chair with his hands in his pockets, and his head thrown cunningly on one side. He looked at Mr. Pecksniff now with such shrewd meaning twinkling in his eyes, that Mr. Pecksniff stopped, and asked him what he was going to say. "Ecod," he answered, "Pecksniff, if I knew how you meant to leave your money, I could put you in the way of doubling it in no time. It wouldn't be bad to keep a chance like this snug in the family. But you're such a deep one." "Jonas," cried Mr. Pecksniff, much affected, "I am not a diplomatic character. My heart is in my hand. By far the greater part of the inconsiderable savings I have accumulated in the course of, I hope, a not dishonourable or useless career, is already given, devised, and bequeathed— correct me, my dear Jonas, if I am technically wrong— with expressions of confidence which I will not repeat, and in securities which it is unnecessary to mention to a person whom I cannot, whom I will not, whom I need not name." Here he gave the hand of his son-in-law a fervent squeeze, as if he would have added, "God bless you! Be very careful of it when you get it." Mr. Jonas only shook his head and laughed, and seeming to think better of what he had in his mind, said, "No, no, he would keep his own counsel." But as he observed that he would take a walk, Mr. Pecksniff insisted on accompanying him, remarking that he could leave a card for Mr. Montague as they went along, by way of gentleman usher to himself at dinner time, which he did. In the course of their walk, Mr. Jonas affected to maintain that close reserve which had operated as a timely check upon him during the foregoing dialogue. And as he made no attempt to conciliate Mr. Pecksniff, but, on the contrary, was more boorish and rude to him than usual, that gentleman, so far from suspecting his real design, laid himself out to be attacked with advantage; for it is in the nature of a knave to think the tools with which he works indispensable to knavery, and knowing what he would do himself in such a case, Mr. Pecksniff agreed, if this young man wanted anything of me for his own ends, he would be polite and deferential. The more Jonas repelled him in his hints and inquiries, the more solicitous, therefore, Mr. Pecksniff became to be initiated into the golden mysteries at which he had obscurely glanced. Why should there be cold and worldly secrets, he observed, between relations? What was life without confidence? If the chosen husband of his daughter, the man to whom he had delivered her with so much pride and hope, such bounding and such beaming joy, if he were not a green spot in the barren waste of life, where was that oasis to be bound? Little did Mr. Pecksniff think on what a very green spot he planted one foot at that moment. Little did he foresee when he said, All is but dust. How very shortly he would come down with his own! Inch by inch, in his grudging and ill-conditioned way, he sustained to the life, for the hope of making Mr Pecksniff suffer in that tender place, the pocket where Jonas smarted so terribly himself, gave him an additional and malicious interest in the wiles he was set on to practise. Inch by inch, and bit by bit, Jonas rather allowed the dazzling prospects of the Anglo-Bengalee establishment to escape him, than paraded them before his greedy listener. And in the same niggardly spirit he left Mr Pecksniff to infer, if he chose, which he did choose of course, that a consciousness of not having any great natural gifts of speech and manner himself, rendered him desirous to have the credit of introducing Mr Montague some one who was well endowed in those respects, and so atone for his own deficiencies. Otherwise, he muttered discontentedly, he would have seen his beloved father-in-law far enough off, before he would have taken him into his confidence. Primed in this artful manner, Mr Pecksniff presented himself at dinner time in such a state of suavity, benevolence, cheerfulness, politeness, and cordiality, as even he had perhaps never attained before. The frankness of the country gentleman, the refinement of the artist, the good-humoured allowance of the man of the world, philanthropy, forbearance, piety, toleration, all blended together in a flexible adaptability to anything and everything, were expressed in Mr Pecksniff as he shook hands with the great speculator and capitalist. "Welcome, respected sir," said Mr Pecksniff, "to our humble village. We are a simple people, primitive clods, Mr Montague, but we can appreciate the honour of your visit, as my dear son-in-law can testify." "It is very strange," said Mr Pecksniff, pressing his hand almost reverentially, "but I seem to know you. That towering forehead, my dear Jonas," said Mr Pecksniff aside, "and those clustering masses of rich hair. I must have seen you, my dear sir, in the sparkling throng." Nothing was more probable, they all agreed. "I could have wished," said Mr Pecksniff, "to have had the honour of introducing you to an elderly inmate of our house, to the uncle of our friend. Mr Chuzzlewit, sir, would have been proud indeed to have taken you by the hand." "Is the gentleman here now?" asked Montague, turning deeply red. "He is," said Mr Pecksniff. "You said nothing about that, Chuzzlewit." "I didn't suppose you'd care to hear it," returned Jonas. "You wouldn't care to know him, I can promise you." "Jonas, my dear Jonas," remonstrated Mr Pecksniff, "really." "Oh, it's all very well for you to speak up for him," said Jonas. "You have nailed him. You'll get a fortune by him." "Oho! Is the wind in that quarter?" cried Montague. "Ha, ha, ha!" And here they all laughed, especially Mr Pecksniff. "No, no," said that gentleman, clapping his son-in-law playfully upon the shoulder. "You must not believe all that my young relative says, Mr Montague. You may believe him in official business, and trust him in official business, but you must not attach importance to his flights of fancy." "Upon my life, Mr Pecksniff," cried Montague, "I attach the greatest importance to that last observation of his. I trust and hope it's true. Money cannot be turned and turned again quickly enough in the ordinary course, Mr Pecksniff. There is nothing like building our fortune on the weaknesses of mankind." "Oh fie! Oh fie for shame!" cried Mr Pecksniff, but they all laughed again, especially Mr Pecksniff. "I give you my honour that we do it," said Montague. "Oh fie, fie!" cried Mr Pecksniff. "You are very pleasant. That I am sure you don't, that I am sure you don't. How can you, you know?" Again they all laughed in concert, and again Mr Pecksniff laughed especially. This was very agreeable indeed. It was confidential, easy, straightforward, and still left Mr Pecksniff in the position of being in a gentle way the mentor of the party. The greatest achievements in the article of cookery that the Dragon had ever performed were set before them. The oldest and best wines in the Dragon cellar saw the light on that occasion. 1,000 bubbles, indicative of the wealth and station of Mr Montague and the depth of his pursuits, were constantly rising to the surface of the conversation, and they were as frank and merry as three honest men could be. Mr Pecksniff thought it a pity, he said so, that Mr Montague should think lightly of mankind and their weaknesses. He was anxious upon this subject. His mind ran upon it. In one way or another he was constantly coming back to it. He must make a convert of him, he said.
and as often as Mr. Montague repeated his sentiment about building fortunes on the weaknesses of mankind, and added frankly, "We do it," just as often Mr. Pecksniff repeated, "Oh fie! Oh fie! For shame! I'm sure you don't! How can you, you know?" laying a greater stress each time on those last words. The frequent repetition of this playful inquiry on the part of Mr. Pecksniff led at last to playful answers on the part of Mr. Montague. But after some little sharp shooting on both sides, Mr. Pecksniff became grave, almost to tears, observing that if Mr. Montague would give him leave, he would drink the health of his young kinsman, Mr. Jonas, congratulating him upon the valuable and distinguished friendship he had formed, but envying him, he would confess, his usefulness to his fellow creatures. For if he understood the objects of that institution with which he was newly and advantageously connected, knowing them but imperfectly, they were calculated to do good, and for his, Mr. Pecksniff's part, if he could in any way promote them, he thought he would be able to lay his head upon his pillow every night with an absolute certainty of going to sleep at once. The transition from this accidental remark, for it was quite accidental and had fallen from Mr. Pecksniff in the openness of his soul, to the discussion and subject as a matter of business, was easy. Books, papers, statements, tables, calculations of various kinds, were soon spread out before them, and as they were all framed with one object, it is not surprising that they should all have tended to one end. But still, whenever Montague enlarged upon the profits of the office, and said that as long as there were gulls upon the wing it must succeed, Mr. Pecksniff mildly said, "Oh fie!" and might indeed have remonstrated with him, but that he knew he was joking. Mr. Pecksniff did know he was joking, because he said so. There never had been before, and there never would be again, such an opportunity for the investment of a considerable sum, the rate of advantage increased in proportion to the amount invested, as at that moment. The only time that had at all approached it, was the time when Jonas had come into the concern, which made him ill-natured now, and inclined him to pick out a doubt in this place, and a flaw in that, and grumbling to advise Mr. Pecksniff to think better of it. The sum which would complete the proprietorship in this snug concern was nearly equal to Mr. Pecksniff's whole hoard, not counting Mr. Chuzzlewit, that is to say, whom he looked upon as money in the bank, the possession of which inclined him the more to make a dash with his own private sprats for the capture of such a whale as Mr. Montague described. The returns began almost immediately, and were immense. The end of it was, that Mr. Pecksniff agreed to become the last partner and proprietor in the Anglo-Bengalee, and made an appointment to dine with Mr. Montague at Salisbury on the next day but one, then and there to complete the negotiation. It took so long to bring the subject to this head, that it was nearly midnight when they parted. When Mr. Pecksniff walked downstairs to the door, he found Mrs. Lupin standing there looking out. "Ah, my good friend," he said, "not abed yet? Contemplating the stars, Mrs. Lupin?" "It's a beautiful starlight night, sir." "A beautiful starlight night," said Mr. Pecksniff, looking up. "Behold the planets, how they shine! Behold the— those two persons who were here this morning have left your house, I hope, Mrs. Lupin?" "Yes, sir, they are gone." "I am glad to hear it," said Mr. Pecksniff. "Behold the wonders of the firmament, Mrs. Lupin. How glorious is the scene! When I look up at those shining orbs, I think that each of them is winking to the other to take notice of the vanity of men's pursuits. My fellow men," cried Mr. Pecksniff, shaking his head in pity, "you are much mistaken, my wormy relatives. You are much deceived. The stars are perfectly contented, I suppose so, in their several spheres. Why are not you? Oh, do not strive and struggle to enrich yourself, or to get the better of each other, my deluded friends, but look up there with me." Mrs. Lupin shook her head and heaved a sigh. It was very affecting. "Look up there with me," repeated Mr. Pecksniff, stretching out his hand. "With me, a humble individual, who is also an insect like yourself. Can silver, gold, or precious stones sparkle like those constellations? I think not. Then do not thirst for silver, gold, or precious stones, but look up there with me." With those words, the good man patted Mrs. Lupin's hand between his own, as if he would have added, "Think of this, my good woman,
and walked away in a sort of ecstasy or rapture, with his hat under his arm. Jonas sat in the attitude in which Mr. Pecksniff had left him, gazing moodily at his friend, who, surrounded by a heap of documents, was writing something on an oblong slip of paper. "You mean to wait at Salisbury over the day after to-morrow, do you then?" said Jonas. "You heard our appointment," returned Montague, without raising his eyes. "In any case, I should have waited to see after the boy." They appeared to have changed places again, Montague being in high spirits, Jonas gloomy and lowering. "You don't want me, I suppose?" said Jonas. "I want you to put your name here," he returned, glancing at him with a smile, "as soon as I have filled up the stamp. I may as well have your note of hand for that extra capital. That's all I want. If you wish to go home, I can manage Mr. Pecksniff now alone. There is a perfect understanding between us." Jonas sat scowling at him as he wrote in silence. When he had finished his writing, and had dried it on the blotting paper in his travelling desk, he looked up and tossed the pen towards him. "What, not a day's grace, not a day's trust, eh?" said Jonas bitterly. "Not after the pains I have taken with to-night's work?" "To-night's work was a part of our bargain," replied Montague, "and so is this." "You drive a hard bargain," said Jonas, advancing to the table. "You know best. Give it here." Montague gave him the paper. After pausing as if he could not make up his mind to put his name to it, Jonas dipped his pen hastily into the nearest inkstand and began to write. But he had scarcely marked the paper when he started back in a panic. "Why, what the devil's this?" he said. "It's bloody." He had dipped the pen, as another moment showed, into red ink, but he attached a strange degree of importance to the mistake. He asked how it had come there, who had brought it, why had it been brought, and looked at Montague at first as if he thought he had put a trick upon him. Even when he used a different pen and the right ink, he made some scratches on another paper first, as half believing they would turn red also. "Black enough this time," he said, handing the note to Montague. "Good-bye. Going now? How do you mean to get away from here?" "I shall cross early in the morning to the high road before you are out of bed and catch the day coach going up. Good-bye." "You are in a hurry." "I have something to do," said Jonas. "Good-bye." His friend looked after him as he went out, in surprise, which gradually gave place to an air of satisfaction and relief. "It happens all the better. It brings about what I wanted without any difficulty. I shall travel home alone." End of chapter 44.
Martin Chuzzlewit, Chapter 45. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. Martin Chuzzlewit by Charles Dickens, Chapter 45, in which Tom Pinch and his sister take a little pleasure, but quite in a domestic way, and with no ceremony about it. Tom Pinch and his sister, having to part for the dispatch of the morning's business immediately after the dispersion of the other actors in the scene upon the wharf with which the reader has been already made acquainted, had no opportunity of discussing the subject at that time. But Tom, in his solitary office, and Ruth, in the triangular parlour, thought about nothing else all day, and when their hour of meeting in the afternoon approached, they were very full of it, to be sure. There was a little plot between them that Tom should always come out of the Temple by one way, and that was past the fountain. Coming through Fountain Court, he was just to glance down the steps leading into Garden Court, and to look once all round him, and if Ruth had come to meet him, there he would see her, not sauntering, you understand, on account of the clerks, but coming briskly up with the best little laugh upon her face that ever played in opposition to the fountain, and beat it all to nothing. For 50 to 1, Tom had been looking for her in the wrong direction, and had quite given her up, while she had been tripping towards him from the first, jingling that little reticule of hers, with all the keys in it, to attract his wandering observation. Whether there was life enough left in the slow vegetation of Fountain Court for the smoky shrubs to have any consciousness of the brightest and purest-hearted little woman in the world, is a question for gardeners, and those who are learned in the loves of plants. but that it was a good thing from that same paved yard to have such a delicate little figure flitting through it, that it passed like a smile from the grimy old houses and the worn flagstones, and left them duller, darker, sterner than before, there is no sense of doubt. The Temple fountain might have leaped up 20 feet to greet the spring of hopeful maidenhood that in her person stole on sparkling through the dry and dusty channels of the law. The chirping sparrows, bred in Temple chinks and crannies, might have held their peace to listening to imaginary skylarks, and as so fresh a little creature passed, the dingy boughs, unused to droop, otherwise than in their puny growth, might have been down in a kindred gracefulness to shed their benedictions on her graceful head. Old love-letters shut up in iron boxes in the neighbouring offices, and made of no account among the heaps of family papers into which they had strayed, and of which in their degeneracy they formed a part, might have stirred and fluttered with a moment's recollection of their ancient tenderness, as she went lightly by. Anything might have happened that did not happen, and never will, for the love of Ruth. Something happened, too, upon the afternoon of which the history treats, not for her love, oh no, quite by accident, and without the least reference to her at all. Either she was a little too soon, or Tom was a little too late. She was so precise in general that she timed it to half a minute, but no Tom was there. Well, but was anybody else there, that she blushed so deeply, after looking round, and tripped off down the steps with such unusual expedition? Why, the fact is that Mr. Westlock was passing at that moment. The Temple is a public thoroughfare. They may write up on the gates that it is not, but so long as the gates are left open it is and will be. And Mr. Westlock had as good a right to be there as anybody else. But why did she run away then? Not being ill-dressed, for she was much too neat for that. Why did she run away? The brown hair that had fallen down beneath her bonnet, and had one impertinent imp of a false flower clinging to it, boastful of its licence before all men, that could not have been the cause, for it looked charming. Oh, foolish, panting, frightened little heart, why did she run away? Merrily the tiny fountain played, and merrily the dimples sparkled on its sunny face. John Westlock hurried after her. Softly the whispering water broke and fell, so roguishly the dimples twinkled, as he stole upon her footsteps. Oh, foolish, panting, timid little heart, why did she feign to be unconscious of his coming? Why wish herself so far away, yet be so flutteringly happy there? "I felt sure it was you," said John, when he overtook her in the sanctuary of Garden Court. "I knew I couldn't be mistaken." She was so surprised. "You are waiting for your brother," said John. "Let me bear you company." So light was the touch of the coy little hand, that he glanced down to assure himself he had it on his arm. But his glance, stopping for an instant at the bright eyes, forgot its first design, and went no farther. They walked up and down 3 or 4 times, speaking about Tom and his mysterious employment. Now that was a very natural and innocent subject, surely. Then why, whenever Ruth lifted up her eyes, did she let them fall again immediately, and seek the uncongenial pavement of the court? They were not such eyes as shunned the light. They were not such eyes as required to be hoarded to enhance their value. They were much too precious and too genuine to stand in need of arts like those. Somebody must have been looking at them. They found out Tom, though, quickly enough. This pair of eyes descried him in the distance the moment he appeared. He was staring about him as usual in all directions but the right one, and was as obstinate in not looking towards them as if he had intended it. As it was very plain that being left to himself he would walk away home, John Westlock darted off to stop him. This made the approach of poor little Ruth by herself one of the most embarrassing of circumstances. There was Tom, manifesting extreme surprise. He had left no presence of mind, that Tom, on small occasions. There was John, making as light of it as he could, but explaining at the same time with most unnecessary elaboration, and here was she coming towards them, with both of them looking at her, conscious of blushing to a terrible extent, but trying to throw up her eyebrows carelessly and pout her rosy lips, as if she were the coolest and most unconcerned of little women. Merrily the fountain plashed and plashed, until the dimples, merging into one another, swelled into a general smile that covered the whole surface of the basin. "What an extraordinary meeting!" said Tom.
I should never have dreamed of seeing you two together here.' 'Quite accidental,' John was heard to murmur. 'Exactly,' cried Tom. 'That's what I mean, you know. If it wasn't accidental, there would be nothing remarkable in it.' 'To be sure,' said John. 'Such an out-of-the-way place for you to have met in,' pursued Tom, quite delighted. 'Such an unlikely spot.' John rather disputed that. On the contrary, he considered it a very likely spot indeed. He was constantly passing to and fro there, he said. He shouldn't wonder if it were to happen again. His only wonder was that it had never happened before. By this time Ruth had got round on the farther side of her brother and had taken his arm. She was squeezing it now, as much as to say, "Are you going to stop here all day, you dear old blundering Tom?" Tom answered the squeeze as if it had been a speech. "John," he said, "if you'll give my sister your arm, we'll take her between us, and walk on. I have a curious circumstance to relate to you. Our meeting could not have happened better." Merrily the fountain leaped and danced, and merrily the smiling dimples twinkled and expanded more and more, until they broke into a laugh against the basin's rim and vanished. "Tom," said his friend, as they turned into the noisy street, "I have a proposition to make. It is, that you and your sister, if she will so far honour a poor bachelor's dwelling, give me a great pleasure, and come and dine with me." "What, to-day?" cried Tom. "Yes, to-day. It's close by, you know. Pray, Miss Pinch, insist upon it. It will be very disinterested, for I have nothing to give you." "Oh, you must not believe that, Ruth," said Tom. "He is the most tremendous fellow in his housekeeping that I ever heard of for a single man. He ought to be Lord Mayor. Well, what do you say? Shall we go?" "If you please, Tom," rejoined his dutiful little sister. "But I mean," said Tom, regarding her with smiling admiration, "is there anything you ought to wear and haven't got? I am sure I don't know, John. She may not be able to take her bonnet off, for anything I can tell." There was a great deal of laughing at this. There were divers compliments from John Westlock, not a compliment he said at least, and really he was right, but good plain honest truth which no one could deny. Ruth laughed, and all that, but she made no objections, so it was an engagement. "If I had known it a little sooner," said John, "I would have tried another pudding. Not in rivalry, but merely to exalt that famous one. I wouldn't on any account have had it made with suet." "Why not?" asked Tom. "Because that cookery book advises suet," said John Westlock, "and ours was made with flour and eggs." "Oh, good gracious!" cried Tom. "Ours was made with flour and eggs, was it? Ha, ha, ha! A beefsteak pudding made with flour and eggs! Why, anybody knows better than that. I know better than that. Ha, ha, ha!" It is unnecessary to say that Tom had been present at the making of the pudding, and had been a devoted believer in it all through. But he was so delighted to have this joke against his busy little sister, and was tickled to that degree at having found her out, that he stopped in Temple Bar to laugh, and it was no more to Tom that he was anathematized and knocked about by the surly passengers than it would have been to a post. For he continued to exclaim with unabated good humour, "Flour and eggs! A beefsteak pudding made with flour and eggs!" until John Westlock and his sister fairly ran away from him, and left him to have his laugh out by himself, which he had, and then came dodging across the crowded street to them, with such sweet temper and tenderness (it was quite a tender joke of Tom's) beaming in his face, God bless it, that it might have purified the air, though Temple Bar had been, as in the golden days gone by, embellished with a row of rotting human heads. There are snug chambers in those ends where the bachelors live, and for the desolate followers they pretend to be, it is quite surprising how well they get on. John was very pathetic on the subject of his dreary life, and the deplorable makeshifts and apologetic contrivances it involved, but he really seemed to make himself pretty comfortable. His rooms were the perfection of neatness and convenience at any rate, and if he were anything but comfortable, the fault was certainly not theirs.
He had no sooner ushered Tom and his sister into his best room, where there was a beautiful little vase of fresh flowers on the table, all ready for Ruth, just as if he had expected her, Tom said, than seizing his hat he bustled out again, in his most energetically bustling way, and presently came hurrying back, as they saw through the half-open door, attended by a fiery-faced matron attired in a crunched bonnet, with particularly long strings to it hanging down her back, in conjunction with which he instantly began to lay the cloth for dinner, polishing up the wine-glasses with his own hands, brightening the silver top of the pepper-castor on his coat-sleeve, drawing corks and filling decanters, with a skill and expedition that were quite dazzling. And, as if in the course of this rubbing and polishing he had rubbed an enchanted lamp or a magic ring, obedient to which there were 20,000 supernatural slaves at least, suddenly there appeared a being in a white waistcoat, carrying under his arm a napkin, and attended by another being with an oblong box upon his head, from which a banquet, piping hot, was taken out and set upon the table. Salmon, lamb, peas, innocent young potatoes, a cool salad, sliced cucumber, a tender duckling, and a tart, all there. They all came at the right time. Where they came from didn't appear, but the oblong box was constantly going and coming, making its arrival known to the man in the white waistcoat by bumping modestly against the outside of the door, for, after its first appearance, it entered the room no more. He was never surprised, this man. He never seemed to wonder at the extraordinary things he found in the box, but took them out with a face expressive of a steady purpose and impenetrable character, and put them on the table. He was a kind man, gentle in his manners, and much interested in what they ate and drank. He was a learned man, and knew the flavour of John Westlock's private sauces, which he softly and feelingly described as he handed the little bottles round. He was a grave man, and a noiseless, for dinner being done, and wine and fruit arranged upon the board, he vanished, box and all, like something that had never been. "Didn't I say he was a tremendous fellow in his housekeeping?" cried Tom. "Bless my soul, it's wonderful!" "Ah, Miss Pinch," said John, "this is the bright side of the life we lead in such a place. It would be a dismal life indeed if it didn't brighten up to-day." "Don't believe a word he says," cried Tom. "He lives here like a monarch, and wouldn't change his mode of life for any consideration. He only pretends to grumble." No, John really did not appear to pretend, for he was uncommonly earnest in his desire to have it understood that he was as dull, solitary, and uncomfortable, on ordinary occasions, as an unfortunate young man could in reason be. It was a wretched life, he said, a miserable life. He thought of getting rid of the chambers as soon as possible, and meant in fact to put up a bill very shortly. "Well," said Tom Pinch, "I don't know where you can go, John, to be more comfortable. That's all I can say. What do you say, Ruth?" Ruth trifled with the cherries on her plate, and said that she thought Mr. Westlock ought to be very happy, and that she had no doubt he was. Ah, foolish, panting, frightened little heart, how timidly she said it! "But you are forgetting what you had to tell, Tom, what occurred this morning," she added in the same breath. "So I am," said Tom. "We have been so talkative on other topics that I declare I have not had time to think of it. I'll tell you at once, John, in case I should forget it altogether." On Tom's relating what had passed upon the wharf, his friend was very much surprised, and took such a great interest in the narrative as Tom could not quite understand. He believed he knew the old lady whose acquaintance they had made, he said, and that he might venture to say, from their description of her, that her name was Gamp. But of what nature the communication could have been which Tom had borne so unexpectedly, why its delivery had been entrusted to him, how it happened that the parties were involved together, and what secret lay at the bottom of the whole affair, perplexed him very much. Tom had been sure of his taking some interest in the matter, but was not prepared for the strong interest he showed. It held John Westlock to the subject even after Ruth had left the room, and evidently made him anxious to pursue it further than as a mere subject of conversation. "I shall remonstrate with my landlord, of course," said Tom, "though he is a very singular, secret sort of man.
and not likely to afford me much satisfaction, even if he knew what was in the letter." "Which you may swear he did," John interposed.
"You think so?"
"I am certain of it."
"Well," said Tom, "I shall remonstrate with him when I see him. He goes in and out in a strange way, but I will try to catch him to-morrow morning, for his having asked me to execute such an unpleasant commission, and I have been thinking, John, that if I went down to Mrs. What's-her-name's in the City, where I was before, you know, Mrs. Todgers, to-morrow morning, I might find poor Mercy Pecksniff there, perhaps, and be able to explain to her how I came to have any hand in the business."
"You are perfectly right, Tom," returned his friend, after a short interval of reflection. "You cannot do better. It's quite clear to me that whatever the business is, there is little good in it, and it is so desirable for you to disentangle yourself from any appearance of wilful connection with it, that I will counsel you to see her husband if you can, and wash your hands of it by a plain statement of the facts. I have a misgiving that there is something dark at work here, Tom. I will tell you why at another time, when I have made an inquiry or two myself."
All this sounded very mysterious to Tom Pinch, but as he knew he could rely upon his friend, he resolved to follow this advice. Ah, but it would have been a good thing to have had a coat of invisibility wherein to have watched little Ruth when she was left to herself in John Westlock's chambers, and John and her brother were talking thus over their wine. The gentle way in which she tried to get up a little conversation with a fiery-faced matron in the crunched bonnet, who was waiting to attend her, after making a desperate rally in regard of her dress and attiring herself in a washed-out yellow gown with sprigs of the same upon it, so that it looked like a tessellated work of pats and butter. That would have been pleasant. The grim and griffin-like inflexibility with which the fiery-faced matron repelled these engaging advances, as proceeding from a hostile and dangerous power, who could have no business there unless it were to deprive her of a customer, or suggest what became of the self-consuming tea and sugar and other general trifles. That would have been agreeable. The bashful, winning, glorious curiosity with which little Ruth, when Fiery Face was gone, peeped into the books and knick-knacks that were lying about, and had a particular interest in some delicate paper matches on the chimney-piece, wondering who could have made them. That would have been worth seeing. The faltering hand with which she tied those flowers together, with which, almost blushing at her own fair self as imaged in the glass, she arranged them in her breast, and looking at them with her head aside, now half resolved to take them out again, now half resolved to leave them where they were. John seemed to think it all delightful, for coming in with Tom to tea, he took his seat beside her like a man enchanted, and when the tea service had been removed, and Tom, sitting down at the piano, became absorbed in some of his old organ tunes, he was still beside her at the open window, looking out upon the twilight. There is little enough to see in Furnival's Inn. It is a shady, quiet place, echoing to the footsteps of the stragglers who have business there, and rather monotonous and gloomy on summer evenings. What gave it such a charm to them that they remained at the window as unconscious of the flight of time as Tom himself, the dreamer, while the melodies which had so often soothed his spirit were hovering again about him? What power infused into the fading light, the gathering darkness, the stars that here and there appeared, the evening air, the city's hum and stir, the very chiming of the old church clocks, such exquisite enthralment that the divinest regions of the earth spread out before their eyes could not have held them captive on a stronger chain. The shadows deepened, and the room became quite dark. Still Tom's fingers wandered over the keys of the piano, and still the window had its pair of tenants. At length her hand upon his shoulder, and her breath upon his forehead, roused Tom from his reverie. "Dear me!" he cried, desisting with a start. "I am afraid I have been very inconsiderate and unpolite." Tom little thought how much consideration and politeness he had shown. "Sing something to us, my dear," said Tom. "Let us hear your voice. Come." John Westlock added his entreaties with such earnestness that a flinty heart alone could have resisted them. Hers was not a flinty heart. Oh dear no, quite another thing. So down she sat, and in a pleasant voice began to sing the ballads Tom loved well. Old rhyming stories, with here and there a pause for a few simple chords,
such as a harper might have sounded in the ancient time while looking upward for the current of some half-remembered legend, words of old poets, wedded to such measures that the strain of music might have been the poet's breath, giving utterance and expression to his thoughts, and now a melody so joyous and light-hearted that the singer seemed incapable of sadness, until in her inconstancy, O wicked little singer, she relapsed and broke the listeners' hearts again. These were the simple means she used to please them, and that these simple means prevailed, and she did please them, left the still darkened chamber and its long-deferred illumination witness. The candles came at last, and it was time for moving homeward. Cutting paper carefully and rolling it about the stalks of those same flowers occasioned some delay, but even this was done in time, and Ruth was ready. "Good night," said Tom. "A memorable and delightful visit, John. Good night." John thought he would walk with them. "No, no, don't," said Tom. "What nonsense! We can get home very well alone. I couldn't think of taking you out." But John said he would rather. "Are you sure you would rather?" said Tom. "I am afraid you only say so out of politeness." John, being quite sure, gave his arm to Ruth and led her out. Fiery Face, who was again in attendance, acknowledged her departure with so cold a curtsy that it was hardly visible, and cut Tom dead. Their host was bent on walking the whole distance, and would not listen to Tom's dissuasions. Happy time, happy walk, happy parting, happy dreams. But there are some sweet daydreams, so there are, that put the visions of the night to shame. Busily the temple fountain murmured in the moonlight, while Ruth lay sleeping, with her flowers beside her, and John Westlock sketched a portrait, whose, from memory. End of chapter 45. Martin Chuzzlewit, Chapter 46. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. Martin Chuzzlewit, by Charles Dickens, Chapter 46, in which Miss Pecksniff makes love, Mr. Jonas makes wrath, Mrs. Gamp makes tea, and Mr. Chuffey makes business. On the next day's official duties coming to a close, Tom hurried back without losing any time by the way, and after dinner and a short rest sallied out again, accompanied by Ruth, to pay his projected visit to Todgers's. Tom took Ruth with him, not only because it was a great pleasure to him to have her for his companion wherever he could, but because he wished her to cherish and comfort poor Mary, which she, for her own part, having heard the wretched history of that young wife from Tom, was all eagerness to do. "She was so glad to see me," said Tom, "that I am sure she will be glad to see you. Your sympathy is certain to be much more delicate and acceptable than mine." "I am very far from being certain of that, Tom," she replied, "and indeed you do yourself an injustice, indeed you do, but I hope she may like me, Tom." "Oh, she is sure to do that," cried Tom confidently. "With a number of friends I should have if everybody was of your way of thinking, shouldn't I, Tom dear?" said his little sister, pinching him upon the cheek. Tom laughed, and said that with reference to this particular case he had no doubt at all of finding a disciple in Mary. "For you women," said Tom, "you women, my dear, are so kind, and in your kindness have such nice perception. You know so well how to be affectionate and full of solicitude without appearing to be. Your gentleness of feeling is like your touch, so light and easy, that the one enables you to deal with wounds of the mind as tenderly as the other enables you to deal with wounds of the body. You are such—" "My goodness, Tom," his sister interposed, "you ought to fall in love immediately." Tom put this observation off good-humouredly, but somewhat gravely too, and they were soon very chatty again on some other subject. As they were passing through a street in the city, not very far from Mrs. Todgers's place of residence, Ruth checked Tom before the window of a large upholstery and furniture warehouse, to call his attention to something very magnificent and ingenious displayed there to the best advantage for the admiration and temptation of the public. Tom had hazarded some most erroneous and extravagantly wrong guess in relation to the price of this article, and had joined his sister in laughing heartily at his mistake, when he pressed her arm in his and pointed to two persons at a little distance, who were looking in at the same window with a deep interest in the chests of drawers and tables. "Hush!" Tom whispered. "Miss Pecksniff, and the young gentleman to whom she is going to be married." "Why does she look as if he was going to be buried, Tom?" inquired his little sister. "Why, he is naturally a dismal young gentleman, I believe," said Tom, "but he is very civil and inoffensive." "I suppose they are furnishing their house," whispered Ruth. "Yes, I suppose they are," replied Tom. "We had better avoid speaking to them." They could not very well avoid looking at them, however, especially as some obstruction on the pavement at a little distance happened to detain them where they were for a few moments. Miss Pecksniff had quite the air of having taken the unhappy model captive, and brought him up to the contemplation of the furniture like a lamb to the altar. He offered no resistance, but was perfectly resigned and quiet. The melancholy depicted in the turn of his languishing head and in his dejected attitude was extreme, and though there was a full-sized four-post bedstead in the window, such a tear stood trembling in his eye as seemed to blot it out. "Augustus, my love," said Miss Pecksniff, "ask the price of the 8 rosewood chairs and the loo table." "Perhaps they are ordered already," said Augustus. "Perhaps they are another's." "They can make more like them, if they are," rejoined Miss Pecksniff. "No, no, they can't," said Moddle. "It's impossible." He appeared for the moment to be quite overwhelmed and stupefied by the prospect of his approaching happiness, but recovering, entered the shop. He returned immediately, saying in a tone of despair, £24.10. Miss Pecksniff, turning to receive this announcement, became conscious of the observation of Tom Pinch and his sister. "Oh, really!" cried Miss Pecksniff, glancing about her as if for some convenient means of sinking into the earth. "Upon my word, there never was such to think that one should be so very Mr. Augustus Moddle, Miss Pinch." Miss Pecksniff was quite gracious to Miss Pinch in this triumphant introduction, exceedingly gracious. She was more than gracious, she was kind and cordial. Whether the recollection of the old service Tom had rendered her in knocking Mr. Jonas on the head had wrought this change in her opinions, or whether her separation from her parent had reconciled her to all humankind, or to all that interesting portion of humankind which was not friendly to him, or whether the delight of having some new female acquaintance to whom to communicate her interesting prospects was paramount to every other consideration, cordial and kind Miss Pecksniff was, and twice Miss Pecksniff kissed Miss Pinch upon the cheek. "Augustus, Miss Pinch, you know, my dear girl," said Miss Pecksniff aside, "I never was so ashamed in my life." Ruth begged her not to think of it. "I mind your brother less than anybody else," simpered Miss Pecksniff, "but the indelicacy of meeting any gentleman under such circumstances. Augustus, my child, did you—" Here Miss Pecksniff whispered in his ear. The suffering Moddle repeated, £24.10. "Oh, you silly man, I don't mean them," said Miss Pecksniff. "I am speaking of the—" Here she whispered him again. "If it's the same patterned chintz as that at the window, 32.12.6, said Moddle with a sigh, "and very dear." Miss Pecksniff stopped him from giving any further explanation by laying her hand upon his lips and betraying a soft embarrassment. She then asked Tom Pinch which way he was going. "I was going to see if I could find your sister," answered Tom, "to whom I wish to say a few words. We were going to Mrs. Todgers, where I had the pleasure of seeing her before." "It's no use of your going on then," said Cherry, "for we have not long left there, and I know she is not at home. But I'll take you to my sister's house, if you please. Augustus, Mr. Moddle I mean, and myself, are on our way to tea there now.
You needn't think of him,' she added, nodding her head as she observed some hesitation on Tom's part. 'He is not at home.' 'Are you sure?' asked Tom. 'Oh, I am quite sure of that. I don't want any more revenge,' said Miss Pecksniff expressively. 'But really I must beg you two gentlemen to walk on, and allow me to follow with Miss Pinch. My dear, I never was so taken by surprise.' In furtherance of this bashful arrangement, Moddle gave his arm to Tom, and Miss Pecksniff linked her own in Ruth's. 'Of course, my love,' said Miss Pecksniff, 'it would be useful for me to disguise, after what you have seen, that I am about to be united to the gentleman who was walking with your brother. It would be in vain to conceal it. What do you think of him? Pray let me have your candid opinion.' Ruth intimated that, as far as she could judge, he was a very eligible swain. 'I am curious to know,' said Miss Pecksniff, with loquacious frankness, 'whether you have observed, or fancied in this very short space of time, that he is of a rather melancholy turn.' 'So very short a time,' Ruth pleaded. 'No, no, but don't let that interfere with your answer,' returned Miss Pecksniff. 'I am curious to hear what you say.' Ruth acknowledged that he had impressed her at first sight as looking rather low. 'No, really?' said Miss Pecksniff. 'Well, that is quite remarkable. Everybody says the same. Mrs. Todgers says the same, and Augustus informs me that it is quite a joke among the gentlemen in the house. Indeed, but for the positive commands I have laid upon him, I believe it would have been the occasion of loaded firearms being resorted to more than once. What do you think is the cause of his appearance of depression?' Ruth thought of several things, such as his digestion, his tailor, his mother, and the like, but hesitating to give utterance to any one of them, she refrained from expressing an opinion. 'My dear,' said Miss Pecksniff, 'I shouldn't wish it to be known, but I don't mind mentioning it to you, having known your brother for so many years. I refused Augustus 3 times. He is of a most amiable and sensitive nature, always ready to shed tears if you look at him, which is extremely charming, and he has never recovered the effect of that cruelty, for it was cruel,' said Miss Pecksniff, with a self-conviction candour that might have adorned the diadem of her own papa. 'There is no doubt of it. I look back upon my conduct now with blushes. I always liked him. I felt that he was not to be what the crowd of young men who had made proposals had been, but something very different. Then what right had I to refuse him 3 times?' 'It was a severe trial of his fidelity, no doubt,' said Ruth. 'My dear,' returned Miss Pecksniff, 'it was wrong, but such is the caprice and thoughtlessness of our sex. Let me be a warning to you. Don't try the feelings of any one who makes you an offer, as I have tried the feelings of Augustus. But if you ever feel towards a person as I really felt towards him, at the very time when I was driving him to distraction, let that feeling find expression if that person throws himself at your feet as Augustus Moddle did at mine. Think,' said Miss Pecksniff, 'what my feelings would have been if I had goaded him to suicide, and it had got into the papers.' Ruth observed that she would have been full of remorse, no doubt. 'Remorse!' cried Miss Pecksniff, in a sort of smug and comfortable penitence. 'What my remorse is at this moment, even after making reparation by accepting him, it would be impossible to tell you. Looking back upon my giddy self, my dear, now that I am sobered down and made thoughtful by treading on the very brink of matrimony, and contemplating myself as I was when I was like what you are now, I shudder. I shudder. What is the consequence of my past conduct? Until Augustus leads me to the altar, he is not sure of me. I have blighted and withered the affections of his heart to that extent that he is not sure of me. I see that, preying on his mind and feeding on his vitals. What are the reproaches of my conscience when I see this in the man I love?' Ruth endeavoured to express some sense of her unbounded and flattering confidence, and presumed that she was going to be married soon. 'Very soon indeed,' returned Miss Pecksniff. 'As soon as our house is ready. We are furnishing now as fast as we can.' In the same vein of confidence, Miss Pecksniff ran through a general inventory of the articles that were already bought with the articles that remained to be purchased, what garment she intended to be married in, and where the ceremony was to be performed, and gave Miss Pinch, in short, as she told her, early and exclusive information on all points of interest connected with the event.
While this was going forward in the rear, Tom and Mr. Moddle walked on, arm in arm, in the front, in a state of profound silence, which Tom at last broke, after thinking for a long time what he could say that should refer to an indifferent topic, in respect of which he might rely with some degree of certainty on Mr. Moddle's bosom being unruffled. "I wonder," said Tom, "that in these crowded streets the foot passengers are not oftener run over." Mr. Moddle, with a dark look, replied, "The drivers won't do it." "Do you mean," Tom began. "That there are some men," interrupted Moddle with a hollow laugh, "who can't get run over. They live a charmed life. Coal waggons recoil from them, and even cabs refuse to run them down. Ah!" said Augustus, marking Tom's astonishment, "there are such men. One of them is a friend of mine." "Upon my word and honour," thought Tom, "this young gentleman is in a state of mind which is very serious indeed." Abandoning all idea of conversation, he did not venture to say another word, but he was careful to keep a tight hold upon Augustus's arm, lest he should fly into the road, and making another and more successful attempt, should get up a private little Juggernaut before the eyes of his betrothed. Tom was so afraid of his committing this rash act, that he had scarcely ever experienced such mental relief as when they arrived in safety at Mrs. Jonas Chuzzlewit's house. "Walk up, pray, Mr. Pinch," said Miss Pecksniff, for Tom halted irresolutely at the door. "I am doubtful whether I should be welcome," replied Tom, "or I ought rather to say, I have no doubt about it. I will send up a message, I think." "But what nonsense that is!" returned Miss Pecksniff, speaking apart to Tom. "He is not at home, I am certain. I know he is not, and Mary hasn't the least idea that you ever—" "No," interrupted Tom, "nor would I have her know it on any account. I am not so proud of that scuffle, I assure you." "Ah, but then you are so modest, you see," returned Miss Pecksniff with a smile. "But pray walk up. If you don't wish her to know it, and do wish to speak to her, pray walk up. Pray walk up, Miss Pinch. Don't stand here." Tom still hesitated, for he felt that he was in an awkward position. But Cherry, passing him at this juncture, and leading his sister upstairs, and the house door being at the same time shut behind them, he followed without quite knowing whether it was well or ill judged to do so. "Mary, my darling," said the fair Miss Pecksniff, opening the door of the usual sitting-room, "here are Mr. Pinch and his sister come to see you. I thought we should find you here, Mrs. Todgers. How do you do, Mrs. Gamp, and how do you do, Mr. Chuffey? Though it's of no use asking you the question, I am well aware." Honouring each of these parties as she severally addressed them, with an acid smile, Miss Charity presented Mr. Moddle. "I believe you have seen him before," she pleasantly observed. "Augustus, my sweet child, bring me a chair." The sweet child did as he was told, and was then about to retire into a corner to mourn in secret, when Miss Charity, calling him in an audible whisper a little pet, gave him leave to come and sit beside her. It is to be hoped, for the general cheerfulness of mankind, that such a doleful little pet was never seen as Mr. Moddle looked when he complied. So despondent was his temper, that he showed no outward thrill of ecstasy when Miss Pecksniff placed her lily hand in his, and concealed this mark of her favour from the vulgar gaze by covering it with a corner of her shawl. Indeed, he was infinitely more rueful then than he had been before, and sitting uncomfortably upright in his chair, surveyed the company with watery eyes, which seemed to say, without the aid of language, "Oh, good gracious, look here, won't some kind Christian help me?" But the ecstasies of Mrs. Gamp were sufficient to have furnished forth a score of young lovers, and they were chiefly awakened by the sight of Tom Pinch and his sister. Mrs. Gamp was a lady of that happy temperament which can be ecstatic without any other stimulating cause than a general desire to establish a large and profitable connection. She added daily so many strings to her bow, that she made a perfect harp of it, and upon that instrument she now began to perform an extemporaneous concerto. "Why, goodness me," she said, "Mrs. Chuzzlewit, to think as I should see beneath this blessed house, which I well know it, Miss Pecksniff, my sweet young lady,
to be a house as there is not a many like, worse luck, and wishing it were not so, which then this tearful wally would be changed into a flowering guardian, Mr. Chuffey. To think as I should see beneath this indiwiggled roof, identically coming, Mr. Pinch, I take the liberty, though almost unbeknown, and do assure you of it, sir, the smilingest and sweetest face as ever, Mrs. Chuzzlewit, I see, excepting yourn, my dear good lady, and your good lady's too, sir, Mr. Moddle, if I may make so bold as speak so plain of what is plain enough to them as needn't look through millstones, Mrs. Todgers, to find out what is wrote upon the wall behind, which no offence is meant, ladies and gentlemen, none being took, I hope. To think as I should see that smilingest and sweetest face which me and another friend of mine took notice of among the packages down London Bridge, in this promiscuous place, is a surprise indeed. Having contrived in this happy manner to invest every member of her audience with an individual share and immediate personal interest in her address, Mrs. Gamp dropped several curtsies to Ruth, and smilingly shaking her head a great many times, pursued the thread of her discourse. Now, ain't we rich in beauty this here joyful arternoon, I'm sure. I knows a lady, which her name, I'll not deceive you, Mrs. Chuzzlewit, is Harris, her husband's brother being 6'3", and marked with a mad bull in Wellington boots upon his left arm, on account of his precious mother having been worrited by one into his shoemaker's shop, when in a situation which blessed is the man as has his quiver full of such, as many times I've said to Gamp, when words has rode between us on account of the expense, and often have I said to Mrs. Harris, "Oh, Mrs. Harris, ma'am, your countenance is quite a angel's," which, but for pimples, it would be. "No, Sary Gamp," says she, "you best of hard-working and industrious creatures as ever was underpaid at any price, which underpaid you are, quite different. Harris had done it afore marriage at 10 and 6, she says, and wore it faithful next his heart till the colour run, when the money was declined to be give back, and no arrangements could be come to. But he never said it was a angel, Sary, whatever he might have thought. If Mrs. Harris's husband was here now," said Mrs. Gamp, looking round, and chuckling as she dropped a general curtsy, "he'd speak out plain, he would, and his dear wife would be the last to blame him, for as ever a woman lived as knowed not what it was to form a wish to pison them as had good looks, and had no region gave her by the best of husbands, Mrs. Harris is that heavenly disposition." With these words, the worthy woman, who appeared to have dropped in to take some tea as a delicate little attention, rather than have any engagement on the premises in an official capacity, crossed to Mr. Chuffey, who was seated in the same corner as of old, and shook him by the shoulder. "Rouse yourself and look up. Come," said Mrs. Gamp. "Here's company, Mr. Chuffey." "I am sorry for it," cried the old man, looking humbly round the room. "I know I'm in the way. I ask pardon. But I've nowhere else to go. Where is she?" Mary went to him. "Ah!" said the old man, patting her on the cheek. "Here she is. Here she is. She's never hard on poor old Chuffey. Poor old Chuff!" As she took her seat upon a low chair by the old man's side, and put herself within reach of his hand, she looked up at once at Tom. It was a sad look that she cast upon him, though there was a faint smile trembling on her face. It was a speaking look, and Tom knew what it said. "You see how misery has changed me. I can feel it for a dependent now, and set some value on his attachment." "I, cried Chuffey in a soothing tone. I, never mind him. It's hard to hear, but never mind him. He'll die one day. There are 365 days in the year, 366 in leap year, and he may die on any one of them." "You're a wearing old soul, and that's the sacred truth," said Mrs. Gamp, contemplating him from a little distance with anything but favour, as he continued to mutter to himself. "It's a pity that you don't know what you say, for you'd tire your own patience out if you did, and fret yourself into a happy release for all as knows you." "His son," murmured the old man, lifting up his hand. "His son." "Well, I'm sure," said Mrs. Gamp, "you're a settling of it, Mr. Chuffey, to your satisfaction, sir, I hope, but I wouldn't lay a new pincushion on it myself, sir, though you are so well informed. Drat the old creetur, he's a laying down the law tolerable confident too. A deal he knows of sons or daughters either. Suppose you was to favour us with some remarks on twins, sir, would you be so good?" The bitter and indignant sarcasm which Mrs. Gamp conveyed into these taunts was altogether lost on the unconscious Chuffey, who appeared to be as little cognizant of their delivery as of his having given Mrs. Gamp offence. But that high-minded woman, sensitively alive to any invasion of her professional province, and imagining that Chuffey had given utterance to some prediction on the subject of sons, which ought to have been emanated in the first instance from herself as the only lawful authority, or which should at least have been on no account proclaimed without her sanction and concurrence, was not so easily appeased. She continued to sidle at Mr. Chuffey with looks of sharp hostility, and to defy him with many other ironical remarks, uttered in that low key which commonly denotes suppressed indignation, until the entrance of the tea-board, and a request from Mrs. Jonas that she would make tea at a side table for the party that had unexpectedly assembled, restored her to herself. She smiled again, and entered on her ministration with her own particular urbanity. "And quite a family it is to make tea for," said Mrs. Gamp, "and what a happiness to do it, my good young 'ooman," to the servant girl. "Perhaps somebody would like to try a new laid egg or two, not biled too hard. Likeways a few rounds o' buttered toast, first cutting off the crust, in consequence of tender teeth and not too many of 'em, which Gamp himself, Mrs. Chuzzlewit, at one blow, being in liquor, struck out 4, 2 single and 2 double, as was took by Mrs. Harris for a keepsake, and is carried in her pocket at this present hour, along with 2 cramp bones, a bit of ginger, and a grater like a blessed infant's shoe in tin, with a little heel to put the nutmeg in, as many times I've seen and said and used for candle when required within the month." As the privileges of the side table, besides including the small prerogatives of setting next the toast, and taking 2 cups of tea to other people's 1, and always taking them at a crisis, that is to say, before putting fresh water into the teapot, and after it had been standing for some time, also comprehended a full view of the company, and an opportunity of addressing them as from a rostrum, Mrs. Gamp discharged the functions entrusted to her with extreme good humour and affability. Sometimes resting her saucer on the palm of her outspread hand, and supporting her elbow on the table, she stopped between her sips of tea to favour the circle with a smile, a wink, a roll of the head, or some other mark of notice, and at those periods her countenance was lighted up with a degree of intelligence and vivacity which it was almost impossible to separate from the benignant influence of distilled waters. But for Mrs. Gamp, it would have been a curiously silent party. Miss Pecksniff only spoke to her Augustus, and to him in whispers. Augustus spoke to nobody, but sighed for every one, and occasionally gave himself such a sounding slap upon the forehead as would make Mrs. Todgers, who was rather nervous, start in her chair with an involuntary exclamation. Mrs. Todgers was occupied in knitting, and seldom spoke.
Poor Mary held the hand of cheerful little Ruth between her own, and listening with evident pleasure to all she said, but rarely speaking herself, sometimes smiled and sometimes kissed her on the cheek, and sometimes turned aside to hide the tears that trembled in her eyes. Tom felt this change in her so much, and was so glad to see how tenderly Ruth dealt with her, and how she knew and answered to it, that he had not the heart to make any movement towards their departure, although he had long since given utterance to all he came to say. The old clerk, subsiding into his usual state, remained profoundly silent, while the rest of the little assembly were thus occupied, intent upon the dreams, whatever they might be, which hardly seemed to stir the surface of his sluggish thoughts. The bent of these dull fancies combining properly with the silent feasting that was going on about him, and some struggling recollection of the last approach to revelry he had witnessed, suggested a strange question to his mind. He looked round upon a sudden, and said, "Who's lying dead upstairs?" "No one," said Mary, turning to him. "What is the matter? We are all here." "All here!" cried the old man. "All here! Where is he, then? My old master, Mr. Chuzzlewit, who had the only son, where is he?" "Hush, hush!" said Mary, speaking kindly to him. "That happened long ago. Don't you recollect?" "Recollect!" rejoined the old man, with a cry of grief. "As if I could forget! As if I ever could forget!" He put his hand up to his face for a moment, and then repeated, turning round exactly as before, "Who's lying dead upstairs?" "No one," said Mary. At first he gazed angrily upon her, as upon a stranger who endeavoured to deceive him, but peering into her face and seeing that it was indeed she shook his head in sorrowful compassion. "You think not, but they don't tell you. No, no, poor thing, they don't tell you. Who are these, and why are they merry-making here, if there is no one dead? Foul play! Go see who it is." She made a sign to them not to speak to him, which indeed they had little inclination to do, and remained silent herself. So did he for a short time, but then he repeated the same question with an eagerness that had a peculiar terror in it. "There's some one dead," he said, "or dying, and I want to know who it is. Go see. Go see. Where's Jonas?" "In the country," she replied. The old man gazed at her as if he doubted what she said, or had not heard her, and rising from his chair, walked about the room and upstairs, whispering as he went, "Foul play!" They heard his footsteps overhead, going up into that corner of the room in which the bed stood. It was there old Anthony had died. And then they heard him coming down again immediately. His fancy was not so strong or wild that it pictured to him anything in the deserted bedchamber which was not there, for he returned much calmer, and appeared to have satisfied himself. "They don't tell you," he said to Mary in his quavering voice, as he sat down again and patted her upon the head. "They don't tell me either, but I'll watch. I'll watch. They shall not hurt you. Don't be frightened. When you have sat up watching, I have sat up watching too. I have," he piped out, clenching his weak shrivelled hand. "Many a night I have been ready." He said this with such trembling gaps and pauses in his want of breath, and said it in his jealous secrecy so closely in her ear, that little or nothing of it was understood by the visitors. But they had heard and seen enough of the old man to be disquieted, and to have left their seats and gathered about him, thereby affording Mrs. Gamp, whose professional coolness was not so easily disturbed, an eligible opportunity for concentrating the whole resources of her powerful mind and appetite upon the toast and butter, tea and eggs. she had brought them to bear upon those viands with such vigour that her face was in the highest state of inflammation, when she now, there being nothing left to eat or drink, saw fit to interpose. "Why, highty tighty, sir!" cried Mrs. Gamp. "Is these your manners? You want a pitcher of cold water thrown over you to bring you round, that's my belief, and if you was under Betsy Prig you'd have it too, I do assure you, Mr. Chuffey. Spanish flies is the only thing to draw this nonsense out of you, and if anybody wanted to do you a kindness, they'd clap a blister of 'em on your head and put a mustard poultige on your back. Who's dead indeed? It wouldn't be no grievous loss if some one was, I think." "He's quiet now, Mrs. Gamp," said Mary. "Don't disturb him." "Oh, bother the old wictim, Mrs. Chuzzlewit," replied that zealous lady. "I ain't no patience with him. You give him his own way too much by half. A worritin' wexagious creature." No doubt with the view of carrying out the precepts she enforced, and bothering the old wictim in practice as well as in theory, Mrs. Gamp took him by the collar of his coat and gave him some dozen or two hearty shakes backward and forward in his chair, that exercise being considered by the disciples of the Prig school of nursing, who are very numerous among professional ladies, as exceedingly conducive to repose, and highly beneficial to the performance of the nervous functions. Its effect, in this instance, was to render the patient so giddy and addle-headed that he could say nothing more, which Mrs. Gamp regarded as the triumph of her art. "There," she said, loosening the old man's cravat, in consequence of his being rather black in the face after this scientific treatment. "Now I hope you're easy in your mind. If you should turn at all faint, we can soon rewive you, sir, I promise you. Bite a person's thumb, or turn their fingers the wrong way," said Mrs. Gamp, smiling with the consciousness of at once imparting pleasure and instruction to her auditors, "as they comes to, wonderful, Lord bless you!" As this excellent woman had been formally entrusted with the care of Mr. Chuffey on a previous occasion, neither Mrs. Jonas nor anybody else had the resolution to interfere directly with her mode of treatment, though all present, Tom Pinch and his sister especially, appeared to be disposed to differ from her views. For such is the rash boldness of the uninitiated, that they will frequently set up some monstrous abstract principle, such as humanity or tenderness or the like idle folly, in obstinate defiance of all precedent and usage, and will even venture to maintain the same against the persons who have made the precedents and established the usage, and who must therefore be the best and most impartial judges of the subject. "Ah, Mr. Pinch," said Miss Pecksniff, "it all comes of this unfortunate marriage. If my sister had not been so precipitate, and had not united herself to a wretch, then there would have been no Mr. Chuffey in the house." "Hush!" said Tom. "She'll hear you." "I should be very sorry if she did hear me, Mr. Pinch," said Cherry, raising her voice a little, "for it is not in my nature to add to the uneasiness of any person, far less of my own sister. I know what a sister's duties are, Mr. Pinch, and I hope I always showed it in my practice. Augustus, my dear child, find my pocket handkerchief and give it to me." Augustus obeyed, and took Mrs. Todgers aside to pour his griefs into her friendly bosom. "I am sure, Mr. Pinch," said Charity, looking after her betrothed and glancing at her sister, "that I ought to be very grateful for the blessings I enjoy, and those which are yet in store for me. When I contrast Augustus," here she was modest and embarrassed, "whom I don't mind saying to you is all softness, mildness, and devotion, with the detestable man who is my sister's husband, and when I think, Mr. Pinch, that in the dispensations of this world our cases might have been reversed, I have much to be thankful for indeed, and much to make me humble and contented." Contented she might have been, but humble she assuredly was not. Her face and manner experienced something so wildly different from humility, that Tom could not help understanding and despising the base motives that were working in her breast. He turned away and said to Ruth that it was time for them to go. "I will write to your husband," said Tom to Mary, "and explain to him, as I would have done if I had met him here, that if he has sustained any inconvenience through my means, it is not my fault, a postman not being more innocent in the news he brings than I was when I handed him that letter." "I thank you," said Mary. "It may do some good." She parted tenderly from Ruth, who with her brother was in the act of leaving the room, when a key was heard in the lock of the door below, and immediately afterwards a quick footstep in the passage. Tom stopped and looked at Mary. It was Jonas, she said timidly. "I had better not meet him on the stairs, perhaps," said Tom, drawing his sister's arm through his and coming back a step or two. "I'll wait for him here a moment." He had scarcely said it when the door opened and Jonas entered. His wife came forward to receive him, but he put her aside with his hand and said in a surly tone, "I didn't know you'd got a party," as he looked at the same time, either by accident or design, towards Miss Pecksniff, and as Miss Pecksniff was only too delighted to quarrel with him, she instantly resented it. "Oh dear," she said, rising, "pray don't let us intrude upon your domestic happiness. That would be a pity. We have taken tea here, sir, in your absence, but if you will have the goodness to send us a note of the expense, receipted, we shall be happy to pay it. Augustus, my love, we will go, if you please. Mrs. Todgers, unless you wish to remain here, we shall be happy to take you with us. It would be a pity indeed to spoil the bliss which this gentleman always brings with him, especially into his own home." "Charity, Charity," remonstrated her sister, in such a heartfelt tone that she might have been imploring her to show the cardinal virtue whose name she bore. "Mary, my dear, I am much obliged to you for your advice," returned Miss Pecksniff with a stately scorn. By the way, she had not offered any. "But I am not his slave." "No, nor wouldn't have been if you could," interrupted Jonas. "We know all about it." "What did you say, sir?" cried Miss Pecksniff sharply. "Didn't you hear?" retorted Jonas, lounging down upon a chair. "I'm not a-going to say it again. If you like to stay, you may stay. If you like to go, you may go. But if you stay, please to be civil." "Beast!" cried Miss Pecksniff, sweeping past him. "Augustus, he's beneath your notice." Augustus had been making some faint and sickly demonstrations of shaking his fist. "Come away, child," screamed Miss Pecksniff. "I command you." The scream was elicited from her by Augustus manifesting an intention to return and grapple with him, but Miss Pecksniff giving the fiery youth a pull, and Mrs. Todgers giving him a push, they all three tumbled out of the room together, to the music of Miss Pecksniff's shrill remonstrances. All this time Jonas had seen nothing of Tom and his sister, for they were almost behind the door when he opened it, and he had sat down with his back towards them, and had purposely kept his eyes upon the opposite side of the street during his altercation with Miss Pecksniff, in order that his seeming carelessness might increase the exasperation of that wronged young damsel. His wife now faltered out that Tom had been waiting to see him, and Tom advanced. The instant he presented himself, Jonas got up from his chair, and swearing a great oath, caught it in his grasp as if he would have felled Tom to the ground with it, as he most unquestionably would have done, but that his very passion and surprise made him irresolute, and gave Tom in his calmness an opportunity of being heard. "You have no cause to be violent, sir," said Tom, "though what I wish to say relates to your own affairs. I know nothing of them, and desire to know nothing of them." Jonas was too enraged to speak. He held the door open, and stamping his foot upon the ground, motioned Tom away. "As you cannot suppose," said Tom, "that I am here with any view of conciliating you or pleasing myself, I am quite indifferent to your reception of me or your dismissal of me. Hear what I have to say, if you are not a madman. I gave you a letter the other day when you were about to go abroad." "You thief, you did," retorted Jonas. "I'll pay you for the carriage of it one day, and settle an old score besides, I will." "Tut, tut," said Tom, "you needn't waste words or threats. I wish you to understand plainly, because I would rather keep clear of you and everything that concerns you, not because I have the least apprehension of your doing me any injury, which would be weak indeed, that I am no party to the contents of that letter, that I know nothing of it, that I was not even aware that it was to be delivered to you, and that I had it from—" "By the Lord," cried Jonas, fiercely catching up the chair, "I'll knock your brains out if you speak another word." Tom nevertheless persisting in his intention, and opening his lips to speak again, Jonas set upon him like a savage,
and in the quickness and ferocity of his attack, would have surely done him some grievous injury, defenceless as he was, and embarrassed by having his frightened sister clinging to his arm, if Mary had not run between them, crying to Tom, for the love of Heaven, to leave the house. The agony of this poor creature, the terror of his sister, the impossibility of making himself audible, and the equal impossibility of bearing up against Mrs. Gamp, who threw herself upon him like a feather bed, and forced him backwards down the stairs by the mere oppression of her dead weight, prevailed. Tom shook the dust of that house off his feet, without having mentioned Nadgett's name. If the name could have passed his lips, if Jonas, in the insolence of his vile nature, had never roused him to do that old act of manliness, for which, and not for his last offence, he hated him with such malignity; if Jonas could have learned, as then he could, and would have learned, through Tom's means, what unsuspected spy there was upon him, he would have been saved from the commission of a guilty deed, then drawing on towards its bleak accomplishment. But the fatality was of his own working, the pit was of his own digging, the gloom that gathered round him was the shadow of his own life. His wife had closed the door, and thrown herself before it on the ground upon her knees. She held up her hands to him now, and besought him not to be harsh with her, for she had interposed in fear of bloodshed. "So, so," said Jonas, looking down upon her as he fetched his breath. "These are your friends, are they, when I'm away? You plot and tamper with this sort of people, do you?" "No, indeed. I have no knowledge of these secrets, and no clue to their meaning. I have never seen them since I left home but twice before to-day." "Oh!" sneered Jonas, catching at this correction. "But once, but twice, eh? Which do you mean? Twice and once, perhaps? 3 times? How many more, you lying jade?" As he made an angry motion with his hand, she shrunk down hastily, a suggestive action, full of a cruel truth. "How many more times?" he repeated. "No more. The other morning and to-day, and once besides." He was about to retort upon her when the clock struck. He started, stopped, and listened, appearing to revert to some engagement, or to some other subject, a secret within his own breast, recalled to him by this record of the progress of the hours. "Don't lie there. Get up!" Having helped her to rise, or rather hauled him up by the arm, he went on to say, "Listen to me, young lady, and don't whine when you have no occasion, or I may make some for you. If I find him in my house again, or find that you have seen him in anybody else's house, you'll repent it. If you are not deaf and dumb to everything that concerns me, unless you have my leave to hear and speak, you'll repent it. If you don't obey exactly what I order, you'll repent it. Now attend. What's the time?" "It struck 8 a minute ago." He looked towards her intently, and said with a laboured distinctness, as if he had got the words off by heart, "I've been travelling day and night, and am tired. I have lost some money, and that don't improve me. Put my supper in the little off-room below, and have the truckle bed made. I shall sleep there to-night, and maybe to-morrow night, and if I can sleep all day to-morrow, so much the better, for I've got trouble to sleep off if I can. Keep the house quiet, and don't call me, mind. Don't call me. Don't let anybody call me. Let me lie there." She said it should be done. Was that all? "All what? You must be prying and questioning," he angrily retorted. "What more do you want to know?" "I want to know nothing, Jonas, but what you tell me. All hope of confidence between us has long deserted me." "Ecod, I should hope so," he muttered. "But if you will tell me what you wish, I will be obedient, and will try to please you. I make no merit for that, for I have no friend in my father or my sister, but am quite alone. I'm very humble and submissive. You told me you would break my spirit, and you have done so. Do not break my heart too." She ventured, as she said these words, to lay her hand upon his shoulder. He suffered it to rest there, in his exultation, and the whole mean, abject, sordid, pitiful soul of the man looked at her, for the moment, through his wicked eyes. For the moment only, for with the same hurried return to something within himself, he bade her in a surly tone show her obedience by executing his commands without delay. When she had withdrawn, he paced up and down the room several times, but always with his right hand clenched, as if it held something, which it did not, being empty. When he was tired of this, he threw himself into a chair, and thoughtfully turned up the sleeve of his right arm, as if he were rather musing about its strength than examining it, but even then he kept his hand clenched. He was brooding in this chair, with his eyes cast down upon the ground, when Mrs. Gamp came in to tell him that the little room was ready,
Not being quite sure of her reception after interfering in the quarrel, Mrs. Gamp, as a means of interesting and propitiating her patron, affected a deep solicitude in Mr. Chuffey. "How is he now, sir?" she said. "Who?" cried Jonas, raising his head and staring at her. "To be sure," returned the matron with a smile and a curtsey. "What am I thinking of? You wasn't here, sir, when he took so strange. I never see a poor dear creature took so strange in all my life, except a patient much about the same age as I once nursed, which his calling was the customers, and his name was Mrs. Harris's own father, as pleasant a singer, Mr. Chuzzlewit, as ever you heard, with a voice like a Jew's harp in the bass notes, that it took 6 men to hold at such times, foaming frightful." "Chuffey, eh?" said Jonas, carelessly, seeing that she went up to the old clerk and looked at him. "Ah?" "The creature's head so hot," said Mrs. Gamp, "that you might heat a flat iron at it. And no wonder, I am sure, considering the things he said." "Said!" cried Jonas. "What did he say?" Mrs. Gamp laid her hand upon her heart to put some check upon its palpitations, and turning up her eyes, replied in a faint voice, "The awfullest things, Mr. Chuzzlewit, as ever I heard, which Mrs. Harris's father never spoke a word when took so, some does and some don't, except saying when he come round, 'Where is Sairey Gamp?' But really, sir, when Mr. Chuffey comes to ask who's lying dead upstairs, and—" "Who's lying dead upstairs?" repeated Jonas, standing aghast. Mrs. Gamp nodded, made as if she were swallowing, and went on. "Who's lying dead upstairs? Such was his Bible language. And where was Mr. Chuzzlewit as had the only son, and when he goes upstairs a looking in the beds and wandering about the rooms, and comes down again a whispering softly to hisself about foul play and that, it gives me such a turn, I don't deny it, Mr. Chuzzlewit, that I never could have kept myself up but for a little drain of spirits, which I seldom touches, but could always wish to know where to find, if so disposed, never knowing what may happen next, the world being so uncertain." "Why, the old fool's mad!" cried Jonas, much disturbed. "That's my opinion, sir," said Mrs. Gamp, "and I will not deceive you. I believe as Mr. Chuffey, sir, requires attention, if I may make so bold, and should not have his liberty to vex and worret your sweet lady as he does." "Why, who minds what he says?" retorted Jonas. "Still he is worritin', sir," said Mrs. Gamp. "No one don't mind him, but he is a ill conwenience." "Ecod, you're right," said Jonas, looking doubtfully at the subject of this conversation. "I have half a mind to shut him up." Mrs. Gamp rubbed her hands, and smiled, and shook her head, and sniffed expressively, as scenting a job. Could you take care of such an idiot now, in some spare room upstairs?" asked Jonas. "Me and a friend of mine, one off, one on, could do it, Mr. Chuzzlewit," replied the nurse. "Our charges not being high, but wishing they was lower, and allowance made considering not strangers, me and Betsy Prig, sir, would undertake Mr. Chuffey reasonable," said Mrs. Gamp, looking at him with her head on one side, as if he had been a piece of goods for which she was driving a bargain, "and give every satisfaction. Betsy Prig has nursed many lunacies, and well she knows their ways, which, putting 'em right close afore the fire when fractious, is the certainest and most compoging." While Mrs. Gamp discoursed to this effect, Jonas was walking up and down the room again, glancing covertly at the old clerk as he did so. He now made a stop, and said, "I must look after him, I suppose, or I may have him doing some mischief. What say you?" "Nothing more likely," Mrs. Gamp replied, "as well I have experienced, I do assure you, sir." "Well, look after him for the present, and let me see, 3 days from this time let the other woman come here, and we'll see if we can make a bargain of it. About 9 or 10 o'clock at night, say. Keep your eye upon him in the meanwhile, and don't talk about it. He's as mad as a March hare." "Madder!" cried Mrs. Gamp. "A deal madder." "See to him, then. Take care that he does no harm, and recollect what I have told you." Leaving Mrs. Gamp in the act of repeating all she had been told, and of producing in support of her memory and trustworthiness many commendations selected from among the most remarkable opinions of the celebrated Mrs. Harris, he descended to the little room prepared for him, and pulling off his coat and his boots, put them outside the door before he locked it. In locking it, he was careful so to adjust the key as to baffle any curious person who might try to peep in through the keyhole, and when he had taken these precautions, he sat down to his supper. "Mr. Chuff," he muttered, "it'll be pretty easy to be even with you. No use doing things by halves, and as long as I stop here I'll take good care of you. When I'm off, you may say what you please, but it's a damned strange thing," he added, pushing away his untouched plate, and striding moodily to and fro, "that his drivelling should have taken this turn just now." After pacing the little room from end to end several times, he sat down in another chair. "I say just now, but for anything I know he may have been carrying on the same game all along. Old dog! He shall be gagged." He paced the room again in the same restless and unsteady way, and then sat down upon the bedstead, leaning his chin upon his hand and looking at the table. When he had looked at it for a long time, he remembered his supper, and resuming the chair he had first occupied, began to eat with such rapacity, not like a hungry man, but as he were determined to do it. He drank, too, roundly, sometimes stopping in the middle of a draught to walk, and change his seat, and walk again, and dart back to the table, and fall to, in a ravenous hurry as before. It was now growing dark. As the gloom of evening, deepening into night, came on, another dark shade emerging from within him seemed to overspread his face, and slowly changed it. Slowly, slowly, darker and darker, more and more haggard, creeping over him by little and little, until it was black night within him and without. The room in which he had shut himself up was on the ground floor at the back of the house. It was lighted by a dirty skylight, and had a door on the wall, opening into a narrow covered passage or blind alley, very little frequented after 5 or 6 o'clock in the evening, and not in much use as a thoroughfare at any hour, but it had an outlet in a neighbouring street. The ground on which this chamber stood had at one time, not within his recollection, been a yard, and had been converted to its present purpose for use as an office, but the occasion for it died with the man who built it, and saving that it had sometimes served as an apology for a spare bedroom, and that the old clerk had once held it, but that was years ago, as his recognized apartment, it had been little troubled by Anthony Chuzzlewit and Son. It was a blotch-stained, mouldering room like a vault, and there were water pipes running through it, which at unexpected times in the night, when other things were quiet, clicked and gurgled suddenly, as if they were choking. The door into the court had not been opened for a long, long time, but the key had always hung in one place, and there it hung now. He was prepared for its being rusty, for he had a little bottle of oil in his pocket, and the feather of a pen, with which he lubricated the key, and the lock too, carefully. All this while he had been without his coat, and had nothing on his feet but his stockings. He now got softly into bed in the same state, and tossed from side to side to tumble it. In his restless condition that was easily done. When he arose, he took from his portmanteau, which he had caused to be carried into that place when he came home, a pair of clumsy shoes, and put them on his feet, also a pair of leather leggings, such as countrymen are used to wear, with straps to fasten to the waistband. In these he dressed himself at leisure. Lastly, he took out a common frock of coarse dark jean, which he drew over his underclothing, and a felt hat. He had purposely left his own upstairs. He then sat himself down by the door, with the key in his hand, waiting. He had no light. The time was dreary, long, and awful. The ringers were practising in a neighbouring church, and the clashing of the bells was almost maddening. Curse the clamouring bells! They seemed to know that he was listening at the door, and to proclaim it in a crowd of voices to all the town. Would they never be still? They ceased at last, and then the silence was so new and terrible that it seemed the prelude to some dreadful noise. Footsteps in the court. 2 men. He fell back from the door on tiptoe, as if they could have seen him through its wooden panels. They passed on, talking, he could make out, about a skeleton which had been dug up yesterday in some work of excavation near at hand, and was supposed to be that of a murdered man. So murder is not always found out, you see, they said to one another as they turned the corner. Hush! He put the key into the lock and turned it. The door resisted for a while, but soon came stiffly open, mingling with the sense of fever in his mouth, a taste of rust and dust and earth and rotting wood. He looked out, passed out, locked it after him. All was clear and quiet as he fled away. End of chapter 46. Martin Chuzzlewit, Chapter 47. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Brad Philippone. Martin Chuzzlewit by Charles Dickens, Chapter 47. Conclusion of the enterprise of Mr. Jonas and his friend. Did no men passing through the dim streets shrink without knowing why, when he came stealing up behind them? As he glided on, had no child in its sleep an indistinct perception of a guilty shadow falling on its bed, that troubled its innocent rest? Did no dog howl and strive to break its rattling chain, that it might tear him? No burrowing rat, scenting the work he had in hand, essay to gnaw a passage after him, that it might hold a greedy revel at the feast of his providing? When he looked back across his shoulder, was it to see if his quick footsteps still fell dry upon the dusty pavement, or were already moist and clogged with the red mire that stained the naked feet of Cain? He shaped his course for the main western road, and soon reached it, riding a part of the way, then alighting and walking on again. He travelled for a considerable distance upon the roof of a stage-coach, which came up while he was afoot, and when it turned out of his road, bribed the driver of a return post-chaise to take him on with him, and then made across the country at a run, and saved a mile or two before he struck again into the road. At last, as his plan was, he came up with a certain lumbering, slow night-coach, which stopped wherever it could, and was stopping then at a public-house, while the guard and coachman ate and drank within. He bargained for a seat outside this coach and took it, and he quitted it no more until it was within a few miles of its destination, but occupied the same place all night. All night. It is a common fancy that nature seems to sleep by night. It is a false fancy, as to who should know better than he. The fishes slumbered in the cold, bright, glistening streams and rivers, perhaps, and the birds roosted on the branches of the trees, and in their stalls and pastures beasts were quiet, and human creatures slept. But what of that, when the solemn night was watching, when it never winked, when its darkness watched no less than its light? The stately trees, the moon and shining stars, the softly stirring wind, the overshadowed lane, the broad bright countryside, they all kept watch. There was not a blade of growing grass or corn but watched, and the quieter it was, the more intent and fixed its watch upon him seemed to be. And yet he slept. Riding on among these sentinels of God he slept, and did not change the purpose of his journey. If he forgot it in his troubled dreams, it came up steadily and woke him, but it never woke him to remorse, or to abandonment of his design. He dreamed at one time that he was lying calmly in his bed, thinking of a moonlight night and the noise of wheels, when the old clerk put his head in at the door and beckoned him. At this signal he arose immediately, being already dressed in the clothes he actually wore at that time, and accompanied him into a strange city, where the names of the streets were written on the walls in characters quite new to him, which gave him no surprise or uneasiness, for he remembered in his dream to have been there before. Although these streets were very precipitous, insomuch that to get from one to another it was necessary to descend great heights by ladders that were too short, and ropes that moved deep bells, and swung and swayed as they were clung to, the danger gave him little emotion beyond the first thrill of terror, his anxieties being concentrated on his dress, which was quite unfitted for some festival that was about to be holden there, and in which he had come to take a part. Already great crowds began to fill the streets, and in one direction myriads of people came rushing down an interminable perspective, strewing flowers and making way for others on white horses, when a terrible figure started from the throng, and cried out that it was the last day for all the world. The cry being spread, there was a wild hurrying on to judgment, and the press became so great that he and his companion, who was constantly changing and was never the same man 2 minutes together, though he never saw one man come or another go, stood aside in a porch fearfully surveying the multitude, in which there were many faces that he knew, and many that he did not know, but dreamed he did, when all at once a struggling head rose up among the rest, livid and deadly, but the same as he had known it, and denounced him as having appointed that direful day to happen. They closed together. As he strove to free the hand in which he held a club, and strike the blow he had so often thought of, he started to the knowledge of his waking purpose and the rising of the sun. The sun was welcome to him. There were life and motion and the world astir to divide the attention of day. It was the eye of night, of wakeful, watchful, silent, and attentive night, with so much leisure for the observation of his wicked thoughts, that he dreaded most. There is no glare in the night. Even glory shows to small advantage in the night, upon a crowded battlefield. How then shows glory's blood relation, bastard murder? Aye, he made no compromise, and held no secret with himself now. Murder. He had come to do it. "Let me get down here," he said. "Short of the town, eh?" observed the coachman. "I may get down where I please, I suppose. You got up to please yourself, and may get down to please yourself. It won't break our hearts to lose you, and it wouldn't have broken 'em if we'd never found you. Be a little quicker, that's all." The guard had alighted, and was waiting in the road to take his money. In the jealousy and distrust of what he contemplated, he thought this man looked at him with more than common curiosity. "What are you staring at?" said Jonas. "Not at a handsome man," returned the guard, "for if you want your fortune told, I'll tell you a bit of it. You won't be drowned. That's a consolation for you." Before he could retort or turn away, the coachman put an end to the dialogue by giving him a cut with his whip, and bidding him get out for a surly dog. The guard jumped up to his seat at the same moment, and they drove off, laughing, leaving him to stand in the road and shake his fist at them. He was not displeased, though, on second thoughts, to have been taken for an ill-conditioned common country fellow, but rather congratulated himself upon it as proof that he was well disguised. Wandering into a copse by the roadside, but not in that place, 2 or 3 miles off, he tore out from a fence a thick, hard, knotted stake, and sitting down beneath a hayrick, spent some time in shaping it and peeling off the bark, and fashioning its jagged head with his knife. The day passed on. Noon, afternoon, evening, sunset. At that serene and peaceful time, 2 men, riding in a gig, came out of the city by a road not much frequented. It was the day on which Mr. Pecksniff had agreed to dine with Montague. He had kept his appointment and was now going home. His host was riding with him for a short distance, meaning to return by a pleasant track, which Mr. Pecksniff had engaged to show him through some fields. Jonas knew their plans. He had hung about the inn-yard while they were at dinner, and had heard their orders given. They were loud and merry in their conversation, and might have been heard at some distance, far above the sound of their carriage wheels or horses' hoofs. They came on noisily to where a stile and a footpath indicated their point of separation. Here they stopped. "It's too soon, much too soon," said Mr. Pecksniff, "but this is the place, my dear sir. Keep the path, and go straight through the little wood you'll come to. The path is narrower there, but you can't miss it. When shall I see you again? Soon, I hope." "I hope so," replied Montague. "Good night." "Good night, and a pleasant ride." So long as Mr. Pecksniff was in sight, and turned his head at intervals to salute him, Montague stood in the road smiling and waving his hand. But when his new partner had disappeared, and this show was no longer necessary, he sat down on the stile with looks so altered that he might have grown 10 years older in the meantime. He was flushed with wine, but not gay. His scheme had succeeded, but he showed no triumph. The effort at sustaining his difficult part before his late companion had fatigued him, perhaps, or it may be that the evening whispered to his conscience, or it may be, as it has been, that a shadowy veil was dropped round him, closing out all thoughts but the presentiment and vague foreknowledge of impending doom. If there be fluids, as we know there are, which, conscious of a coming wind, or rain, or frost, will shrink and strive to hide themselves in their glass arteries, may not that subtle liquor of the blood perceive, by properties within itself, that hands are raised to waste and spill it, and in the veins of men run cold and dull as his did in that hour? So cold, although the air was warm; so dull, although the sky was bright, that he rose up shivering from his seat and hastily resumed his walk. He checked himself as hastily, undecided whether to pursue the footpath which was lonely and retired, or to go back by the road. He took the footpath. The glory of the departing sun was on his face, the music of the birds was in his ears, sweet wild flowers bloomed about him, thatched roofs of poor men's homes were in the distance, and an old grey spire surmounted by a cross rose up between him and the coming night. He had never read the lesson which these things conveyed, he had ever mocked and turned away from it, but before going down into a hollow place he looked round once upon the evening prospect sorrowfully. Then he went down, 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 into the dell. It brought him to the wood, a close, thick, shadowy wood, through which the path went winding on, dwindling away into a slender sheep track. He paused before entering, for the stillness of this spot almost daunted him. The last rays of the sun were shining in aslant, making a path of golden light along the stems and branches in its range, which, even as he looked, began to die away, yielding gently to the twilight that came creeping on. It was so very quiet that the soft and stealthy moss about the trunks of some old trees seemed to have grown out of the silence, and to be its proper offspring. Those other trees, which were subdued by blasts of wind in winter time, had not quite tumbled down, but being caught by others, lay all bare and scathed across their leafy arms, as if unwilling to disturb the general repose by the crash of their fall. Vistas of silence opened everywhere, into the heart and innermost recesses of the wood, beginning with the likeness of an aisle, a cloister, or a ruin open to the sky, then tangling off into a green rustling mystery, through which gnarled trunks and twisted boughs, and ivy-coloured stems and trembling leaves, and bark-stripped bodies of old trees stretched out at length, were faintly seen in beautiful confusion. As the sunlight died away and evening fell upon the wood, he entered it. Moving here and there a bramble or a drooping bough which stretched across his path, he slowly disappeared. At intervals a narrow opening showed him passing on, or the sharp cracking of some tender branch denoted where he went, then he was seen or heard no more. Never more beheld by mortal eye, or heard by mortal ear, one man excepted. That man, parting the leaves and branches on the other side, near where the path emerged again, came leaping out soon afterwards. What had he left within the wood, that he sprang out of it as if it were a hell? The body of a murdered man. In one thick solitary spot it lay among the last year's leaves of oak and beech, just as it had fallen headlong down, sopping and soaking in among the leaves that formed its pillow, oozing down into the boggy ground as if to cover itself from human sight, forcing its way between and through the curling leaves, as if those senseless things rejected and forswore it, and were coiled up in abhorrence, went a dark, dark stain that died the whole summer night from earth to heaven. The doer of this deed came leaping from the wood so fiercely, that he cast into the air a shower of fragments of young boughs, torn away in his passage, and fell with violence upon the grass. But he quickly gained his feet again, and keeping underneath a hedge with his body bent, went running on towards the road. The road once reached, he fell into a rapid walk, and set on towards London. And he was not sorry for what he had done. He was frightened when he thought of it, when he did not think of it, but he was not sorry. He had had a terror and dread of the wood when he was in it, but being out of it, and having committed the crime, his fears were now diverted, strangely, to the dark room he had left shut up at home. He had a greater horror, infinitely greater, of that room than of the wood. Now that he was on his return to it, it seemed beyond comparison more dismal and more dreadful than the wood. His hideous secret was shut up in the room, and all its terrors were there. To his thinking, it was not in the wood at all. He walked on for 10 miles, and then stopped at an alehouse for a coach which he knew would pass through on its way to London before long, the which he also knew was not the coach he had travelled down by, for it came from another place. He sat down outside the door here on a bench beside a man who was smoking his pipe. Having called for some beer and drunk, he offered it to this companion, who thanked him and took a draught. He could not help thinking that if the man had known all, he might scarcely have relished drinking out of the same cup with him. "A fine night, master," said this person, "and a rare sunset." "I didn't see it," was his hasty answer. "Didn't see it?" returned the man. "How the devil could I see it if I was asleep?" "Asleep? Aye, aye." The man appeared surprised by his unexpected irritability, and saying no more, smoked his pipe in silence. They had not sat very long when there was a knocking within. "What's that?" cried Jonas. "Can't say, I'm sure," replied the man. He made no further inquiry, for this last question had escaped him in spite of himself. But he was thinking at that moment of the closed-up room, of the possibility of their knocking at the door on some special occasion, of their being alarmed at receiving no answer, of their bursting it open, of their finding the room empty, of their fastening the door into the court, and rendering it impossible for him to get into the house without showing himself in the garb he wore, which would lead to rumour, rumour to detection, detection to death. At that instant, as if by some design and order of circumstances, the knocking had come. It still continued like a warning echo of the dread reality he had conjured up. As he could not sit and hear it, he paid for his beer and walked on again, and having slunk about in places unknown to him all day, and being out at night in a lonely road, in an unusual dress, and in that wandering and unsettled frame of mind, he stopped more than once to look about him, hoping he might be in a dream. Still he was not sorry. No. He had hated the man too much, and had been bent too desperately and too long on setting himself free. If the thing could have come over again, he would have done it again. His malignant and revengeful passions were not so easily laid. There was no more penitence or remorse within him now than there had been while the deed was brewing. Dread and fear were upon him, to an extent he had never counted on, and could not manage in the least degree. He was so horribly afraid of that infernal room at home. This made him, in a gloomy, murderous, mad way, not only fearful for himself, but of himself, for being, as it were, a part of the room, a something supposed to be there, yet missing from it, he invested himself with its mysterious terrors, and when he pictured in his mind the ugly chamber, false and quiet through the dark hours of 2 nights, and the tumbled bed, and he not in it, though believed to be, he became in a manner his own ghost and phantom, and was at once the haunting spirit and the haunted man. When the coach came up, which it soon did, he got a place outside and was carried briskly onward towards home. Now, in taking his seat among the people behind, who were chiefly country people, he conceived a fear that they knew of the murder, and would tell him that the body had been found, which, considering the time and place of the commission of the crime, were events almost impossible to have happened yet, as he very well knew. But although he did know it, and had therefore no reason to regard their ignorance as anything but the natural sequence to the facts, still this very ignorance of theirs encouraged him, so far encouraged him, that he began to believe the body never would be found, and began to speculate on that sequence to the facts. Still this very ignorance of theirs encouraged him, so far encouraged him that he began to believe the body never would be found, and began to speculate on that probability. Setting off from this point, and measuring time by the rapid hurry of his guilty thoughts, and what had gone before the bloodshed, and the troops of incoherent and disordered images of which he was the constant prey, he came by daylight to regard the murder as an old murder, and to think himself comparatively safe because it had not been discovered yet. when the sun, which looked into the wood, and gilded with its rising light a dead man's lace, had seen that man alive, and sought to win him to a thought of heaven on its going down last night. But here were London streets again. Hush! It was but 5 o'clock. He had time enough to reach his own house unobserved, and before there were many people in the streets, if nothing had happened so far, tending to his discovery. He slipped down from the coach without troubling the driver to stop his horses, and hurrying across the road, and in and out of every by-way that lay near his course, at length approached his own dwelling. He used additional caution in his immediate neighbourhood, halting first to look all down the street before him, then gliding swiftly through that one and stopping to survey the next, and so on. The passage-way was empty when his murderer's face looked into it. He stole on to the door on tiptoe, as if he dreaded to disturb his own imaginary rest. He listened. Not a sound. As he turned the key with a trembling hand, and pushed the door softly open with his knee, a monstrous fear beset his mind. What if the murdered man were there before him? He cast a fearful glance all round, but there was nothing there. He went in, locked the door, drew the key through and through the dust and damp of the fireplace to sully it again, and hung it up as of old. He took off his disguise, tied it up in a bundle ready for carrying away and sinking in the river before night, and locked it up in a cupboard. These precautions taken, he undressed and went to bed. The raging thirst, the fire that burnt within him as he lay beneath the clothes, the augmented horror of the room when they shut it out from his view, the agony of listening, in which he paid enforced regard to every sound, and thought the most unlikely one the prelude to that knocking which should bring the news, the starts with which he left his coach, and looking in the glass imagined that his deed was broadly written in his face, and lying down and burying himself once more beneath the blankets, heard his own heart beating, murder, 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 in the bed. What words can paint tremendous truths like these? The morning advanced. There were footsteps in the house. He heard the blinds drawn up and shutters opened, and now and then a stealthy tread outside his own door. He tried to call out more than once, but his mouth was dry as if it had been filled with sand. At last he sat up in his bed and cried, "Who's there?" It was his wife. He asked her what it was o'clock. 9. Did no one knock at my door yesterday?" he faltered. "Something disturbed me. But unless you had knocked the door down, you would have got no notice from me." "No one," she replied. That was well. He had waited almost breathless for her answer. It was a relief to him, if anything could be. "Mr. Nadgett wanted to see you," she said, "but I told him you were tired and had requested not to be disturbed. He said it was of little consequence and went away. As I was opening my window to let in the cool air, I saw him passing through the street this morning, very early, but he hasn't been again." Passing through the street that morning, very early. Jonas trembled at the thought of having had a narrow chance of seeing him himself, even him who had no object but to avoid people and sneak on unobserved and keep his own secrets, and who saw nothing. He called to her to get his breakfast ready, and prepared to go upstairs, attiring himself in the clothes he had taken off when he came into that room, which had been, ever since, outside the door. In his secret dread of meeting the household for the first time after what he had done, he lingered at the door on slight pretext that they might see him without looking at his face, and left it ajar while he dressed, and called out to have the windows opened, and the pavement watered, that they might become accustomed to his voice. Even when he had put off the time by one means or other, so that he had seen or spoken to them all, he could not muster courage for a long while to go in among them, but stood at his own door listening to the murmur of their distant conversation. He could not stop there for ever, and so joined them. His last glance at the glass had seen a tell-tale face, but that might have been because of his anxious looking in it. He dared not look at them to see if they observed him, but he thought them very silent. And whatsoever guard he kept upon himself, he could not help listening, and showing that he listened. Whether he attended to their talk, or tried to think of other things, or talked himself, or held his peace, or resolutely counted the dull tickings of a hoarse clock at his back, he always lapsed, as if a spell were on him, into eager listening, for he knew it must come, and his present punishment and torture and distraction were to listen for its coming. Hush! End of chapter 47.